Chapter 2654. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the sword formation gathered from the seven-colored sword light received Zhou Tong, it also extinguished the flames on him in a devastating manner. Moreover, it all landed on his body, leaving behind bloody holes. In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Tong looked like a hornet's nest. His entire body was filled with bloody holes, and blood was gushing out of them. After a while, the weak celestial origin energy in Zhou Tong's body began to dissipate, and the bloody holes on his body finally stopped spurting blood. Huff, 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 Zhou Tong panted heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. It was because of the intense pain that came from all over his body that he broke out in cold sweat. Otherwise, with his cultivation base, it was impossible for him to sweat no matter how hot the weather was. Why didn't you kill me? Zhou Tong panted heavily as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Apart from shock and disbelief, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword ray that had gathered into a sword formation had left many hideous bloody holes on his body, causing his body to look like a hornet's nest, it was still not enough. However, during this process, the rainbow-colored sword rays seemed to have eyes. They completely avoided the vital parts of his body so that he would not die from the previous attack. Naturally, I have a use for you. In response to Zhou Tong's question, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, however, there's no need to be in such a hurry. You'll also die soon. It's just that you won't die in my hands. He did not kill Zhou Tong because he wanted to bring Zhou Tong back to Bloody Spectre City so that Lu Fenggu, the city governor, could personally kill him. At that time, not only would he be able to complete his deal with Lu Fenggu, but he would also be able to obtain information about the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. Who do you want to kill me? Zhou Tong's eyes widened. Who do you think? Duan Lingtian asked. Lu Fenggu. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Zhou Tong subconsciously uttered such a name. The reason why he thought of this name was because he couldn't think of anyone else other than Lu Fenggu. Lu Fenggu was the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was from Bloody Spectre City. Exalted Zhou Tong is indeed smart. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Godfather, use a soul attack. Unless this Duan Lingtian possesses a prominent celestial weapon, it's impossible for him to withstand the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Zhou Fei, who was standing in the distance, finally regained his senses. He was stunned by the scene of Zhou Tong being defeated and severely injured by Duan Lingtian. After regaining his senses, he immediately roared out a warning to Zhou Tong. He had heard about Duan Lingtian possessing a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon from Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army in Bloody Spectre City. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of soul attacks from golden celestials. However, a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon could only withstand soul attacks from golden celestials. A mediocre soul defense celestial weapon could not withstand soul attacks from a great overarching golden celestial. Only a mediocre soul defense celestial weapon could withstand soul attacks from a great overarching golden celestial. Hearing Zhou Fei's warning, Zhou Tong, who had originally thought that he was going to die and had lost all hope, suddenly had his eyes light up. They were like two resplendent stars twinkling in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Whoosh! In the next moment, he cast a soul attack without any hesitation. A seemingly solid flame shot out from between his eyebrows and shot toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Before Duan Lingtian could react, it entered Duan Lingtian's body. The seemingly solid flame was the great overarching golden celestial soul attack that Zhou Tong had cast in a hurry. After entering Duan Lingtian's body, it went straight for Duan Lingtian's soul. It looked as though it wanted to destroy Duan Lingtian's soul. However, just as the solid flame was about to reach Duan Lingtian's soul and burn Duan Lingtian's soul, a sudden change occurred. Swoosh! A small piece of metal that looked broken and inconspicuous appeared out of nowhere between the flame and Duan Lingtian's soul. It was as though it had transformed into a natural barrier that separated the two. In the next moment, the incomplete piece of metal that seemed to be constantly flickering with a mysterious light suddenly shone with a mysterious light. A powerful suction force extended from it, and as if it was trying to devour the world, it directly swallowed the seemingly solid flame that was charging at it with a ferocious momentum. After devouring the seemingly solid flame, the broken piece of metal retracted its mysterious light in a timely manner. However, The mysterious light on the broken piece of metal was much deeper and denser than before. However, since Duan Tian was not paying attention to this, he did not notice this. Otherwise, he would have been able to confirm one thing. That was, after devouring the soul attack, the profound light on the incomplete piece of metal seemed to undergo some strange changes. This broken piece of metal is comparable to a superior-grade celestial artifact that defends the soul. Moreover, judging from how easily it devours the soul attack of a great overarching golden celestial, this is probably not its limit. Duan Tian could not help but think to himself after the broken piece of metal on the side of his soul had easily devoured Zhou Tong's soul attack. Perhaps, it can even devour the soul attack of someone stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. When Duan Tian thought of this, he could not help but inwardly gasp. This defective metal piece is the product of a jade token and a strange stone. The origin of the strange stone is unknown, but the jade token is highly valued by Conqueror's third uncle, a powerhouse from the divine offering land who's even more powerful than a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm, Duan Tian explained. I don't know what this defective piece of metal is, but I'm not sure what it is. Are there any secrets hidden in it? Duan Tian grew more and more curious about the broken piece of metal. At this moment, Duan Tian's attention shifted to the broken piece of metal. Gasp, gasp, gasp. 3 sharp inhales rang in the air in unison. The sound was particularly ear-piercing in this silent environment. Duan Tian regained his senses and looked at Zhou Tong who had just attacked him with a soul attack. At this moment, Duan Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Zhou Tong. If he did not have the broken piece of metal, he would have been able to kill Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's soul attack would have been enough to destroy his soul and take his life. Why you actually have a soul defense prominent celestial weapon? Zhou Tong stared at Duan Tian in shock and disbelief when he heard Zhou Fei's words. His voice trembled as he looked at Duan Tian. His face was filled with fear as he stuttered in fear. A prominent celestial weapon. Let alone his godfather, Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, did not have a prominent celestial weapon. Even the county governor of Nine Spectres County did not have a prominent celestial weapon. However, not only did Duan Tian possess a prominent celestial weapon, but it was a soul defense celestial weapon that was even rarer than ordinary celestial weapons. Humph! Duan Tian snorted coldly as soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking. With a cold snort, he raised his hand like lightning and aimed it in the direction of Zhou Fei, sweeping across the sky. Swoosh! A beam of rainbow-colored sword light flashed across the sky, as if it could slice the world in half. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Zhou Fei's body was sliced into 2 by the 7-colored sword ray. Zhou Fei's expression was still the same even when he was killed. It was clear he did not even have time to react to Duan Tian's sudden attack. Bang! Duan Tian struck with his palm, and his boundless celestial origin energy surged out like a torrent, destroying Zhou Fei's body that had been sliced into 2. All that was left was a spatial ring that floated in the air before Duan Tian raised his hand and collected it. Zhou Fei, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, had completely disappeared from this world without leaving a trace. From the beginning until the end, Zhou Tong did not dare to move at all as he stood nearby. In fact, Duan Tian did not use the profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword and the Divine Ability, the 13 Green Lotus Swords, when he swung his sword earlier. If Zhou Tong had made a move, he might have been able to block the attack even if he was severely injured. However, he did not dare to do so. This was because he knew if he did so, he would only infuriate Duan Tian. In that case, he would die even faster. Whoosh! Just as Duan Tian was about to put Zhou Fei's spatial ring away, a deafening sound rang in his ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a streak of light shooting through the air. A flowing light left the void where Zhou Tong was at an extremely fast speed and flew toward the county city of Nine Spectres County. A communication celestial talisman? It was not difficult for Duan Tian to see that it was a communication celestial talisman that Zhou Tong had sent out. It was not difficult for him to guess Zhou Tong's intention for sending out the communication celestial talisman. Zhou Tong must have wanted to inform the county governor of the Nine Spectres County to send reinforcements. Moreover, the communication celestial talisman might have exposed Duan Tian's true identity. Humph! Duan Tian snorted coldly. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into thousands of sword rays that formed a 7-colored sword formation before it shot toward the communication celestial talisman. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chapter 2655. The communication celestial talisman that Zhou Tong had thrown out had been personally inscribed by him. Its speed was comparable to an ordinary great golden immortal. It was not much slower than Zhou Tong's full speed. If it was someone below the level of a great golden immortal, it would be impossible for them to catch up to the communication celestial talisman, let alone intercept it. However, there were exceptions to everything. Although Duanling Tian's cultivation base was not comparable to a great overarching golden celestial, with the help of the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, his attack was not weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, his attack caught up to Zhou Tong's communication celestial talisman and intercepted it. This was because the 7 orifices exquisite sword had lost its sword soul and was no longer as powerful as it was before. Otherwise, Zhou Tong's communication celestial talisman would not have been able to travel so far. Whoosh! Zhou Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw his communication celestial talisman being intercepted. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, apart from shock and disbelief, there was only fear in his eyes. Today, before he appeared in front of Duanling Tian, he had never thought he would end up like this. An ascender who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for 2.5 years is stronger than me. How is this possible? Now, no matter how impossible it was, Zhou Tong had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Duanling Tian, Qin Yu muttered to himself. At the same time, when Qin Yu, who was standing at the side, looked at Duanling Tian again, there was only shock and awe in his eyes. He knew Duanling Tian was strong and had mastered many profound celestial techniques and mystiques. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian to be as strong as a great golden immortal. Today, he had personally witnessed Duanling Tian defeating Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion and one of the 2 great golden immortals in 9 Spectres County. If Duanling Tian had not held back, Zhou Tong would have been dead. Unknowingly, besides shock, the gaze Qin Yu shot at Duanling Tian also contained a sense of unfamiliarity. He felt as though Duanling Tian was a stranger to him at this moment. Was this really the Duanling Tian he knew? It was as though he was possessed by a god. Qin Yu, are you coming with me to Bloody Spectre City, or should I send you back to the county city first? Duanling Tian asked Qin Yu with a smile on his face after he controlled the 7-colored sword formation to hover around Zhou Tong. It was as though it had transformed into a cage that imprisoned Zhou Tong. He planned to bring Zhou Tong to Lu Feng, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City, to the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. Not to mention before he came to the county city of 9 Spectres County. He had never thought of such a thing. He had done Golden Immortal Duan since Duanling Tian, in Duanling Tian, Dunling Tian, in Duan Du Dash, in Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian suddenly spoke to Qin Yu regained his senses. After Duanling Tian asked again, Qin Yu replied, I'll go with you to Bloody Spectre City. Okay. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he controlled a 7-colored sword formation to restrain Zhou Tong and another 7-colored sword formation to carry him and Qin Yu toward Bloody Spectre City at a speed comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Duanling Tian, as long as you release me, I, Zhou Tong, am willing to recognize you as my master. Even if you want to become the county governor of 9 Spectres County, I can still help you. Zhou Tong, who was imprisoned by Duanling Tian, could smell the scent of death when he saw Duanling Tian bringing him to Bloody Spectre City. He immediately lowered his head and said humbly, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll die soon. Help me become the county governor of 9 Spectres County? Duanling Tian smiled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Tong indifferently. Zhou Tong, if you have the ability to help me become the county governor of 9 Spectres County, would you still be a mere revered elder of the county governor's estate? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? A hint of mockery could be heard in Duanling Tian's voice when he spoke. If Zhou Tong had the ability to help Duanling Tian become the county governor of 9 Spectres County, why didn't he do it himself? Duanling Tian, although you're strong, you're only evenly matched with Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. If I help you, it won't be impossible for us to kill Tian Ji Yu if we join forces. Zhou Tong said. Haha. Duan Lingtian chuckled when he heard Zhou Tong's words. Who can guarantee that you won't join forces with the county governor of Nine Spectres County to attack me at that time? Zhou Tong's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had really thought about this before. However, he had a better plan. He wanted to kill two birds with one stone. You must believe me. Zhou Tong was not confident when he said this. However, he still braced himself and said, if you become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. At that time, you'll be able to enjoy supreme authority in Nine Spectres County. Although the Nine Spectres County is under King Qin's mansion, King Qin's mansion usually doesn't interfere with the matters in Nine Spectres County. As long as you become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you'll have the final say in Nine Spectres County. Zhou Tong began to tempt Duan Lingtian with the title of county governor of Nine Spectres County. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian could not be bothered to waste his breath on Zhou Tong since they were about to arrive at Bloody Spectre City. I was just teasing you earlier. Do you really think I can't see through your little scheme? He had only spoken to Zhou Tong earlier because he was bored. 2 years ago, when he was still in Bloody Spectre City, he already knew that the county governor of Nine Spectres County had to be appointed. Similarly, if one wanted to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, one had to obtain the approval of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Similarly, if one wanted to become the county governor of Nine Spectres County, one had to obtain the approval of King Qin from King Qin's mansion. If he killed the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he would be hunted down by King Qin's mansion. When Zhou Tong tried to tempt him with the title of county governor of Nine Spectres County, he knew Zhou Tong was up to no good. Perhaps, Zhou Tong would not join forces with the county chief of the Nine Spectres County to deal with Duan Lingtian. However, if the county governor of Nine Spectres County died, Zhou Tong could push all the blame to him and ask King Qin's mansion to deal with him. At that time, he would be hunted down by King Qin's mansion. It would be impossible for him to stay in Nine Spectres County. At that time, Zhou Tong would be able to reap the benefits. He had long guessed Zhou Tong's intention, but he did not point it out. When Zhou Tong heard Duan Lingtian said he was only teasing him because he was bored, he was so angry that he almost threw up blood. His expression was unsightly as well. At the same time, his gaze began to sweep the surroundings with the intention of looking for a flaw in the seven-colored sword formation that imprisoned him so that he could charge out and escape with his life. At this moment, his injuries had mostly healed. Although he was not confident he would be able to escape, he was still confident he would be able to escape. What? Are you trying to escape? When the outline of Bloody Spectre City appeared in front of Duan Lingtian suddenly said coldly as he looked at Zhou Tong. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Duan Lingtian's cold shout scared Zhou Tong so much that he panicked. At the same time, he retracted his gaze guiltily. Humph! When Zhou Tong retracted his gaze, Duan Lingtian's cold snort resonated in the air. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Along with the ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air, it was as though the seven-colored sword formations under Duan Lingtian's feet had eyes of their own as they charged toward Zhou Tong, who was imprisoned by another seven-colored sword formation. No. Zhou Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian attacking him. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like flames. However, although he had recovered quite a bit from his injuries, he was still far from being at his peak. The celestial origin energy that rose from his body was instantly destroyed by Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword formation. The seven-colored sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet and the seven-colored sword formation that imprisoned Zhou Tong were both created by Duan Lingtian. For this reason, the former did not face any resistance when it entered the latter. Spurt, spurt, spurt. A series of crisp sounds rang out. It was the seven-colored sword light that had gathered into the seven-colored sword formation. Once again, it left hideous and terrifying bloody holes on Zhou Tong's body, piercing him into a hornet's nest. At the same time, just like before, the seven-colored sword formations that rained down on Zhou Tong avoided all the vital points on his body, so his life was not in danger. Due to this, Zhou Tong could only use his celestial origin energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, the aura on Zhou Tong's body weakened once again. Duan Lingtian. When Zhou Tong finally caught his breath, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked at Duanling Tian again, he gritted his teeth. It was as though he wanted to pounce on Duanling Tian and bite off a piece of his flesh to vent his anger. Duanling Tian's actions had cut off Zhou Tong's escape route. With his current state, it was utterly impossible for him to escape under Duanling Tian's nose. Duanling Tian completely ignored Zhou Tong's gnashing of teeth. To him, Zhou Tong was merely a person who was about to die. A great overarching golden celestial. He's a great overarching golden celestial. As for Qianyu, who stood to the side, although he had a calm expression the entire time as he watched the development in front of him, waves of shock had been raised in his heart. After all, Zhou Tong was a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 2656. As the seven-colored light streaked across the sky like a rainbow, the entire Bloody Spectre city was in an uproar. What's that? What's that seven-colored light? It seems to be heading in the direction of the city governor's mansion. Such momentum. Could it be that an expert has come to our Bloody Spectre city? Could it be a friend of the city governor? Everyone in Bloody Spectre city who saw the seven-colored light in the sky looked in the direction the seven-colored light was pointing at. It was the direction of the city governor's mansion. Bloody Spectre city. City governor's mansion. The seven-colored light that resembled a god had alarmed the entire Bloody Spectre city and the city governor's mansion. Everyone in the city governor's mansion watched as the seven-colored light landed outside the main hall of the city governor's mansion. Senior, pardon me for not coming out to welcome you. May I know why you've come to our Bloody Spectre city? Almost as soon as the seven-colored light landed outside the main hall of the city governor's mansion, a loud voice filled with nervousness could be heard from afar. A moment later, a tall figure flew over from afar like a ghost. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the main hall of the city governor's mansion. However, when he saw the two people on the other side of the seven-colored light, he was stunned. Behind the tall figure, an old and aged figure appeared. It was an old man. When he saw the two people on the side of the seven-colored light, he was just as stunned as the former. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Previously, the seven-colored light had descended from outside the Bloody Spectre city and landed in the city governor's mansion. It was so majestic that it caused one's heart to palpitate. In their opinion, only a great overarching golden celestial or above would be able to cause such a commotion. Before they appeared, they did not know who this expert was or why he had come. Hence, their hearts were filled with anxiety and uneasiness. This could be heard from the anxious voice that the owner of the tall figure let out before he appeared. Now that they saw the two people in front of them, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were also stunned. This was because they knew the two young men in front of them. Duanling Tian, Qianyu Yu. The tall figure was none other than Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre city. He looked at the two young men standing in front of him with a smile on their faces. Although he regained his senses, it took him a long time to recover from his shock. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought. The two great overarching golden celestials who had come to the city governor's estate were the two young talents who had left Bloody Spectre city 2 years ago. Duanling Tian. Qianyu. City Lord, I've returned this time to complete our deal. Duanling Tian raised his hand as he looked at Lu Fenggu. Immediately, the seven-colored radiance around Lu Fenggu and Qianyu faded slightly. Not only did it reveal the complete state of the sword formation, but it also revealed the imprisoned figure in front of Lu Fenggu and the old man beside him. The old man beside Lu Fenggu was none other than Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards. He was the strongest person under Lu Fenggu and was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in Bloody Spectre city. Swoosh, swoosh. When they saw the old figure imprisoned in the gradually fading seven-colored light, their expressions changed. Their pupils constricted at the same time, and the depths of their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This? Lu Fenggu and Elder Hong's throats moved, and they couldn't accept the reality in front of them for a long time. They hadn't seen the person imprisoned by the rainbow light for many years, but his appearance and figure hadn't changed in the slightest, so they were able to recognize him right away. It was none other than Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. To Lu Fenggu, even if the person before him was reduced to ashes, he would still be able to recognize him. This was because Zhou Tong was the enemy he had been longing to kill all these years. Lu Fenggu, how dare you? At the same time, Zhou Tong, who was trapped by the seven-colored sword formation, glared at Lu Fenggu as he said coldly, "How dare you find someone to deal with me? If I knew this day would come, I wouldn't have spared your life for the sake of the county governor." From Zhou Tong's point of view, it was precisely because he had spared Lu Fenggu's life that this calamity had befallen him. However, he did not expect that Lu Fenggu would be so ruthless. If Duanling Tian did not want to let Lu Fenggu deal with him, he would have killed Lu Fenggu outside the county city of Nine Spectres County. This time, Lu Fenggu was the one who had provoked Duanling Tian. Even if Duanling Tian did not make a deal with Lu Fenggu, he would still be doomed. Zhou Tong's voice rang in Lu Fenggu's ears like thunder, causing him to feel pain in his eardrums. Lu Fenggu, who had been wondering if he was dreaming, came back to his senses. At the same time, he confirmed that he was not dreaming. "I'm not dreaming. I'm not dreaming," Lu Fenggu muttered. After regaining his senses, Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong, who was glaring at him. Suddenly, Lu Fenggu smiled brightly. "Ha ha ha ha." In the end, Lu Fenggu could not help but laugh out loud. Whoosh! While Lu Fenggu was laughing loudly, Old Hong, who was standing next to him, regained his senses and left Lu Fenggu's side in a flash to prevent the city lord's mansion's guards, who had heard the commotion, from approaching. Today's matter concerned Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. If he was not careful, he might anger the county governor of Nine Spectres County and bring disaster to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. "Zhou Tong, to think you would have such a day. You didn't even dream that you would have such a day, right?" Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong and laughed heartily. His tone was filled with relief and joy. Duanling Tian and Qin Yu stood to the side and watched quietly. Duanling Tian had long known about the grudge between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong. Therefore, he was not surprised. On the other hand, Qin Yu had also heard about the grudge between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong from Duanling Tian on their way back to Bloody Spectre City. However, when he learned about the grudge between Lu Fenggu and Zhou Tong and the deal between Duanling Tian and Lu Fenggu, the doubts he had when he was still in Bloody Spectre City were easily solved. He finally understood why Lu Fenggu was here. Why did Lu Fenggu take such good care of Duanling Tian and allow Duanling Tian to cultivate in his cultivation room? One must know that even the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Silver Worm Army, Lu Fenggu's right-hand man, did not receive such treatment. "Lu Fenggu, if you dare to touch me, Lord County Governor will make sure you die a graveless death." When Zhou Tong saw the murderous intent in Lu Fenggu's eyes as he laughed, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to use the county governor of Nine Spectres County to threaten Lu Fenggu so that Lu Fenggu would not dare to attack him. "If I can kill you, I won't have any regrets even if Lord County Governor wants to kill me." Lu Fenggu stopped laughing when he heard the threat in Zhou Tong's words. He looked at Zhou Tong with a calm expression as he spoke. At this moment, Lu Fenggu looked as though he had seen through life and death. Whoosh! Seeing that Lu Fenggu was not lying, Zhou Tong's expression changed greatly. When he spoke again, he no longer threatened Lu Fenggu. Instead, he begged, "Lu, City Lord Lu, I know that what I did back then was wrong to you and your personal disciple. How about this? If you're willing to spare my life and ask Duanling Tian to let me go, I'm willing to search for a better direct disciple to compensate you. Also, if there's anything else you want as compensation, I can promise you anything." At this moment of life and death, the usually arrogant Zhou Tong had completely lowered his arrogant head. He wagged his tail and begged for mercy in front of Lu Fenggu, an ant that he had always looked down on. "You're going to search for a better direct disciple to compensate me?" Lu Fenggu laughed. His laughter was brilliant and maniacal. Unknowingly, tears flowed from his eyes and covered his face. However, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His killing intent had reached its peak. "Do you think that my personal disciple, whom I have groomed since young, whom I see as my own son, can be replaced by anyone?" Lu Fenggu looked at Zhou Tong and the smile on his face turned into a cold sneer. Zhou Tong was about to say something when he heard Lu Fenggu's voice. "Duanling Tian." Lu Fenggu glared at Duanling Tian as killing intent surged out of his eyes. Duanling Tian knew what Lu Fenggu wanted him to do. With just a thought, the seven-colored sword formation shone brightly. No. When the seven-colored light surged, Zhou Tong seemed to have realized something. His expression changed again as he let out a mournful roar. Boom! Celestial origin energy surged out of Zhou Tong's body as he struggled for his life. However, the current Zhou Tong was severely injured after all. Even if he struggled, it was futile in front of Duan Ling Tian's seven-colored sword formation. Swoosh! 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 The seven-colored sword formation suddenly shrank as tens of thousands of sword rays shot out. After destroying Zhou Tong's surging celestial origin energy, the sword rays pierced into his body, leaving bloody holes on his body. The hornet's nest had appeared again. Although Zhou Tong's vital organs were not injured, he was severely injured and was on the verge of death. Humph! With a cold snort, Lu Fenggu, who was standing at the side, made his move when Zhou Tong was on the verge of death. Swoosh! Lu Fenggu's palm moved and took Zhou Tong's life. A great overarching golden celestial had died just like that. Chapter 2657. Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial and the #1 revered elder of the county governor's estate, had died in Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County. He had died in the hands of Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. If news of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion in 9 Spectres County. However, due to the interference of Lu Fenggu's subordinate, Elder Hong, only Elder Hong, Duan Ling Tian, Lu Fenggu, and Qianyu knew about what had happened outside the main hall of the city governor's estate. Qian'er, did you see that? Master has avenged you. After killing Zhou Tong, Lu Fenggu became agitated. He lifted his head and looked in the direction of the 9 Spectres County's county city as he muttered to himself. City governor. Although Duan Ling Tian did not want to disturb Lu Fenggu, he had no choice but to speak up. Why didn't I sense any trace of the floating image celestial talisman when you killed Zhou Tong? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn immediately. Although Tianji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, would not make things difficult for Lu Fenggu in consideration of Lu Fenggu's value in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, Tianji Yu might make things difficult for Lu Fenggu. Perhaps, if Duan Ling Tian interceded on Lu Fenggu's behalf, Tianji Yu would not make things difficult for Lu Fenggu for the time being. However, as time went on, it was hard to say. After all, he could not stay in 9 Spectres County and protect Lu Fenggu forever. He doesn't have the floating image celestial talisman on him. Don't worry. Lu Fenggu regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's anxious words. He shook his head and replied to Duan Ling Tian. He doesn't have the floating image celestial talisman on him? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Duan Ling Tian. Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything, Qianyu, who was standing beside Duan Ling Tian, said to Duan Ling Tian, the floating image immortal talisman can easily block the power of the talisman. Generally speaking, those who can kill Zhou Tong are great overarching golden celestials. Therefore, it's meaningless to place the floating image celestial talisman on him. Perhaps your current cultivation base is not that of a great overarching golden celestial, but the attack you can cast is not weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. In fact, it's even stronger than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. This can be seen from how you were able to defeat and imprison Zhou Tong. Didn't you intercept Zhou Tong's immortal message talisman? You could even intercept his immortal message talisman. This means that it would be easy for you to intercept the floating image immortal talisman. Qianyu finished speaking in a single breath. I see. I thought he had a floating image immortal talisman on him, but I didn't notice it. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Qianyu's words. Bang! At the same time, Lu Fenggu raised his hand and destroyed Zhou Tong's corpse, leaving only a spatial ring lying on the ground. Lu Fenggu raised his hand, and an invisible force pulled the spatial ring over to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the spatial ring without any hesitation. He knew that there was no point in being courteous. Given Lu Fenggu's character, he would never take Zhou Tong's spatial ring for himself. In his opinion, the spatial ring belonged to him, Duan Ling Tian. That was the truth. Therefore, he did not stand on ceremony. Come in and have a seat. After destroying Zhou Tong's corpse, Lu Fenggu invited Duan Ling Tian and Qianyu into the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He even invited Duan Ling Tian to the main seat. However, Duan Lingtian did not sit on the main seat. Instead, he sat on the lower side of the main seat. Qin Yu followed suit and sat next to Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Lu Fenggu sat opposite Duan Lingtian on the other side of the main seat. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was not a great overarching golden celestial yet. However, in Lu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Lingtian was no different from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, Lu Fenggu did not dare to be careless in front of such a person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had just avenged him. As soon as Lu Fenggu sat down, a gust of wind blew into the main hall. Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, had returned. After he entered the main hall, he appeared behind Lu Fenggu and stood quietly, guarding him. Duan Lingtian, you really gave me a big surprise. After Elder Hong returned, Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian for a long time before he finally spoke. It took me 2 years. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, City Lord. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the corners of Qin Yu, Lu Fenggu, and Elder Hong's mouths twitched uncontrollably. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, they could not help but roll their eyes. A heavenly celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for half a year, had killed a great overarching golden celestial in just 2 years. If news of this spread out, the entire spirit overarching heaven would be shaken. However, when Duan Lingtian mentioned it, it was as though it was not worth mentioning at all. They could not help but roll their eyes. Duan Lingtian, you don't know this. Half a year ago, Lord City Lord was still worried about your safety. He was afraid you'd die in Zhou Tong's hands before you could grow stronger. Elder Hong sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought you would return from the county city of 9 Spectres County with Zhou Tong, who was severely injured by you? You even helped Lord City Lord kill Zhou Tong to avenge young Master Qian. Die in Zhou Tong's hands? Duan Lingtian was stunned again. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about what had happened half a year ago from Lu Fenggu. Could it be that Zhou Tong knew that I had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago? So he deliberately came to the Bloody Spectre City and went to the Silver Dragon Army. However, that Zhou Tong was truly ruthless. In order to spread the news that I had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago, he actually nearly annihilated the entire Silver Dragon Army. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally knew how Zhou Tong knew that he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. Furthermore, there was another matter that shocked him even more. Because of this, Zhou Tong actually nearly annihilated the entire Silver Dragon Army. Zhou Tong has always been vicious and merciless. It's only because you're stronger than him. If you weren't, you would have likely been under his control. Lu Fenggu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. He deeply agreed with Lu Fenggu's words. Elder Hong, you can withdraw first. I have some words that I wish to speak with Duan Lingtian alone. Although Lu Fenggu's words were directed at Elder Hong, his eyes were trained on Qin Yu, who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian. Yes, Lord City Governor. Elder Hong acknowledged Lu Fenggu's words and withdrew. Lord City Governor, Duan Lingtian, I'll take my leave as well. Qin Yu tactfully withdrew from the Great Hall. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu were left in the Great Hall. Whoosh! Lu Fenggu moved like the wind and rose from his seat in just a blink of an eye. He appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Lord City Governor, you! Duan Lingtian was so shocked by Lu Fenggu that he rose to his feet. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Lu Fenggu straightened his back and looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. City Lord, there's no need for you to thank me. This is a deal we made 2 years ago. You gave me the best cultivation environment in Bloody Spectre City, and gave me the best cultivation resources in return for killing Zhou Tong. We don't owe each other anything. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I know that you and I had a deal before. However, this deal to a certain extent caused you to suffer a great loss. Lu Fenggu shook his head. There's nothing to lose. Since I agreed to the deal you proposed, it means that I was tempted by the conditions you offered. Duan Lingtian continued to shake his head. No matter what, I still have to say, thank you. Lu Fenggu said stubbornly. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I promised to tell you the clues about the celestial fire I encountered all those years ago after you helped me kill Zhou Tong and avenge my direct disciple. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to repay you. Lu Fenggu mentioned the celestial fire that he had mentioned to Duan Lingtian before. This time, Duan Lingtian did not deny Lu Fenggu's words. His eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. 2 years ago, he had heard about the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. He knew the celestial fire was extraordinary. It was not as simple as a primitive celestial fire. Now, I'll tell you where I found the celestial fire. It's located in a remote area. Logically speaking, it's impossible for anyone to find it. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian before he added, "Naturally, we can't rule out the possibility that someone has discovered that place. You have to be mentally prepared so you won't be surprised when you discover it." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned the location of the celestial fire from Lu Fenggu. It was located in another direction of the county city of Nine Spectres County. If Duan Lingtian wanted to go there, he would have to return to the county city of Nine Spectres County first. "City Governor, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." After learning about the location of the celestial fire, Duan Lingtian did not want to stay in Bloody Spectre City any longer. He was eager to find the celestial fire. It was as though he was afraid someone would beat him to it. "All right." Lu Fenggu nodded. He could understand how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. However, before Duan Lingtian left, he still warned Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Chapter 2658. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Lu Fenggu's attitude toward him. Even the way Lu Fenggu addressed him had changed. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the reason for such a change. It must be because his current strength was on par with a great overarching golden celestial now. In Lu Fenggu's eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different from a great overarching golden celestial. "Duan Lingtian, why are you in such a hurry to go back? It's rare for you to come back. Aren't you going to stay for a few more days?" Qianyu asked Duan Lingtian curiously after they left Bloody Spectre City. He felt Duan Lingtian was in too much of a hurry. The martial competition of the 16 counties will be held in King Qin's mansion in a year's time. In the following year, I'd like to spend more time cultivating. Duan Lingtian did not mention the celestial fire to Qianyu. He simply made up an excuse and said he was in a hurry to return to the county city of Nine Spectres County to cultivate. Martial competition of the 16 counties? Qianyu was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he smiled wryly and said, "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. However, with your current strength, who's going to be a match for you in the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, one of the conditions to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties is that the participants can't be more than 100 years old. Let alone the entire King Qin's mansion. I don't think anyone under the age of 100 is a match for you in the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, right?" Qianyu said. He had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with his own eyes. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had not reached the level of a great overarching golden celestial, but his strength was on par with an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. Even Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, who was a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial, had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. In addition, Duan Lingtian also had a soul defense high-grade immortal artifact, which allowed him to be unafraid of the soul attack of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Because of this, it also meant that Duan Lingtian had a strength that was not weaker than a Golden Immortal, and it was enough to crush almost all the existences at the Golden Immortal level. Even in the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, they had never heard of such a thing before. Who could break through to the great overarching Golden Celestial stage before the age of 100? Nothing is absolute. After hearing Qianyu's words, Duan Lingtian realized the flaw in his excuse and quickly tried to remedy it. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. Until the end, who can be sure that there won't be someone who is better than me in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Once Duan Lingtian said those words, Qianyu immediately grew silent. Even so, he still felt that it was unlikely for such a person to exist. However, just as Duan Lingtian had said, he did not dare to be 100% certain until the end. There would not be anyone stronger than Duan Lingtian in the martial competition of the 16 counties. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu successfully returned to the county city of Nine Spectres County, after dealing with the two groups of people who tried to stop them. On the other hand, those two groups of ignorant people had become dead souls under Duan Lingtian's sword. Qin Yu, I still have some matters to attend to. You can return to the county governor's mansion first. After returning to the county city, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu could react, Duan Lingtian had already disappeared from Qin Yu's sight. Although Qin Yu did not know why Duan Lingtian left, he could tell that Duan Lingtian did not want him to follow him. Therefore, he tactfully returned to the county governor's mansion alone to cultivate in the stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss. Now that Zhou Fei is dead, his cultivation stone room is mine. After returning to the county governor's mansion, Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he thought about this. In the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei's stone chamber was second only to Duan Lingtian's. I heard that revered elder Zhou Tong died not long after Zhou Fei died. Is this true? Isn't revered elder Zhou Tong a great overarching golden celestial? Qin Yu heard a surprised voice on his way back to the latent dragon abyss after he entered the county governor's mansion. He turned around and saw 3 guards from the county governor's mansion whispering to each other as they walked side by side. It seems like the county governor's mansion already knows about Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's deaths. However, this is normal. After all, they must have stored soul pearls in the county governor's mansion. The county governor must have Zhou Tong's soul pearl as well. If Zhou Tong's soul pearl breaks, the county governor will know immediately. Qin Yu thought to himself. Revered elder Zhou Tong has died? Who did you hear this from? It seems like revered elder Zhou Tong has died. The 2 elders from the county governor's mansion accidentally leaked the news when they were talking. If revered elder Zhou Tong has really died, it means the person who killed him must be a great overarching golden celestial. There are only 2 great overarching golden celestials in the 9 Spectres County. Apart from revered elder Zhou Tong, there's only Lord County Governor. That person is definitely not from the 9 Spectres County. I just don't know why he killed revered elder Zhou Tong. The 3 guards from the county governor's mansion whispered to each other as they walked. Their voices gradually became softer as they walked further away from Qin Yu. Not from the 9 Spectres County? Qin Yu smiled faintly. If the 3 guards were to find out that revered elder Zhou Tong had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. In the main hall of the county governor's mansion. Lord County Governor, have you found out who killed revered elder Zhou Tong? Xianxia asked in a hushed voice as he looked at Yu, the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. The other elders standing next to Xianxia turned to look at Yu. They wanted to know if the county governor of the 9 Spectres County had found out who killed their number 1 revered elder Zhou Tong. No. Yu shook his head. Yu shook his head with a dark expression on his face. The person who killed revered elder Zhou Tong is clearly much stronger than him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to send a communication celestial talisman back. The only thing we're certain of is that revered elder Zhou Tong was killed not long after Zhou Fei's death. Even if they weren't killed by the same person, they must have been killed by the same group of people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Yu continued to speak. Xianxia and the other elders nodded in agreement upon hearing Yu's words. Indeed, it was impossible for it to be so coincidental. Zhou Tong's foster son had died not long ago, and his foster father had died as well. Their deaths must be closely related to each other. Lord County Governor. At this moment, one of the elders looked at Yu and said, We don't know when revered elder Zhou Tong left the county governor's mansion. However, I did find out that when Zhou Fei left the county governor's mansion, there were 2 people in the latent dragon abyss who had left the county governor's mansion before him. Who? Yu asked in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. The inner house elder continued. Yu laughed when he heard the elder's words. What? Are you trying to say that revered elder Zhou Tong and revered elder Zhou Fei's deaths have something to do with them? I'm not sure about that. I just think it's a coincidence. Coincidentally, Zhou Fei and Duan Lingtian had a feud. The elder continued to speak. Zhou Fei hated Duan Lingtian, but Elder Zhou Tong had already made up his mind to groom Duan Lingtian 1.5 years ago so that Duan Lingtian would shine in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion a year later. Even if Zhou Fei hated Duan Lingtian, he didn't have the strength or the courage to provoke Duan Lingtian. Tian Jiyu said nonchalantly. As for Qin Yu, although he came from Bloody Spectre City with Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between him and Zhou Fei. Moreover, with his strength, it's impossible for him to kill Zhou Fei. Tian Jiyu continued to speak. However, other than the two of them, I really don't know how to investigate this matter. The Inner Mansion elder smiled wryly. As he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed and he carefully asked, Lord Prefectural Governor, should we investigate them? It's useless to investigate them. There's no need for that. Tian Jiyu said as he shook his head. Naturally, the reason Tian Jiyu made such a decision was because Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian's only hope. Duan Lingtian was his hope of obtaining the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. He did not want to disturb Duan Lingtian because of this matter. Otherwise, even if he did not suspect Duan Lingtian had anything to do with Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's deaths, he would still investigate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was unaware that he had brushed past the county governor's estate's investigation into Zhou Fei and Zhou Tong's deaths. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. In his opinion, even if the county governor's estate investigated him, they would not be able to find anything. Since the Silverworm army in Bloody Spectre City was almost annihilated by Zhou Tong, the only people who could confirm his identity were Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards, and Qin Yu. He believed the three of them would not betray him. Moreover, even if the three of them betrayed him, they would not be able to provide any evidence to prove he was capable of killing Zhou Tong. Taking 10,000 steps back. Even if Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, could confirm he was the one who killed Zhou Tong, Tian Jiyu would not make things difficult for him before the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion ended. As for whether Tian Jiyu would still be able to make things difficult for him after the martial competition of the 16 counties ended, that was another matter. In the opposite direction of 9 Spectres County's Bloody Spectre City, there was a vast mountain range about 100,000 miles away from the Bloody Spectre City. Standing in the air above the mountain range, one could only see towering mountains and precipitous ridges. If City Governor Lu didn't tell me the exact location of the celestial fire, even if I knew it was here, with my current divine consciousness, I wouldn't be able to find it even if I searched for dozens or hundreds of years, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 2659. With Governor Lu's reminder, it won't be difficult for me to locate the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked in a certain direction. At the same time, an excited expression flashed across the depths of his eyes, appearing exceptionally conspicuous. It's over there. Duan Lingtian followed the direction Lu Fenggu had told him and arrived at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air and circled around the foot of the mountain. Finally, he stopped at the east side of the mountain. The concealment formation set up by Governor Lu is still here. This means no one has come here since he discovered this place. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he extended his divine consciousness and looked at the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his body moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew toward the dense forest that his eyes were locked on. When his body came into contact with the dense forest, he was not obstructed at all. In fact, it was as though he knew how to pass through walls. He passed through the dense forest without leaving any traces behind. It was as though the dense forest had swallowed him whole. The dense forest was still the same. From the outside, one would not be able to see any changes. The dense forest was created by the concealment formation Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had left behind. Duan Lingtian, who had seen through the concealment formation, could pass through it as though he was walking through air. After passing through the dense forest that was transformed from the concealment formation, Duan Lingtian entered a cave at the foot of the mountain. Everything that entered his eyes was pitch black, and the place he stepped on was filled with potholes. There were also many puddles with a foul stench. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian circulated his celestial origin energy, he seemed to have transformed into a dazzling sun that illuminated the entire cave. Bang! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, A palm seal formed from his celestial origin energy shot out and landed on the wall of the cave. Boom! Boom! Rumble! When Duan Ling Tian's palm landed on one side of the cave wall, the wall suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep passageway that led to an unknown destination. It was like a mysterious giant beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for food to come to it. According to City Governor Lu, this passage leads to the depths of the ground. I can see the celestial fire in the depths of the ground. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he entered the passage. Immediately, the originally pitch-black passageway became brighter. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like an extra-large luminous pearl that could illuminate the darkness. Duan Lingtian did not encounter any obstacles as he walked along the passage. After all, the celestial fire was not placed there by someone. Therefore, there were no tests left behind. Duan Lingtian walked down the passage. After about half an hour, he finally arrived at the end of the passage. We're here. Looking at the dusky light at the end of the tunnel, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. They were like two bright stars in the night sky. Incomparably gorgeous. Duan Lingtian had heard from the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, that the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City had told him about the Blood Spectre City. The immortal fire here was gray in color. As for whether it was a celestial fire that could be used to refine pills or forge weapons, he was not sure. Bang! Seeing the gray flames at the end of the tunnel and realizing that he had arrived at his destination, Duan Lingtian suddenly exerted force in his legs and stomped on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the tunnel under his feet. After leaving the passage, Duan Lingtian found himself in a huge cave. In this spacious cavern, there were all sorts of crushed stones suspended in the air by a mysterious force. Moreover, these crushed stones were of different sizes. The small ones were only the size of a grain of rice, while the big ones were the size of a bed. The crushed stones that were the size of a grain of rice were more like a grain of sand. Sand and stones were flying everywhere. This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as soon as he entered the cavern. This place was like a world of flying sand and stones. That's a celestial fire? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze pierced through the flying sand and stones in the cavern and landed on a ball of gray flame that was suspended in the air in the middle of the cavern. As soon as his gaze landed on it, it was difficult for him to look away. This was Duan Lingtian's first time seeing a flame of this color. The gray flame hovered in the air like the core of the entire cave. The sand and rocks in the cave also revolved around it, forming a cycle that could be followed. Moreover, at this moment, when Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the gray flame, it was as though his gaze had sunk into a quagmire. There seemed to be an inexplicable attraction on the gray flame that caused Duan Lingtian's consciousness to sink into it, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. It was not until the defective metal piece beside Duan Lingtian's soul shone brightly and shrouded his soul that he finally regained his senses in shock. His gaze also left the gray flame. This celestial fire is really strange. After he shifted his gaze away from the gray flame, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. Earlier, if the defective metal piece on the side of his soul had not shone brightly, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Perhaps he would never be able to extricate himself from the gray flame. Before I came here, I didn't hear from City Governor Lu that the celestial fire can trap one's consciousness. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was precisely because Lu Fenggu had not mentioned this to him that he was caught off guard when he looked at the celestial fire. As a result, he was unable to extricate himself from it. I don't think City Governor Lu knew this would happen. Perhaps it's because my soul isn't strong enough that I'm in danger of being trapped in the celestial fire. After all, my soul is only at the level of a yellow sun golden celestial, far from City Governor Lu's level when he first discovered the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian trusted Lu Fenggu's character. For this reason, he did not suspect Lu Fenggu had intentionally concealed this matter from him. Instead, he guessed it had something to do with his soul. In fact, Duan Lingtian was right. Indeed, the reason he was in such a predicament was because his soul was too weak. According to City Governor Lu, if one tries to get close to the celestial fire, they'll definitely be attacked by the sand and rocks in the cave. At that time, City Governor Lu had no choice but to return empty-handed because he couldn't break through the sand and rocks. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on the sand and rocks that surrounded the gray celestial fire. The sand and pebbles circled the celestial fire in an orderly manner, forming a cycle that could be followed. It was like a guardian deity that was guarding the celestial fire dutifully. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold without any warning. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. With just a thought, he activated the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, and formed a dazzling 7-colored sword formation. As soon as the 7-colored sword formation appeared, it shrouded Duan Lingtian and brought him toward the gray celestial fire at an extremely fast speed. With the celestial fire in front of him, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. He used all his strength to obtain the celestial fire. Before he left Bloody Spectre City, he had asked Lu Fenggu about the method to obtain the celestial fire. For this reason, Lu Fenggu had given him a memory celestial talisman that contained information about the method to obtain the celestial fire. In order to obtain the celestial fire, apart from suppressing it with one's attacks, one must also communicate with it with one's divine consciousness. When the celestial fire is completely suppressed, one must communicate with it using one's divine consciousness to tame it. After all, it doesn't have complete intelligence. It's still unenlightened. When Duan Lingtian controlled the 7-color sword formation, he seemed to have transformed into a ghost as he charged toward the gray flame. This was the celestial fire that Duan Lingtian had come for. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Duan Lingtian charged toward the gray celestial fire with the 7-colored sword formation, the sand and pebbles that were circling the 7-colored sword formation suddenly became restless. The sand that filled the sky bore the brunt of the impact. It was as though it had transformed into a sandstorm that swept towards Duan Lingtian. The sandstorm obstructed Duan Lingtian's vision. All he could see was the sand and pebbles. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense a powerful attack coming from the sandstorm. It was so powerful that it was comparable to Zhou Tong, the former first revered elder of the county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County, when he unleashed his full strength. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Duan Lingtian was being attacked by the sandstorm, a deafening sound rang in the air. Initially, Duan Lingtian could only hear the sound. However, after a while, he could clearly see the sandstorm. In the sandstorm in front of him, he could vaguely see pieces of rocks, big and small, like meteorites falling from space, whizzing toward him together with the sandstorm. Their speed was even faster than the sandstorm. This attack is even more powerful than Zhou Tong's attack. Chapter 2660. Boom, 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, the 7-colored sword ray that was flying with Duan Lingtian was the first to collide with a pile of meteorite-like rocks that were flying toward them. The commotion was so great that it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Boom. Rumble. Waves of rolling airwaves accompanied by powerful shock waves swept out and slammed into the surroundings of the cave, causing the entire cave to shake as if a violent earthquake had occurred. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was shrouded by the 7-colored sword ray, was also shaken to the point his body trembled violently. He felt his internal organs churning as a sweet taste rose from the depths of his throat. Barf! Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently a few more times before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood splattered across the sky. It was dazzling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when Duan Lingtian felt the vital energy and blood in his body churning and was about to spit out another mouthful of blood, the force of the sandstorm that was formed from the flying sand that filled the sky had arrived as well. It merged with the force of the rocks and whistled over once again. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of earth-shattering noises reverberated in the air. This time, the 7-colored sword formation around Duan Lingtian's body dimmed from the impact. Moreover, the sword formation's radiance dimmed even more as the two forces continued to collide with each other. Bang, 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 bang. As the sword array dimmed, Duan Lingtian's body was hit again and again. It was as though he had turned into a drum that was constantly being beaten. Barf, barf. Blood gushed out of Duan Lingtian's mouth as though it was free. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body that was supporting the 7-colored sword formation was being depleted at an alarming rate. However, despite the rapid depletion of his celestial origin energy, the two forces that were attacking him were even more powerful. They continued to break down Duan Lingtian's defenses. Based on the situation, it would not take long before the forces completely destroyed Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword array and landed on Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. After all, Duan Lingtian's injuries were worsening. In the end, his consciousness began to blur. He could only rely on his steel-like will to maintain his consciousness as he numbly mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body that was dwindling. Although Duan Lingtian had been using the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to rapidly absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings and convert it into celestial origin energy, he could not keep up with the celestial origin energy at all. Don't tell me. Duan Lingtian, am going to die here today? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with despair. At the same time, he felt completely disheartened. After all, even if he had unleashed his full strength and used the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he still could not block the 2 forces that were attacking him. The combined force of the 2 forces was so powerful that it was beyond what he could endure. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have been so careless. According to City Governor Liu, he was trying to slowly obtain the celestial fire when he was in the cavern. During that process, the blows he received became greater and greater. In the end, he felt that he was powerless, so he chose to give up. A bitter expression could be seen on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about this. Lu Fenggu had clearly told him this before, but he did not pay much attention to it. He only wanted to use his full strength to resist the power protecting the celestial fire and obtain it as soon as possible. Now, he realized he had been careless. The price of carelessness was death. Moreover, he was getting closer and closer to death. What kind of celestial fire is this? If it's just a low-grade celestial fire, no matter how rare and special it is, with my current strength, it's easy for me to obtain it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized the gray flame was not as simple as it seemed. He was certain that it was not just a primitive celestial fire. It was impossible for the gray flame to be a primitive celestial fire. The force protecting the primitive celestial fire was not strong enough to force him to such a state. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian, will have to pay for my carelessness and die here today? When the last bit of celestial origin energy in his body was depleted, Duan Lingtian felt a destructive force surging toward him. Despair and regret filled his heart. He regretted his carelessness. If God gave him a second chance, he would be as careful as Lu Fenggu had been in the past. Duan Lingtian, although you're not any weaker than an ordinary great overarching golden celestial, I hope you'll know your limits when you reach that place. If you can't, you can wait until you've become stronger before you try to obtain the celestial fire. He still remembered Lu Fenggu's words before he left Bloody Spectre City. However, he did not take it to heart at that time. He thought it would be easy for him to obtain the celestial fire since he possessed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial and could even defeat Zhou Tong, the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate. He did not expect he would fail miserably at such a crucial moment. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as the force of the flying sand and pebbles shrouded Duan Lingtian's body like a flash flood. He did not even have time to think before he lost consciousness. At the instant Duan Lingtian lost consciousness, the force of the flying sand and pebbles destroyed his robe before it landed on his naked body. It was as though it was going to blast him into pieces. At this critical juncture, Lin Fan's eyes widened. Whoosh! A faint mystic light rose from Duan Lingtian's body. The force of the flying sand and pebbles seemed to have encountered an indestructible barrier and gradually dissipated. In the end, the force of the flying sand and pebbles dissipated. Duan Lingtian, who was completely naked and unconscious, should have fallen to the ground. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was shrouded in a mysterious mystic light, stood there with his eyes closed. He turned his body slightly to face the gray flame hovering in the middle of the cave. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air could be heard as a piece of metal that seemed to be badly damaged appeared above Duan Lingtian, who was still standing with the support of the profound light that was shrouding him. A layer of mystic light shone from the incomplete piece of metal. It was similar to the mystic light that rose from Duan Lingtian's body when he was unconscious. Clearly, Duan Lingtian's current condition had something to do with the incomplete piece of metal. If Duan Lingtian was still awake and saw this scene, he would surely go pale with fright. Wasn't this incomplete piece of metal the one that had been guarding his soul ever since he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? He had brought the incomplete piece of metal from the mundane realm. Its origin was mysterious. Moreover, it was a fusion of two items. One of them was the jade token given to him by Xianxia, Ker's third uncle from the Divine Offering Land. The other item was the strange stone he had found near his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town, on Cloud Continent. Chaos Divine Flame. I didn't expect to meet an old friend like you here. A loud and vigorous voice suddenly resounded in the cave. It seemed to come from all directions like a sudden clap of thunder. When the voice resonated in the air, the profound light on the defective metal piece above the unconscious Duanling Tian's head began to shine brighter and brighter. When the loud and energetic voice finally stopped, the mystic light finally returned to normal. Profound divine metal. As an old voice resonated in the air, the gray flame that was hovering in the middle of the cavern suddenly soared. The gray flame illuminated the entire cavern, causing Duanling Tian's figure to appear indistinctly. This was because Duanling Tian was currently unconscious. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. This was because the two voices that suddenly resounded in the cave came from the incomplete metal piece and the ball of gray flames. It seemed like the two of them were communicating with words. Moreover, it's a profound divine metal in its second form. Is this young man your host? The gray flame, which was called the Primal Chaos Divine Flame, by the incomplete metal piece, soared. The old and aged voice that had sounded earlier also sounded once again. The voice filled the entire cave. That's right. The broken metal piece known as the Profound Divine Gold radiated with a raging light. The loud and energetic voice that had sounded before rang out once again. If both of us didn't enter our second form, we wouldn't have been able to awaken and communicate with each other. What do you think? Are you interested in serving the same master as me? The profound divine metal asked again. Its voice was filled with temptation. Without waiting for the Chaos Divine Flame's reply, Duanling Tian continued to say, if I'm not mistaken, before you transformed into your second form, you must have found a host as well. However, that host was unable to withstand your second form, and his body was incinerated by you. That's right. The Chaos Divine Flame sighed. Ordinary celestials can't control my second form. Even your host's body can't do it. His current body isn't strong enough to control you in your second form. However, don't forget he still has me. The profound divine metal said. My consciousness can't be awakened for too long. It's up to you. If you're willing to serve the same master as me, I'll use my body to contain and restrain you so you won't burn his body to ashes. The profound divine metal continued to speak with a hint of urgency in its voice. Chapter 2661. Upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, the Chaos Divine Flame fell silent for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, your consciousness won't be awakened for long. Are you going to stay here and wait for the next host to appear? The profound divine metal continued to speak. Let's not talk about how long you'll have to wait for the next suitable host. Even if you manage to wait until the next host arrives, are you sure you won't be devoured and assimilated by the other hosts of the Chaos Divine Flame? Once you are devoured and assimilated, your consciousness will be replaced by the consciousness of the other primal Chaos Divine Flames. You might even be annihilated completely. Is that what you want to see? I know the Chaos Divine Flame is arrogant and doesn't want to serve the same host as the other 5 divine elements. However, is the profound divine metal not arrogant as well? If I'm not worried I'll be devoured and assimilated by the other profound divine metal hosts, do you think I'll persuade you to serve the same host as me? As long as the two of us serve the same host, we won't have to worry about being devoured and assimilated by the third form profound divine metal or the third form Chaos Divine Flame hosts. In fact, we can easily devour and assimilate the second form profound divine metal and the second form Chaos Divine Flame. The profound divine metal's voice grew softer and softer as it spoke. Think about it yourself. My consciousness is about to fall asleep. The profound divine metal's voice grew softer and softer before it finally disappeared. After that, the profound divine metal that was hovering above Duanling Tian's head dimmed before it turned into a streak of light and entered Duanling Tian's body. In the next moment, the profound divine metal that was hovering above Duanling Tian's body gradually faded away. Bang! After the profound divine metal withdrew its profound divine metal, Duanling Tian, who was unconscious, fell to the ground with a dull thud. After Duanling Tian fell to the ground, The gray flame that was hovering in the middle of the cavern rose and rose a few times before it let out a long sigh. Forget it. It has a point. As soon as the old voice fell, the gray flame in the middle of the cavern turned into a streak of gray lightning and shot toward Duan Lingtian, who was unconscious on the ground before it merged with Duan Lingtian's body. For a time, Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the cavern. As for the sand and pebbles in the cave, they disappeared as soon as the gray flame, the chaos divine flame, entered Duan Lingtian's body. It was as though they were never there in the first place. The cavern was silent. Time passed. About a day and a night later, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to have fallen asleep, finally stirred. Ugh! In his half-asleep state, Duan Lingtian regained his consciousness. Although it was a little blurry, he could not help but feel excited. I'm not dead? I'm not dead? However, when he opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings, his expression changed. So, I'm dreaming. A bitter smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when his expression changed. His heart was filled with disappointment. The reason he felt like he was dreaming was because when he woke up, apart from the fact that he was still in the cavern, he also noticed that the sand and pebbles in the cavern had disappeared. In particular, the gray flame was nowhere to be seen. He could clearly remember. Before he lost consciousness, he could not resist the power of the sand and pebbles no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he was shrouded by the power of the sand and pebbles. As for what happened after that, he couldn't remember. However, he felt like he was going to die at that time. Now that he had regained consciousness and thought he was still alive, he realized the gray flame was gone. The sand and pebbles were gone as well. What did this mean? Other than that he was dreaming, it did not seem to mean anything else. Just when Duan Lingtian thought he was dreaming and felt a little disappointed, he suddenly sensed something. His heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. This was because he could clearly feel that his soul was burning. His soul suddenly felt like it was being burned, as if it was being refined by flames. When Duan Lingtian looked inside his body, he could not help but be stunned. He could clearly see that, on the side of his soul, wisps of gray flames were constantly emitting from the dimly lit defective metal piece. Although the flames were small, they contained a destructive aura that seemed to be able to burn and destroy everything. In addition, the wisps of gray flames that emerged from the incomplete metal piece and the aura that was inadvertently revealed by the flames gave him a very familiar feeling. This aura, isn't it from the gray celestial fire from before? While Duan Lingtian's emotions surged, he could not help but gasp. At this moment, he was 100% certain. The gray flame that was emitting from the defective metal piece that was hovering on the side of his soul was no different from the celestial fire he wanted to obtain before he fainted. The ball of flame in this cave is gone. And now, the same flame has emerged from this damaged piece of metal on the side of my soul. Is this not a dream? Am I really not dead? But, if I didn't die, why would that ball of flame be in that defective piece of metal? Duan Lingtian had too many questions in his heart. In his bewilderment, Duan Lingtian extended his hand towards his cheek. Although the distance between Duan Lingtian's hand and his cheek was very close, at this moment, it seemed very far away to Duan Lingtian. His hand trembled as it moved closer to his cheek. 10 breaths had passed, but he still had not touched his cheek. If someone were to look at Duan Lingtian's hand, they would be able to see that his hand was trembling. Duan Lingtian's hand was trembling, and it was trembling violently. If this isn't a dream, then everyone's happy. However, if this is a dream, then, am I really dead? At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not dare to face the truth. He was worried he was really dreaming. Gasp! In the end, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his trembling hand suddenly tensed up. He directly extended his hand to the side of his cheek and pinched it. Duan Lingtian's expression tensed up as a hint of nervousness appeared in his eyes when he felt the pain on his face. He raised an eyebrow as a smile of joy appeared on his face. It was as though he had just survived a calamity. The pain on his face seemed to be telling him that he was not dreaming. He wasn't dreaming. This isn't a dream. I'm not dreaming. I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. After confirming he was not dead, Duan Lingtian was as excited as a child. The word ecstatic was not enough to describe how he felt at this moment. This feeling of surviving a calamity made him feel as if he had been reborn once again. Approximately 15 minutes later, Duan Tian's excited mood gradually calmed down. I thought I was going to die and lost consciousness. When I woke up, the celestial fire appeared in the defective metal piece on the side of my soul. The celestial fire that was protecting the celestial fire had also disappeared. I'm certain I didn't take the celestial fire. At that time, it was difficult for me to even protect myself, let alone take the celestial fire. However, I'm not dead. The celestial fire is indeed in the defective metal piece. After calming down, Duan Tian became unusually calm. After a while, he came to a conclusion. The defective metal piece had something to do with his survival and the appearance of the celestial fire in his body. What's this defective metal piece? Although Duan Tian knew the defective metal piece on the side of his soul that could be used as a soul defense celestial weapon was not ordinary, he did not know what it was or what it could be used for apart from protecting his soul. And today, he discovered the use of this defective piece of iron. It could be used to take the celestial fire. Furthermore, in the process of collecting the immortal fire, it seemed to be able to protect him and save his life when the power of the immortal fire was about to kill him. You. What are you? Unknowingly, Duan Tian's attention was completely concentrated on the defective metal piece. The damaged metal piece had once again displayed its mysteries before him. The defective metal piece is the result of the fusion of that strange stone and the jade token given to me by Conqueror's third uncle, Xianxia, a powerhouse from the divine offering land. I brought it from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. After I brought it to the Devata realm, it stayed by my soul to protect my soul. Back then, when Xianxia gave me that jade slip, he only said that the jade slip was very extraordinary. As for its origin, he didn't know. The strangest thing is that after I brought the jade token to my hometown in the mundane realm, the mortal continent's cloud continent, it actually guided me to Fresh Breeze Town, the place where I reincarnated into this life. I found that strange stone near Fresh Breeze Town. Then the strange stone merged with the jade token given to me by Xianxia, and turned into this mysterious defective metal piece. What's the origin of the jade token given to me by Xianxia? And that stone, why is it near Fresh Breeze Town? Is it a coincidence? If it's a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence, right? Duan Tian discovered the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. His confusion seemed endless. Chapter 2662. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. At the very least, based on the current situation, the defective metal piece is beneficial to me. If it wasn't for it, I might have been dead. Duan Tian thought about it for a long time until his head was about to explode. However, he still could not figure it out. Therefore, he decided to stop thinking about it. No matter what, based on the current situation, the defective metal piece was a good thing, not a bad thing. However, although the celestial fire appeared in the defective metal piece, I don't know if I can use it. After Duan Tian shifted his attention away from the defective metal piece, he shifted his attention to the gray flame on the defective metal piece. At this moment, he only thought it was a celestial fire used to refine weapons or pills. After taking another deep breath, Duan Tian tried to use the gray flame on the defective metal piece according to the method of using the celestial fire that the celestial talisman had taught him. However, he discovered that he had successfully extracted a portion of the gray flame. Why is there only a portion? Duan Tian tried his best to use the gray flame on the defective metal piece. However, after a few tries, he could only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. He could use the celestial fire technique freely. As for the remaining gray flames, he could not use them at all. What's going on? Duan Tian was puzzled. After trying for another half an hour, Duan Tian realized he could only use a small portion of the gray flame on the defective metal piece. He finally gave up. I wonder if this small portion of gray flame that I've extracted can be used to refine pills or refine weapons. For the time being, I can't tell if the characteristics of this gray flame are suitable for refining pills or forging weapons. With all these questions in mind, Duan Tian left the cave and reappeared at the foot of the mountain along the path he came from. Let's return to the county city first. Duan Tian's first thought was to return to the county city of Nine Spectres County to search for the medicinal herbs needed to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. He wanted to see if he could successfully refine the spirit-nourishing pill with the gray flame. The spirit-nourishing pill was an ordinary primitive celestial pill, and its recipe was widely available. Anyone who wanted the recipe could easily obtain it. As for the herbs needed to refine the spirit-nourishing pill, they were only ordinary herbs. Naturally, the ordinary medicinal herbs in the Devata realms were the ordinary medicinal herbs in the Devata realms. The mundane realms might not necessarily have ordinary medicinal herbs in the Devata realms. I'll have to stay here for another year. When Duanling Tian returned to the county city of the Nine Spectres County, he looked around in a daze. The martial competition of the 16 counties to King Qin's King Qin. Before that, he would go to King Qin's mansion with the other golden celestials under the age of 100 who had been recruited by the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, once he arrived at King Qin's mansion, he did not plan to return. Whether it was the cultivation environment or the cultivation resources, the Nine Spectres County could not compare to King Qin's mansion. He would be able to raise his cultivation base at a much faster rate in King Qin's mansion. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to obtain higher-grade cultivation methods such as profound-grade cultivation methods. I should look for a medicinal herb shop and buy some herbs first. Duanling Tian recalled the time he had spent with Qin Yu in the county city of Nine Spectres County. He arrived at a relatively large medicinal herb shop in the county city of Nine Spectres County and walked in. "Sir, how may I help you?" Duanling Tian had only just walked in when an attendant came over to greet him, and he respectfully led Duanling Tian in. "Give me a batch of herbs needed to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill." Duanling Tian glanced at the attendant and said indifferently, "How many herbs do you want?" The manservant's eyes suddenly lit up. Usually, people who came to buy medicinal herbs would simply buy a certain type of medicinal herb or some other type of medicinal herb. They would use the most primitive method to absorb the medicinal efficacy of that medicinal herb or those medicinal herbs. People who came to the county city of Nine Spectres County to buy herbs were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. After all, only celestial alchemists were capable of refining pills. In the entire Nine Spectres County, let alone the county city of Nine Spectres County, the only celestial alchemists who were known to be primitive celestial alchemists were the county governor's mansion and one of the clans in the county city. There were 2 primitive celestial alchemists in the county governor's mansion. The other clan had 1 primitive celestial alchemist. At this moment, the attendant was certain the purple-clad young man before him was from the latter's clan. After all, if the primitive celestial alchemists in the county governor's mansion needed herbs, all they had to do was send someone from the county governor's mansion to the county governor's mansion. There was no need for the primitive celestial alchemists to make a trip to the county governor's mansion. "I'll take as many as you have." Faced with the attendant's question, Duanling Tian frowned slightly before he finally said this. After all, this was his first time refining pills since he came to the Devata realms. Moreover, he did not know if the gray flame he could control would be enough for him to successfully refine pills. It was better to prepare as many herbs as he could. With his current wealth, it would not be difficult for him to buy all the herbs he needed to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Gasp! The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the attendant standing in front of him could not help but gasp in shock. Then he asked Duanling Tian in shock, "Sir, is what you said true?" Although the store was not the largest store in the county city of Nine Spectres County, it was not small either. Moreover, the ingredients required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, were not something ordinary people could afford. "Of course I'm serious. Go and prepare the herbs," Duanling Tian said impatiently when he heard the attendant's question. "Humph! How arrogant!" Just when the attendant saw that Duanling Tian was getting impatient and was about to get the medicinal materials, a cold snort accompanied by a sneer sounded from outside the medicine store. It was getting closer and closer. A young man with a medium build dressed in brocade robes walked into the county city of Nine Spectres County slowly. Behind the young man in embroidered clothes was an expressionless old man. "Young Master Lu." The attendant's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the newcomer. Apart from the county governor's estate, Lu Zwilin was the only son of the current clan leader of the Lu clan in Nine Spectres County, who had a primitive celestial alchemist. Lu Zwilin was one of the few prominent clans in Nine Spectres County. "I want 10 sets of herbs to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill," Lu Zwilin said indifferently. He did not even look at Duanling Tian from the beginning until the end as he looked at the page boy. Young Master Lu. Upon hearing Lu Zuolin's words, the attendant smiled wryly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The herbs to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, have been bought by this customer. He must be from the Lu clan as well, right? Up until now, the attendant still thought Duan Lingtian was from the Lu clan. After all, apart from the county governor's estate, the Lu clan was the only clan in Nine Spectres County that had a primitive celestial alchemist. You! How dare you pretend to be from the Lu clan? As soon as the attendant finished speaking, Lu Zuolin looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as though he had transformed into a venomous snake that would pounce on Duan Lingtian at any moment. The Lu clan. Duan Lingtian was puzzled by Lu Zuolin's words. He said indifferently, "I'm sorry. I've never heard of it." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian ignored the anger in Lu Zuolin's eyes as he looked at the attendant and said impatiently, "Why aren't you going to prepare the herbs? If you're not going to prepare the herbs, I'll go to another shop." You're not the only shop in the county city of Nine Spectres County that has the herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill. At this moment, if the attendant still could not tell the purple-clad young man was not from the Lu clan, he might as well bang his head against a wall and commit suicide. "I'm sorry, customer. I'll go right away," the attendant replied to Duan Lingtian as he looked at Lu Zuolin and said apologetically, "Young Master Lu, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. This customer didn't say he's from the Lu clan. I thought he was from the Lu clan when I saw he wanted to buy the herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill." After he finished speaking, the attendant hurriedly went to the warehouse at the back of the shop to prepare the herbs that Duan Lingtian had requested. "Young Master Lu, I'm sorry. The herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill in our shop have already been reserved by this customer. Please look elsewhere." The attendant left these words before he entered the warehouse at the back of the shop. In the attendant's opinion, Lu Zuolin's status was extraordinary. However, their shop was backed by a powerful family that was on par with the Lu clan in Nine Spectres County. Hence, they were not afraid of the Lu clan. To him, making money was the most important thing. Lu Zuolin only wanted 10 sets of herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian wanted all the herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill in his shop. There were more than 300 sets of herbs to refine the spirit-nourishing pill in his shop. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had come first. Lu Zuolin had his own choice of business. Swoosh. Lu Zuolin's expression darkened when he heard the attendant's words. Although the attendant was like an aunt to him, the attendant was still a shop owner. However, the manservant was still a staff member of this medicinal herb store, and the backer of this medicinal herb store was not someone he could easily provoke. For this reason, as long as the attendant did not intentionally offend him, he would not dare to do anything to him. After all, one had to look at the owner before beating the dog. "Brat, you said you've never heard of the Lu clan?" Chapter 2663. From the moment Lu Zuolin entered, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him briefly before he stopped looking at him. Even when Lu Zuolin used the Lu clan to threaten him, he still turned a deaf ear to him. Although Duan Lingtian had not met the Lu clan in the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had heard about it. It was one of the most powerful clans in the county city of Nine Spectres County. It was on par with the Jiang clan, the clan that supported Xianxia. In fact, due to Xianxia, the Zheng clan was even more powerful than the Lu clan. Let alone the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the Zheng clan at all. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Lu Zuolin, who thought he could do whatever he wanted with the Lu clan behind him, was like a clown who was not worth mentioning at all. For this reason, he did not even bother to look at Lu Zuolin. "You! How dare you ignore me?" Lu Zuolin was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. Celestial origin energy began to surge out of his body. Lu Zuolin could no longer hold himself back and was about to attack Duan Lingtian. "May I know who you are?" The expressionless old man behind Lu Zuolin stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Zuolin, preventing Lu Zuolin from making a move. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. At this moment, the expression on the old man's face finally changed. His expression was slightly solemn. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. Although he did not know much about the purple-clad young man, since the purple-clad young man was here to buy the herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, it meant the purple-clad young man was supported by at least one primitive celestial alchemist. In fact, the purple-clad young man might even be a celestial alchemist himself. Naturally, the old man felt the purple-clad young man was supported by a celestial alchemist. Based on the aura the purple-clad young man was emitting with his divine consciousness, he was certain the purple-clad young man was not more than 100 years old. He had never heard of anyone becoming a celestial alchemist before the age of 100. He had never heard of a primitive celestial alchemist who was younger than 100 years old. He would believe it if someone under the age of 100 was able to obtain the celestial fire. However, if one wanted to successfully refine medicinal pills and become a celestial alchemist, it would take a long time to settle down, even though it was not difficult after obtaining the celestial fire. After all, alchemy techniques and alchemy experience took a long time to become proficient and accumulate. Of course, he also knew in his heart, although he had never heard of a primitive celestial alchemist younger than 100 years old, it did not mean there were no primitive celestial alchemists younger than 100 years old. All he knew was that there were no inferior alchemists under the age of 100 in the Duke of Qin's manor. Someone you can't afford to offend. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the old man and said. When Lu Zuolin was about to make a move, Duan Lingtian had sensed Lu Zuolin's killing intent. He did not expect Lu Zuolin would be stopped by the old man before he could make a move. Duan Lingtian was rather surprised by this. For this reason, he did not hesitate to answer the old man's question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he ignored the old man's grave expression and shifted his gaze to the inside of the medicinal herb shop. Over there, the attendant had just come out with a spatial ring. Dear customer, the medicinal herbs you requested are inside. There are 373 sets of medicinal herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit condensing pill. In our shop, one set of ingredients for the spirit accumulation pill is usually sold for one high-grade immortal stone. Since you've bought so many at once, we'll charge you 370 prominent celestial stones. The attendant looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully as he spoke. Ever since he found out the purple-clad young man was not from the Lu clan, he knew the celestial alchemist behind the purple-clad young man was not one of the 3 primitive celestial alchemists from the Lu clan and the county governor's estate. Celestial alchemists from outside the county city of Nine Spectres County were either traveling or had business in the county. Regardless of the reason, Lu Zuolin's clan could not afford to offend such a person. 370 prominent celestial stones. Are you able to afford it? Lu Zuolin looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He's someone you can't afford to offend. It was as though he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to afford so many prominent celestial stones. 370 prominent celestial stones. That was not a small number. Even in the Lu clan, apart from a few high-ranking officials, not many people could afford to pay so many prominent celestial stones. Here are 400 prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and handed a spatial ring to the attendant. Then, he said indifferently, keep the remaining prominent celestial stones for yourself. I'm very satisfied with your hospitality. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he inadvertently glanced at Lu Zuolin and the old man standing in front of him. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The moment the manservant heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened as he took the spatial ring. This was his first time encountering such a generous guest. That was 30 prominent celestial stones. That's right. After confirming the number of prominent celestial stones in the spatial ring, the attendant handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he glanced inside and nodded. Do you know where I can buy a cauldron used to refine pills? After keeping the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian asked the attendant. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the attendant, Lu Zuolin, and the old man standing next to Lu Zuolin could not help but twitch their mouths. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it seemed like he was going to buy a cauldron? Sir, you're not planning to refine pills yourself, right? The attendant looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief before he added, or is it because the celestial alchemist behind you doesn't have a cauldron with him? Do you want to buy one for him? I'll refine pills myself. Duan Lingtian said, just tell me if you know where I can find a cauldron. If you don't, I'll look for one myself. I know. Faced with this generous customer who had given him 30 prominent celestial stones as a tip, the attendant naturally told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about the places that sold cauldrons. Apart from that, He also told Duan Ling Tian about the place closest to his store that sold cauldrons. Thank you. After finding out where to buy cauldrons, Duan Ling Tian greeted the attendant and left the medicinal material store. Humph. After Duan Ling Tian left, Lu Zuolin glanced at the attendant coldly before he left the store with the old man. Uncle Li, why don't we do something? Although this fellow has a lot of prominent celestial stones, he doesn't seem old. He isn't that old, which means that his cultivation base isn't that high. Lu Zuolin's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the old man standing next to him. He's not even 100 years old. The old man replied. Not even 100 years old? Although Lu Zuolin could sense Duan Lingtian's young age, he could not confirm the Duan Lingtian's exact age. Now that he heard the old man saying Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, he became excited. Young master, although he's not even 100 years old, based on the 400 prominent celestial stones he casually took out, it's obvious he has an extraordinary background. Moreover, based on his aura, it's obvious he's not an ordinary person. The old man said hesitantly, won't it be too risky for us to make a move on him? Although the old man had followed Lu Zuolin to do this kind of business many times in the past, he was not confident. But this time, he felt unsure of himself. The purple-clad young man gave him a feeling that he was not to be trifled with. Don't worry. Lu Zuolin gave the old man a reassuring look. Don't forget, we've never failed before. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian passed through the main roads and headed towards the store that sold cauldrons that the attendant in the medicinal material store told him about. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as though he had sensed something. His eyes narrowed into slits as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. They're following me. What are they trying to do? Duan Ling Tian, who originally intended to speed up, did not speed up. Instead, he walked into a small alley. Swoosh. Swoosh. Almost at the same time as Duan Ling Tian entered the small alley, two figures appeared one after another by his side. They stared at him fiercely like a tiger watching its prey. They were none other than Lu Zuolin and the old man next to him. What are you trying to do? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. He did not even look at Lu Zuolin and the old man when they appeared before him. Brat, you're unlucky to have met me today. Lu Zuolin's expression darkened when he saw Duan Ling Tian was still so calm. He said viciously, although I don't know where the celestial alchemist behind you came from, don't even think about leaving this place today. What? You want to keep me here? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Not only do we want to keep you here, but we also want to kill you. If there's a next life, remember this. Don't show off your wealth. Lu Zuolin sneered. As soon as Lu Zuolin finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he shouted, Uncle Li, do it! Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as soon as Lu Zuolin's voice rang in the air. It was the old man standing behind Duan Ling Tian. As his body moved, he made his move at lightning speed. After an earth-shattering explosion, the palm prints that covered the sky and covered the earth were like black clouds pressing down on a city. They covered the sky and covered the sun as they enveloped Duan Ling Tian. Humph! Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw the old man had made his move. Swoosh! 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 Chapter 2664. Boom! 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 The palm prints that covered the sky swept toward Duan Ling Tian and enveloped him. Almost at the same time as the sword rays whistled out of Duan Ling Tian's body, the palm prints landed on Duan Ling Tian and collided with the sword rays that whistled out of Duan Ling Tian's body. Bang! 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 A series of earth-shattering loud noises reverberated in the air. Rolling airwaves swept out in all directions like the raging waves of the sea. It was as though beasts had awakened from their slumber and were pouncing on their prey. Whoosh! 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 The earth-shattering noises did not last long before they were covered and suppressed by the swift sword whistles. In the end, they seemed to have completely disappeared. How's this possible? In the distance, the old man who was addressed as Uncle Li by Lu Zuolin could not help but have a change of expression when he saw his full-strength attack was easily defeated by the sword ray that whistled out from the purple-clad young man's body. His originally cloudy eyes were no longer cloudy. It was replaced with fear and remorse. If he still could not realize that he had kicked an iron plate, he would have lived for so many years in vain. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's calm voice sounded in the air. However, when it entered the old man's ears, it was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Horror dawned on the old man's face. He opened his mouth as though he was about to say something. However, as soon as the old man opened his mouth, before he could open his mouth, the sword rays that whistled out of Duan Lingtian's body transformed into a sword formation that whistled out and enveloped the old man. A rain of blood fell from the sky and dyed the entire alley red. After killing the old man, the sword formation vanished into thin air with just a thought from Duan Lingtian. It was as though it had never appeared before. Thud. Luz Welin, who had just regained his senses, fell to the ground with a pale face. His entire body trembled violently from fear as he looked at the blood on the ground in the alley. The thick smell of blood entered his nose, causing his lower body to turn cold. Luz Welin, who had fallen to the ground, was now sitting in a pool of urine. The thick smell of urine mixed with the thick smell of blood filled the entire alley in just a blink of an eye. Didn't you say you're not only keeping me alive, but you're going to kill me as well? Duan Lingtian looked disdainfully at Luz Welin, who was so scared that he was about to wet his pants. He said indifferently, "Now that your men are dead, it's your turn." You. When Luz Welin's Luz Welin. Luz Welin looked at Lu, looked terrified. He looked at Luz. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Lu clan. My father is the clan leader of the Lu clan. Luz Welin said in a trembling voice. He even mentioned his father, the clan leader of the Lu clan, one of the 5 great clans in the county city of 9 Spectres County. The Lu clan? Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Luz Welin's words. It seems like you're very confident in the Lu clan. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to return to the Lu clan. Luz Welin was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You're really going to let me return to the Lu clan? Luz Welin's eyes glinted as he looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. Not only will I let you return to the Lu clan, but I'll follow you back to the Lu clan as well. Duan Lingtian said. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Luz Welin's expression changed drastically. He asked in a trembling voice. Who are you? Although Luz Welin was a good-for-nothing, he was not hopelessly stupid. Not only did the purple-clad young man ask him to return to the Lu clan, but he even said he would follow him back to the Lu clan. It was obvious he was not afraid of the Lu clan. At this moment, he realized he had kicked an iron plate. Moreover, this iron plate did not seem to be afraid of the Lu clan, one of the 5 great clans in the county city of 9 Spectres County. If you don't want to return to the Lu clan, I don't mind sending you to hell to accompany that old man. Duan Lingtian's tone turned cold when he heard Luz Welin's question. Luz Welin was so frightened that his body trembled violently. He hastily stood up and ran out of the alley toward the Lu clan's residence. Many people turned to look at him as he ran. Isn't that Luz Welin, the young master of the Lu clan? Why does he look so flustered? Did something happen? I don't know. However, why do I smell urine when he passed by me? Urine? Are you serious? Wherever Luz Welin passed, the streets and alleys were filled with similar discussions. No one noticed that in the sky above Luz Welin's head, there was a purple figure following Luz Welin like a shadow. It followed Luz Welin all the way to the Lu family mansion before slowly descending from the sky. Young master. What happened to you? Outside the gate of the Lu family mansion, the guard saw Luz Welin's miserable appearance and smelled the strong urine smell coming from Luz Welin's body. They were stunned for a moment. This was their first time seeing their young master in such a wretched state. However, Luz Welin ignored the guards and entered the Lu clan's residence in a panic. He immediately went to look for his father, the clan leader of Lu clan. I'll wait for you outside the Lu clan's main hall. Duan Lingtian sent Luz Welin a voice transmission while he was looking for his father in a panic. Luz Welin's heart trembled in fear. Who is he? Although Luz Welin was confident in the Lu clan in the past, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not seem to be afraid of the Lu clan at all. However, even though he was uncertain, he knew that he had no other choice now. As one of the 5 great clans in the county governor's estate, the Lu clan should have a lot of savings, right? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he hovered in the air above the main hall in the Lu clan's residence. It was as though he had his eyes on the Lu clan's wealth. That was indeed the case. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would not have gone through so much trouble to follow Lu Zuelin to the Lu clan's residence. About 15 minutes later. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. In just a blink of an eye, two figures appeared above the Lu clan's main hall, not far from Duan Ling Tian. Father. It's him. Duan Ling Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes when he heard Lu Zuelin's voice. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Zuelin and a middle-aged man who resembled Lu Zuelin. Compared to Lu Zuelin, this middle-aged man was much calmer. Sir, if my son has offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive him. If you're willing to spare my son's life, I, Lu Dongping, am willing to give you 1,000 prominent celestial stones. What do you think? The middle-aged man cupped his fists humbly at Duan Ling Tian. Lu Dongping? You're the clan leader of the Lu clan? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. Yes. Lu Dongping nodded. You're smarter than your son, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Lu Dongping meaningfully. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Dongping smiled awkwardly. If your son only wants my medicinal herbs and celestial stones and has no intention of taking my life, 1,000 prominent celestial stones is barely enough. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lu Zuelin indifferently before his voice turned cold. However, he wants to take my life. I have a bad habit. If someone wants to take my life, I'll take their life if I don't die. Clan leader Lu. Do you think your son's life is only worth 1,000 prominent celestial stones? Duan Ling Tian asked as he shifted his gaze from Lu Zuelin to Lu Dongping. He stared at Lu Dongping intently. Then, how many celestial stones do you want? Lu Dongping's face twitched slightly when he said this. A hint of anger could be seen in the depths of his eyes, but he had been suppressing it. Although he did not know the background of this purple-clad young man, he knew his son's background. Based on his son's experience, he was certain the purple-clad young man either had an extraordinary background or was deliberately mystifying things. As the clan leader of the Lu clan, he did not dare to take the risk. For this reason, he would rather believe the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary background. He had come alone because he wanted to take out some prominent celestial stones to settle the matter with his son. Although he could use force, he could still do it. However, he did not dare to take the risk. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If clan leader Lu can give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll spare your life. I can consider sparing his life. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at Lu Zuelin. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Duan Ling Tian had quoted the prominent celestial stones in the spatial ring of Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial, the former revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. There were more than 50,000 prominent celestial stones in Zhou Tong's spatial ring. 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Lu Zuelin was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Lu Dongping's expression changed drastically as well. Sir. No matter what, Lu Dongping was the clan leader of the Lu clan, one of the 5 major clans in Nine Spectres County. Although he was not arrogant, he still had his pride. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's exorbitant demand, he could no longer suppress his anger. You're exorbitant. Lu Dongping glared at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, 2,000 prominent celestial stones. I can only give you 2,000 prominent celestial stones at most. If you're unwilling, Lu Dongping paused for a moment and didn't continue. Chapter 2665. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, did not have that many prominent celestial stones. Even the entire Lu clan would not be able to take out so many prominent celestial stones at once, unless they sold some of their profitable properties. However, was that even possible? If I'm unwilling, what are you going to do? Duan Ling Tian asked with a faint smile on his face when he heard Lu Dongping's words and saw the threatening look in Lu Dongping's eyes. Although Duan Ling Tian was smiling, Lu Dongping could not help but feel goosebumps rising on his skin when he saw the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. He felt that the purple-clad young man was not simple at all. Sir, 3,000 prominent celestial stones. 3,000 prominent celestial stones are all the prominent celestial stones I can give you. I don't have any more than that. The more Lu Dongping thought about it, the more he felt Duan Ling Tian was not simple. Since you have no other choice, I'll have to take your son's life. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Zuolin with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Father! Lu Zuolin's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him with killing intent. He hastily retreated behind Lu Dongping as though he was grasping at straws. Father, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Sir, don't be so shameless. Although he was greatly disappointed by his son's performance, Duan Ling Tian was his son after all. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was his only son, so Lu Dongping wouldn't want anything to happen to his son no matter what. He glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian and abruptly shouted out coldly. Don't be so shameless? Duan Ling Tian smiled. His smile was extremely brilliant. After laughing for a while, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his smile, and a murderous expression appeared on his face. Patriarch Lu, if you don't want to get yourself and the Lu clan into trouble, I advise you to hand him over and not interfere in the enmity between me and him. Humph! Lu Dongping snorted coldly. Then, he raised his hand and took out many jade slips. He infused them with his celestial origin energy, and dispersed them in all directions. Immortal Message Talisman? Although the Duan Ling Tian could easily block all of Lu Dongping's immortal message talismans, he did not do so because he felt that there was no need. Looks like, Patriarch Lu, you want to drag your Lu clan down with your son. Duan Ling Tian took a deep look at Lu Dongping and said, I thought that Patriarch Lu was a smart man. Now it seems that you're just a boorish man who protects his own. If I were you, I'd leave immediately and not stay here to argue. When the experts of my Lu clan arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Lu Dongping said coldly as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although he was the head of the Lu clan, his strength was not the strongest in the Lu clan. In the Lu clan, there were 3 supreme elders who were stronger than him. One of the supreme elders was an inner court elder of the county governor's mansion in the 9 Spectres County. He was so strong that he was ranked 3rd among all the inner court elders in the county governor's mansion. He was only second to the 2 supreme elders. Since Patriarch Lu is so confident in your Lu clan, I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeves to prevent me from leaving the Lu clan. Upon hearing Lu Dongping's words, Duan Ling Tian smiled even more brightly. It was as though he had completely ignored the killing intent in Lu Dongping's eyes. Although the time they had to wait was very short, it felt like years to Lu Dongping and his son. You unfilial son. Who did you offend? Lu Dongping asked Lu Zuolin through voice transmission. His voice was filled with anger. Father, I don't know who he is as well. Lu Zuolin replied with a bitter smile. Lu Zuolin's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. He said, why don't I tell mother about this as well? Although the Pang clan is weak now, the old ancestor of the Pang clan is still the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in the 9 Spectres County. Moreover, he's also mother's uncle. He dotes on her and treats her like his own daughter. If mother asks him to help, I don't think he'll refuse, right? Lu Zuolin's eyes lit up when he spoke. It was as though he had found a way to save his life. Let's tell her. I hope the old ancestor from the Pang clan is willing to help. If he makes a move, to a certain extent, he can even represent the county governor's mansion to pressure this unknown brat. Lu Dongping said through voice transmission. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, the fear in his eyes had lessened. Upon hearing Lu Dongping's words, Lu Zuolin raised his hand and shot out a communication celestial talisman as well. Duan Ling Tian did not stop Lu Zuolin's communication celestial talisman. From the beginning until the end, he looked on coldly. It did not matter who the Lu father and son were looking for. He was not afraid at all. After a dozen breaths of time, swoosh, 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 accompanied by the swift sound of wind whistling, numerous figures were flying over from various directions around the Lu clan's main hall. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived near the Lu clan's main hall and appeared beside the Lu clan's clan head, Lu Dongping. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young men among the people who had arrived. However, all of them were golden celestials or stronger. Clan leader, what's going on? Clan leader, who dares to cause trouble in our Lu clan? Although many of them were still questioning Lu Dongping, most of their gazes had already landed on Duan Ling Tian. They stared at the Duan Ling Tian with unfriendly gazes, as if they were looking at the Duan Ling Tian as an enemy who had killed their son and stolen their wife. This is the person who not only killed Elder Lu Li, but also chased my son to the Lu clan's residence. Lu Dongping looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice. Elder Lu Li was killed by him? Damn it! Kid, don't even think about leaving our Lu clan alive today. You must pay with your life for killing members of my Lu family. The group of people who had arrived were all elders of the Lu clan. They were all glaring at Duan Ling Tian with righteous indignation, but none of them made a move. They are not stupid people. Since the person before them was able to survive until now, it meant that their Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, might not be able to do anything to the person before them. Moreover, it was naturally impossible for them, whose strength was inferior to Lu Pingdong, to take the initiative to charge forward, as that would be no different than courting death. In their opinion, if the Lu clan's patriarch Lu Dongping had the ability to kill Duan Ling Tian, he would not have allowed Duan Ling Tian to survive until now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another two swift wind howls were heard. It was a white-haired old man and a middle-aged man with a medium build who rushed over from two different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in the sky above the Lu clan's great hall. Supreme Elder! Greetings, Supreme Elder! Lu Dongping, the Lu clan's patriarch, led the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, and Lu Zwilin. Dongping, what's the matter? The white-haired old man, who was dressed in a long grey robe, looked at Lu Dongping and asked. Second uncle. Lu Dongping replied respectfully. It's like this. Following that, Lu Dongping recounted everything that had happened. He did not dare to conceal anything. At the same time, the members of the Lu clan who were present also knew that this was caused by Lu Dongping's only son, Lu Zwilin. Moreover, Lu Zwilin was to blame for this. All of them looked at Lu Zwilin with hostility in their eyes before they shifted their gazes away. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man has an extraordinary background. If he doesn't have an extraordinary background, how could he have the confidence to stand here and wait for us to arrive? Now, even if the two Grand Supreme Elders came, I don't see him showing any signs of panic. Don't tell me he's not afraid of the two Supreme Elders? When the group of Lu clan's elders looked at Duan Ling Tian again, the dread in their eyes deepened. Humph! The middle-aged Supreme Elder glanced at Duan Ling Tian coldly before he snorted and said, I don't care who you are or where you're from. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't defeat a snake in its old haunts. This is the county city of Nine Spectres County. If you know what's good for you, leave now. What if I don't know what's good for me? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the Supreme Elder in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Don't know what's good for you? Then don't even think about leaving today. The expression of the Lu clan Supreme Elder sank, and killing intent shot out from his eyes. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. Apart from being the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan, he was also a primitive celestial alchemist. Usually, even Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, would have to address him as Celestial Alchemist Lu. After all, a primitive celestial alchemist could choose to perish together with a great overarching golden celestial. If a primitive celestial fire was ignited by a primitive celestial alchemist, a great overarching golden celestial like Tianji Yu would die with a primitive celestial alchemist. For this reason, a primitive celestial alchemist like him was extremely arrogant. Is that so? As soon as the Supreme Elder finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as killing intent surged out of his body. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, thousands of sword rays rose from Duan Ling Tian's body and transformed into a sword formation that swept toward the Supreme Elder of Lu clan. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not use the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, his attacks were still as swift as lightning. Those below the great overarching golden celestial stage would not be able to withstand his attacks. Spurt, spurt, spurt. Chapter 2666. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Otherwise, he would not have died so quickly even if he was no match for Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian killed the supreme elder of the Lu clan who looked like a middle-aged man, he discovered something. The gray flame in the defective metal piece on the side of Duan Lingtian's soul suddenly surged out. Not only did the gray flame leave the defective metal piece, but it also transformed into a gray streak of light that was difficult to catch with the naked eye before it shot out of Duan Lingtian's soul and entered the supreme elder of the Lu clan. What is it trying to do? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness to track the gray streak of light. In the next moment, he saw the gray streak of light. After the gray flame that came out of the damaged piece of metal entered the body of the middle-aged man, it devoured a wisp of light blue flame in the body of the Lu family's grand elder, making it a part of itself. Before the gray flame devoured the wisp of light blue flame, Duan Lingtian could see the wisp of light blue flame was about to dissipate. Is that a celestial fire? Could it be that the supreme elder of the Lu clan that I killed was the primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a sense of lingering fear. Once a primitive celestial alchemist detonated his celestial fire, even a great overarching golden celestial would die if he was so close to him. It's a good thing I killed him with just one strike. If he had time to react, I would have died with him. Duan Lingtian rejoiced inwardly. While he was rejoicing, Duan Lingtian discovered that the gray streak of light had disappeared. After devouring the immortal fire in the middle-aged man's body, the gray flame that leaped out of the incomplete piece of metal returned to its own body and returned to the incomplete piece of metal. What's going on? Logically speaking, once a celestial alchemist is killed, the celestial fire in his body should dissipate on its own. However, the celestial fire in my body seemed to have devoured it. I've never heard of a celestial fire devouring another person's celestial fire. It was precisely because he had never heard of it that Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He had no idea what had just happened, and he had no idea why the gray immortal fire in his body could devour other people's immortal fire. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. The gray flame in his body was not an immortal fire, but a divine fire that was above immortal fire. Moreover, it was the most powerful divine fire in the world, the primal chaos divine fire. Of course, although the primal chaos divine flame in his body was the primal chaos divine flame, it was only the second form. Compared to the perfect form, the ninth form of the primal chaos divine flame, it was simply not on the same level. Even so, the chaos divine flame in its second form was comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Hiss, 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 hiss. Duan Lingtian was still shocked by the gray immortal fire in his body when a series of gasps rang in his ears. When the members of the Lu clan saw their supreme elder, a primitive celestial alchemist, being killed, they gasped when they regained their senses. Elder Lu Qing. He died just like that? Apart from being a primitive celestial alchemist, Elder Lu Qing was also an indigo sun golden celestial like the clan leader. He was even stronger than the clan leader. However, he was killed by this purple-clad young man with just a strike? Even if the purple-clad young man launched a sneak attack, his strength is at least at the violet sun golden celestial level. Even in the Lu clan, there are only 2 violet sun golden celestials. The elders of the Lu clan were shocked by the death of their primitive celestial alchemist. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. He killed Elder Lu Qing? Lu Zuolin looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He did not expect the purple-clad young man who had followed him back to the Lu clan was capable of killing Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan. After all, apart from being a primitive celestial alchemist, Elder Lu Qing was also an indigo sun golden celestial, who was even stronger than his father. The fact that he killed Elder Lu Qing so easily means he's at least a violet sun golden celestial. How's this possible? He's not even 100 years old. Lu Zuolin still remembered the words of Elder Lu Li, who had been by his side before. A violet sun golden celestial who was not even 100 years old? He could not believe such a person existed in a place like the Nine Spectres County. Why you? How dare you kill Elder Lu Qing? Why you? Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, pointed at Duan Lingtian when he regained his senses. His body trembled violently from anger. Lu Qing was irreplaceable in the Lu clan. After all, Lu Qing was a primitive celestial alchemist. Moreover, he was one of the 3 primitive celestial alchemists in the 9 Spectres County. Lu Qing's death was a devastating blow to the Lu clan's medicinal pills industry. Who the hell are you? The other supreme elder of the Lu clan, the gray-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. He no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Who dares to cause trouble in the Lu clan? Before Duan Lingtian could respond to the Lu clan's supreme elder, a loud and vigorous voice exploded like a clap of thunder from afar. It spread far into the Lu clan's estate and, as expected, alerted everyone in the Lu clan. This voice. It sounds like Elder Lu Qian. Isn't Elder Lu Qian usually in the county governor's estate? Why did he suddenly return? Based on Elder Lu Qian's tone, it seems like someone dares to cause trouble in the Lu clan? Who dares to cause trouble in the Lu clan? Why would Elder Lu Qian come back to support the Lu clan? Lu Qian was one of the 3 supreme elders of the Lu clan. He was also the strongest supreme elder. He usually stayed in the county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County. He was also an inner court elder. Among the inner court elders in the county governor's estate, his strength was second only to 2 people. It's Elder Lu Qian. Elder Lu Qian is back. The eyes of the Lu clan's elders lit up when they heard Lu Qian's voice. Second uncle. Lu Zuolin's eyes lit up as well. Lu Qian was his father's younger brother and also his uncle. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew past in front of everyone's eyes, and a tall figure clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man dressed in a light green robe. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stocky build. He looked very boorish, but his eyes shone with wisdom. It was a stark contrast to his boorish appearance. Elder Lu Qian. Greetings, Elder Lu Qian. After the green-clad middle-aged man appeared, the Lu clan's elders bowed respectfully at him. Second uncle. Lu Zuolin was excited. Second brother, you're finally back. Lu Dongping sighed. HM? The green-robed middle-aged man, who was also the Lu clan's supreme elder and the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate, Lu Qian, inadvertently looked at the corpse that was riddled with holes and lying on the roof of the Lu clan's audience hall. His eyes widened immediately. Lu Qing? After a while, Lu Qiankai came back to his senses in shock, and his face became extremely ugly in an instant. Lu Qing was a primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan. Lu Qing was also his childhood friend. They had a good relationship. In fact, Lu Qing was very close to him. A large part of the reason why Lu Qian was able to possess the strength he had today was because of Lu Qing. It was Lu Qing who did her best to provide him with bottle after bottle of pills, which allowed him to avoid many detours in his cultivation. For this reason, Lu Qing's position in his heart was even higher than his elder brother, Lu Dongping, the current clan leader of the Lu clan. Who did this? Lu Qian roared in anger. At the same time, he began to scan his surroundings before his gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was the only unfamiliar face among the people present on the scene. It's you. Lu Qian glared at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Qian's question. While Lu Qian was questioning Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something as he looked to the east. Over there, 2 figures were walking through the air and coming over. One of them was a woman. Her face was filled with anxiety, and it could be seen that she was burning with impatience. The other person was an old man who was not very tall but had a strong build. The old man was dressed in a green robe. He had a head of golden hair, a curly beard, and a pair of tiger-like eyebrows. He gave off an oppressive aura. It was also like a tiger, the king of beasts, patrolling its territory. Lin Er, are you all right? The middle-aged woman cried out as soon as she arrived near the Lu clan's main hall. Mother, I'm fine. Upon hearing the voice and seeing the middle-aged woman, Lu Zuolin waved his hand excitedly. After a while, the middle-aged woman and the old man arrived at the Lu clan's main hall. The middle-aged woman came to Lu Zuolin's side and sized him up. She sighed in relief when she was certain Lu Zuelin was fine. Lin who tried to kill you? Chapter 2667. Mother, it's him. Lu Zuelin immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian when he heard the woman's question. His eyes gleamed fiercely like a docile puppy that had suddenly turned into a mad dog. He could not wait to pounce on Duan Lingtian and bite him. The woman was Lu Zuelin's mother, Pang Yuan. When she heard her son's words, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gleam in her eyes. Uncle! When Pang Yuan saw the old man who came with her, the anger on her face was replaced by a pitiful expression. Elder Pang Bing. When Pang Yuan looked at the old man, Lu Qian also glanced at the old man and greeted him. This old man was the leader of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County. Among the inner mansion elders in 9 Spectres County, only this old man and Xianxia were stronger than him. Lu Qian was not surprised by the appearance of the old man since he knew his sister-in-law, Pang Yuan, was Pang Bing's niece. Brat, you're the one who wants to kill my grandnephew? Although Pang Bing looked at Duan Lingtian calmly, a hint of killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Elder Pang Bing. Duan Lingtian glanced at Pang Bing indifferently and said, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, the Pang clan will be dragged into this as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed fiercely as though he was about to devour Pang Bing. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Qian addressing the old man as Elder Pang Bing, he knew who the old man was. The leader of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, Pang Bing. This Pang Bing's strength was even stronger than the elder Xianxia that he knew. Moreover, Pang Bing was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County. How boastful! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Pang Bing was first startled, and then he flew into a rage. His face flushed red, and he seemed to have turned into an angry tiger, glaring at Duan Lingtian. A powerful aura rose from his body and swept towards Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Lu Qian, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, who was also an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County like Pang Bing, asked Duan Lingtian in a deep voice. Pang Bing was glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Earlier he had already sent a voice transmission to his brother, Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, to understand the ins and outs of the matter. He knew this person had killed his good friend Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan and a primitive celestial alchemist in just a blink of an eye. Lu Qing, until his death, did not react. Now, he could almost be sure that this was the case. The purple-clad young man was at least a violet sun golden celestial. It doesn't matter who I am, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As long as the Lu clan executes Lu Zuelin and gives me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll let bygones be bygones. I believe you're a smart person, Elder Lu Qian. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qian meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. The people from the Lu clan in particular had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they looked at Duan Lingtian. This person. How boastful. Not only does he want the Lu clan to execute young Master Lin, but he also wants us to give him 100,000 prominent celestial stones? 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Even with the amount of celestial stones in the Lu clan's account, it's impossible for us to gather so many prominent celestial stones, right? If the Lu clan really wants to gather so many prominent celestial stones, it's still possible. However, we'll have to sell some of our assets. Who the hell is he? Elder Lu Qian and Elder Pang Bing, the inner court elders of the county governor's estate, are here, and yet, he's still blackmailing us. Is he not afraid of the county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County? The group of people from the Lu family could not understand where the purple-clothed young man in front of them got his confidence from. Under such circumstances, he still dared to blackmail and extort the Lu family. You! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Qian was so enraged that he felt as though his lungs were about to explode. His aura surged as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into scorching flames that shrouded his entire body. His cries rang in the air. Elder Pang Bing. Pang Bing was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words when Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and said, "If you really want to interfere in this matter, sure. However, if you do, the Pang clan will have to pay 100,000 prominent celestial stones if you want to settle this peacefully. Elder Pang Bing, you better think this through." Duan Lingtian looked at Pang Bing meaningfully when he finished speaking. "Who are you?" Pang Bing calmed down when he saw Duan Lingtian daring to threaten him. However, his eyes were still filled with suspicion when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Compared to you, Elder Pang Bing, I'm just a nobody." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He no longer looked at Pang Bing. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Lu Zuolin and said with a grin, "Lu Zuolin, do you think you'll be able to keep your life with Elder Pang Bing and Elder Lu Qian around?" Lu Zuolin's expression darkened, and his eyes flashed with uncertainty. He did not expect the purple-clad young man would still be so calm at this moment. Could it be that the purple-clad young man had a powerful background? "Uncle, this brat must be bluffing. He's trying to scare you." Pang Yuan, who was standing next to Lu Zuolin, glared at Duan Lingtian before she turned to look at Pang Bing. "That's not impossible." Pang Bing nodded nonchalantly when he heard Pang Yuan's words. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "However, Yuaner, the Lu clan is the master of this matter. If the Lu clan can resolve this matter, there's no need for me to meddle in this matter." Pang Bing made his stance clear after he finished speaking. He would not act rashly before the Lu clan made a move. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as soon as Pang Bing finished speaking. It was not difficult for him to guess Pang Bing's thoughts. He wanted to see if the Lu clan could deal with him. After all, Lu Qian, who was not much weaker than him, had returned. If Lu Qian could deal with him, Pang Bing would not have to make a move as well. If Lu Qian could not deal with him, Pang Bing knew he might not be able to do the same. At that time, Pang Bing could retreat in the face of difficulties. That way, he would not offend him and drag the Pang clan down with him. Facing Pang Bing's attitude, Pang Yuan still wanted to say something, but when she saw Pang Bing shaking his head at her, she didn't say anything else. However, her gaze turned colder as she looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian wanted her son's life. She did not care why Duan Lingtian wanted her son's life. In her opinion, her son's life was the most important. Nobody's life was more important than her son's life. As long as her son was alive, she did not care even if millions of people died. "Good, good. Very good." Lu Qian's cold gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian as he said in a deep voice, "Since you're so confident, let me, Lu Qian, experience your strength. I only hope your strength matches your confidence." As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, he made his move under everyone's watchful eyes. Bas, 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 bas. As soon as Lu Qian made his move, he took out his celestial weapon. It was a short sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Qian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. The sword rays in his hand emitted a series of ear-piercing and short-lived sword cries as they shot out. All of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. Lu Qian's celestial origin energy surged like a flame before it transformed into a human-shaped giant beast that was more than 100 meters tall. When the giant beast charged out with Lu Qian, it created an earth-shattering commotion. Just when Duan Lingtian thought this was the extent of Lu Qian's strength, a shocking scene unfolded in front of him. Lu Qian, who was sprinting forward, along with the afterimages of the immortal sword in his hand, actually merged with the giant humanoid beast in a flash. In the end, the gigantic humanoid beast disappeared. After that, Lu Qian's body began to swell out of control. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Qian, who was originally only 1.8 meters tall, grew to a height of more than 30 meters. His aura was so domineering that it blotted out the sun. It's not an illusion. His body seems to have really grown bigger. When Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, it was not difficult for him to discover that Lu Qian's body seemed to have grown bigger. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew that Lu Qian's body seemed to have grown bigger. This was very similar to a real increase in size, but it was impossible for it to be a real increase in size. What a brilliant technique! Duan Lingtian knew Lu Qian must have cast some celestial method or divine ability to make Lu Qian grow bigger. It was as though Duan Lingtian, his opponent, was an insignificant ant in Lu Qian's eyes. Elder Lu Qian is using the 100 feet golden body? The 100 feet golden body is a primitive assist-type celestial method that's extremely difficult to cultivate. Once it's cultivated, it'll allow the cultivator's body to swell until it's 10 times bigger. Chapter 2668. So, it's an assist-type primitive celestial method. Duan Tian finally understood the situation when he heard the discussion between the Lu clan's elders. Die, brat! At the same time, Lu Qian, who had transformed into a 30-meter-tall Lu Qian, suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave was emitted from his mouth. Like ripples, it tore through the sky and engulfed everyone present. In just a blink of an eye, the sound wave shattered the eardrums of some of the weaker members of the Lu clan, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, he moved his hands and slammed them toward Duan Tian. It was as though he was trying to kill Duan Tian, as though he was swatting a mosquito. Swoosh! 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 Duan Tian was about to dodge when he discovered dazzling sword rays were flying toward him like a swarm of locusts. They sealed all his paths of escape and left him with nowhere to run. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, Lu Qian's palms were getting closer and closer to Duan Tian. It seemed like it would not take long for his palms to land on Duan Tian and crush Duan Tian as though he was swatting a mosquito. Elder Lu Qian is going all out. It seems like he doesn't dare to underestimate this purple-clad young man. Of course. After all, this purple-clad young man killed Elder Lu Qing with just a blow. Although Elder Lu Qing isn't a violet sun golden celestial, he's still one of the strongest indigo sun golden celestials. Elder Lu Qian is indeed one of the strongest violet sun golden celestials. Even an ordinary violet sun golden celestial wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. Even if that brat is a violet sun golden celestial, he'll suffer from this. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the elders of the Lu clan quickly communicated with each other. However, their gazes never left Duan Tian and Lu Qian, as if they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. If you want me to die, let's see if you, Lu Qian, have the ability. Just as Lu Qian's palms were about to come together, Duan Tian opened his mouth again. His clear and cold voice rang out and instantly entered the ears of everyone in the air above the Lu clan's great hall. Even as the news continued to spread, the people of the Lu clan who were close to the Lu clan's main hall also heard it clearly. Whoosh! 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 Under the gazes of the crowd, at the center area where Lu Qian's palms were clasped together, the place where the sword rays were imprisoned, suddenly lit up with a light that was as bright as day. Upon closer inspection, it was actually sword rays that were even more resplendent than Lu Qian's sword rays. The moment these sword glows appeared, they caused Lu Qian's sword glows to pale in comparison. It was like a white crane appearing in a flock of chickens. A crane in a flock of chickens. Whoosh! 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 As the white light soared, it was as if a white sun was blooming brilliantly, causing everyone present to squint their eyes instinctively. They could only see the white light through the slits of their eyes. Within the white light, there was also a series of earth-shattering sword whistling sounds mixed in. Ah! Before the crowd could clearly see what was happening, a shrill scream had already clearly entered everyone's ears. It was like a thunderclap reverberating in their ears. That's Lu Qian's voice. Pang Bing's expression changed drastically. At the same time, a hint of relief involuntarily flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was glad that he did not make the first move. While he was rejoicing, Pang Bing's eyes narrowed as he observed everything before him. He saw that as the white light soared, tens of thousands of blazing sword rays whistled through the air. Lu Qian, who was about 30 meters tall, had his arms directly crushed. His huge body was also sent flying in an instant. He was in an extremely sorry state. Whoosh! When Lu Qian stopped moving in the distance, the rest of the people also regained their senses. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Qian had returned to his normal height. However, his arms were no longer there. Lu Qian's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. A celestial sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing hovered by his side. Whether it was Lu Qian or his celestial weapon, they were like arrows at the end of their flight at this moment. You. Who are you? If you're from Nine Spectres County, you're definitely not a nobody. Your strength is very close to that of a great overarching golden celestial. No one below the great overarching golden celestial is a match for you. Although their battle had only been brief, Lu Qian was keenly aware of this. The purple-clad young man's strength was even stronger than Pang Bing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, everyone's eyes shifted to Pang Bing in unison. After all, Pang Bing was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Lu Qian's words were no different from belittling him and praising the purple-clad young man. I am not as good as him. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Pang Bing let out a sigh. When he Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear. No. Impossible. How is this possible? Lu Zuelin, who was originally full of confidence in Lu Qian, couldn't help but turn ashen when he saw Lu Qian lose and Pang Bing admit his inferiority. Beside Lu Zuelin, Pang Yuan's face turned ugly. She naturally knew what this meant. This meant that the reinforcements that she had brought over, as well as the reinforcements from the Lu family, were no match for this purple-clothed youth who wanted to kill her son. First uncle, second brother. Quickly inform the county governor. Quickly inform the county governor. Pang Yuan hurriedly reminded Pang Bing and Lu Qian to inform Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. In her opinion, the county governor of Nine Spectres County was a great overarching golden celestial. If a great overarching golden celestial made a move, even if the purple-clad young man was unrivaled, he would still die in front of a great overarching golden celestial. The difference between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial was like an insurmountable chasm. Do you want to know who I am? Take your time to guess on your way to hell. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice rang in the air when Pang Yuan reminded Pang Bing and Lu Qian. His voice overpowered Pang Yuan's voice, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. This purple-clad young man wants to kill Lu Qian? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a myriad of sword lights whistled out from Duan Ling Tian's body before transforming into more than 10 sword formation afterimages before fusing together in the end. Only one sword formation that shone brightly and had a surging aura was left behind as it whistled towards Lu Qian. This technique. Pang Bing's eyes widened slightly. He felt as though he had heard of this technique before. You dare to kill me. If you dare to kill me, the county governor of Nine Spectres County won't let you go. Lu Qian was severely injured at this moment. His expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. He panicked and used the county governor of Nine Spectres County as a shield. He wanted to make sure Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Qian's words. The dazzling sword formation pierced through the air and killed Lu Qian in just a blink of an eye. Only a spatial ring was left behind. Duan Lingtian quickly put it away. Silence. The entire place was deathly silent. You dare to kill my second brother? Lord County Governor. Lord County Governor won't let you go. The clan leader of Lu Clan, Lu Dongping, looked at Duan Lingtian thoughtfully. Until now, he was still in disbelief. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to kill his second brother. After all, his second brother was not only the supreme elder of the Lu clan, but he was also an inner elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. He was under the protection of the county governor's estate. Second uncle. He killed my second uncle? Lu Zuelin's face was ghastly pale, and his body trembled violently from fear. Even the strongest person in the Lu clan had been killed. How could he still be alive? My words are still valid. Kill him and give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, and we'll forget about this matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Zuelin indifferently. Didn't you say you'd spare my life if we gave you 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Why are you asking for 100,000 prominent celestial stones and killing me now? Lu Zuelin roared indignantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If all of you had cooperated from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to raise the price. However, all of you have wasted too much of my time. It's normal for me to raise the price. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Zuelin and said indifferently. You. Lu Zuelin was speechless. His face was ashen, and there was only despair in his eyes. At this time, who could save him? Who are you? How dare you kill an elder of my county governor's mansion? A moment later, while the expressions of the people from the Lu clan were uncertain, a thunderous voice that contained a terrifying penetrating force sounded from outside the Lu clan mansion. It came from the direction of the county governor's mansion. The voice was filled with anger. It's the county governor. Hearing this voice, the eyes of the Lu family's group lit up. The despair in Lu Zuelin's eyes disappeared as soon as he heard the voice. It was replaced by joy. Elder Pang Bing. In the end, you still didn't listen to my advice. Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, said coldly as he turned to look at Pang Bing. You're right, Pang Bing. Earlier, he had seen Pang Bing using a communication celestial talisman. It was obvious that Pang Bing had sent the news back to the county governor of Nine Spectres County as soon as he received the news. Chapter 2669. Sir, I merely informed the county governor of Nine Spectres County about the death of Lu Qian, the inner court elder of the county governor's estate. I don't think I'm interfering in the matter between you and the Lu clan, right? A hint of fear flashed in Pang Bing's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him coldly. In any case, Elder Pang Bing, ask the Pang clan to prepare 100,000 prominent celestial stones for me within 3 days. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Based on his words, he was certain Pang Bing had interfered in the matter between him and the Lu clan. Therefore, he asked the Pang clan to prepare 100,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days. 100,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days? Pang Bing's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said in a deep voice, "What a big appetite you have. What if the Pang clan refuses to give you the celestial stones? What are you going to do about it?" "Then I'll have to go and get them myself." Duan Lingtian continued to speak indifferently as though he was talking about something insignificant. Humph! Pang Bing snorted coldly. Then he looked into the distance and said coldly, "If you want 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan, you'll have to make it out alive today." At this moment, Pang Bing could clearly sense a powerful aura coming from the direction of the county governor's estate. Moreover, the aura was so fast that it was terrifying. Even he was not as fast as the aura. He knew the county governor of Nine Spectres County was here. Although he knew he was not as strong as the purple-clad young man, he could tell the purple-clad young man was only an ordinary person. Although the purple-clad young man's strength was close to that of a great overarching golden celestial, he was not as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. Great overarching golden celestials were also divided into different grades and ranks. Among them, yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials were the weakest. The county governor of Nine Spectres County was a profound-rank great overarching golden celestial, who was even stronger than a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was very close to breaking through to the earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. He was one of the strongest among those below the earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, in Pang Bing's opinion, so long as the county governor of the county governor's manor arrived, this purple-clothed youth before them would not be able to cause any more trouble. There's no need for Elder Pang Bing to worry about that. Duan Lingtian glanced in the direction of the prefectural governor's manor as he replied to Pang Bing. He had also sensed a powerful and familiar aura. County governor. The group of people from the Lu clan, including the clan leader, Lu Dongping, stared in the direction of the county governor's mansion with a respectful expression on their faces. They were waiting for the arrival of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. A moment later, whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the robes of the people in the Lu family's main hall to flutter. As the wind blew, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. This figure that seemed to appear out of thin air was a tall middle-aged man wearing a silver robe embroidered with a silver dragon. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Waves of majestic aura were emitted from his body. He was obviously a person who had been in a high position for a long time. County governor. County governor. As soon as the person appeared, everyone from the Lu clan bowed respectfully in the air above the main hall. Even Pang Bing bowed slightly at this moment. County Governor. While everyone was bowing, Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the middle-aged man. He smiled faintly at him and greeted him indifferently. Duan Ling Tian looked as though he was greeting an acquaintance. He knows the county governor? Pang Bing's expression changed slightly when he saw the way Duan Ling Tian greeted the county governor. He had a bad feeling about this. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, the group of people from the Lu clan, including Lu Dongping and Lu Zuolin, also noticed the way Duan Ling Tian greeted the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Their expressions changed immediately. They could tell the middle-aged man was wearing a purple robe. It seemed like the purple-clad young man knew the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Moreover, based on the way the purple-clad young man greeted the county governor of Nine Spectres County, it seemed like they were quite close. How's this possible? How could he know the county governor? Impossible. It's impossible. Lu Zuolin shook his head. Although he didn't want to believe it, the hope in his eyes dimmed significantly at this moment. Initially, he thought he would be able to escape when he saw the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, it seemed like that was not the case. County governor. Lu Zuolin's mother, Pang Yuan from the Pang clan, immediately stepped forward and pointed at Duan Ling Tian as she said indignantly, "He's the one who killed Elder Lu Qian." Elder Lu Qian was an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. His killing of Elder Lu Qian is equivalent to declaring war on the county governor's estate. County governor, you must avenge Elder Lu Qian. You can't let him do whatever he wants. Pang Yuan said hurriedly. She pretended to be sad and indignant. When Duan Ling Tian greeted Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Tian Ji Yu had noticed him. Just as he was about to return the greeting, Pang Yuan beat him to it and said it was Duan Ling Tian who had killed Lu Qian, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. Duan Ling Tian had killed Lu Qian? What a joke! If Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing Lu Qian, he could easily win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion and obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for the Nine Spectres County. Ridiculous! As soon as Pang Yuan finished speaking, Tian Ji Yu glared at her and said coldly, Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old yet. Do you think he's capable of killing Elder Lu Qian, a Violet Sun Golden Celestial? Do you think I, Tian Ji Yu, am a fool? When Tian Ji Yu reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body began to tremble violently. As soon as Tian Ji Yu finished speaking, the entire place fell into dead silence. Duan Ling Tian? Not even 100 years old? The name Duan Ling Tian was familiar to everyone present. Duan Ling Tian came from Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in Nine Spectres County. 2 years ago, when he had just arrived in the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had severely injured Zhou Fei, the strongest person under the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County, in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate. After that battle, Duan Ling Tian became the focus of Zhou Fei's attention. Duan Ling Tian became famous after that battle and became the most popular young powerhouse in Nine Spectres County. Lord County Governor. Are you sure? He's Duan Ling Tian? Pang Bing asked as he looked at Tian Ji Yu in disbelief. For a moment, he even forgot to sense the aura emanating from Duan Ling Tian's body. If he tried, he would be able to determine Duan Ling Tian's age based on the aura of Duan Ling Tian's body. Of course, there's no mistake. Tian Ji Yu replied indifferently. Tian Ji Yu could not help but frown as he asked, Elder Pang Bing, why are you here? You're unharmed, but Elder Lu Qian is dead. What's going on? Tian Ji Yu's expression darkened when he finished asking the question. He's not even 100 years old. Heavens! I didn't sense his aura earlier, but now that I think about it, he's really not even 100 years old. Is he really Duan Ling Tian, the most popular young powerhouse in Nine Spectres County in the past 2 years? If he's really Duan Ling Tian, isn't Duan Ling Tian too terrifying? He's not even 100 years old, but he's stronger than Elder Pang Bing, the strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 9 Spectres County? Earlier, Elder Pang Bing also admitted that he's not as strong as Duan Ling Tian. Just as Tian Ji Yu was questioning Pang Bing and his face darkened, the exclamations of the elders from the Lu clan entered his ears. He was completely dumbstruck as he stood rooted to the ground. Did these people just say that Elder Pang Bing was not as strong as Duan Ling Tian? How's this possible? In 9 Spectres County, Elder Pang Bing is only weaker than me and Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate who passed away not long ago. He's also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in 9 Spectres County. He's not as strong as Duan Ling Tian? Tian Ji Yu couldn't believe it. He looked at Pang Bing, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. Pang Bing knew what was on Tian Ji Yu's mind when he saw the look in Tian Ji Yu's eyes. He nodded bitterly. Lord County Governor, it's true that I'm not as strong as Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, Pang Bing had purposely sensed Duan Ling Tian's aura and confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. He had also confirmed Duan Ling Tian's identity. For a moment, his heart was in turmoil. How could a person who was not even 100 years old be stronger than him? Does this mean Elder Lu Qian was killed by Duan Ling Tian? Tian Ji Yu asked as his eyes glinted. Yes. Pang Bing nodded before he added, I can't prove this by myself. However, everyone here can testify to this. Tian Ji Yu's eyes immediately shifted to Duan Ling Tian when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. He smiled faintly and asked Duan Ling Tian in a friendly manner, Duan Ling Tian, did you kill Elder Lu Qian? Yes. Since he had already killed Elder Lu Qian, there was no way Duan Ling Tian would deny it. Chapter 2670. Hearing Duan Ling Tian admit it himself, even if Tian Ji Yu didn't dare to believe it, he had to believe it. Good, very good. Under everyone's gaze, the smile on Tian Ji Yu's face only froze for a moment, then it bloomed again, and became even brighter. At the same time, it could be heard that Tian Ji Yu's tone was full of excitement now, and there was no trace of anger at all. It was just like how Lu Qian's death was not worth mentioning compared to the fact that Duan Ling Tian's strength was close to that of a Daluo Golden Immortal. In fact, in Tian Ji Yu's heart, compared to the fact that Duan Ling Tian's strength was close to that of the Almighty Immortal, Lu Qian's death was indeed not worth mentioning. After all, to him, Duan Ling Tian's strength was almost on par with a Daluo Golden Celestial, which meant that it was almost certain that Duan Ling Tian would win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Ling Tian won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, 9 Spectres County would get 3 mediocre-grade celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills. 3 Great Overarching Pills were enough to create 3 Great Overarching Golden Immortals. Compared to the 3 Daluo Golden Celestials, Lu Qian, a mere Violet Sun Golden Celestial, was not even worth mentioning. County Governor. When Lu Zuolin's mother Pang Yuan saw that Tian Ji Yu did not intend to hold Duan Ling Tian accountable for Lu Qian's death, she panicked and hastily said, Elder Lu Qian might not have contributed much to the county governor's estate in the past, but he did put in a lot of effort. Now that he's been killed, you must seek justice for him, Lord County Governor. Pang Yuan said as she knelt down in front of Tian Ji Yu in the void. In fact, she was not doing this for Lu Qian. She did it for her son, Lu Zuolin. If Duan Ling Tian came out unscathed today, her son Lu Zuolin would most likely be dead. Now, even the group of people from the Lu clan led by the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, had faintly realized that today's matter was already a foregone conclusion. Although their expressions were unsightly, they didn't say anything because they knew that it was useless no matter what they said. To the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Duan Ling Tian was going to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that would soon be held in King Qin's mansion. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to win the competitions too. If Duan Ling Tian won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, the 9 Spectres County would receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, that could help one become a Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Yun. As if they were the county governors of 9 Spectres County, they would not vent their anger on Duan Ling Tian because of Lu Qian. Yuan. Pang Bing could not help but feel anxious when he saw that Pang Yuan was still doing useless things even though he knew that she loved her son dearly. He was deeply afraid that Pang Yuan's actions would enrage the prefectural governor of the prefectural governor's manor. Humph! Tian Jiyu snorted coldly as he glanced at Pang Yuan, who was kneeling down. I believe in Duan Ling Tian. Since he killed Elder Lu Qian deserved to die. I believe he won't kill the innocent. Tian Jiyu's words expressed his unconditional support for Duan Ling Tian. As for what had happened, he didn't care. Even if Duan Ling Tian was powerless and killed Lu Qian for no reason, he could only turn a blind eye to it. Pang Yuan's face turned ashen when she heard Tian Jiyu's words. Duan Ling Tian, will you return with me? Tian Jiyu asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Based on his words, it was clear he intended to return to the county governor's estate as well. When he arrived, he was extremely furious because of the death of his county governor's estate's inner estate elder, Lu Qian. When he learned that Lu Qian had been killed by Duan Ling Tian, he was no longer angry. Instead, he was happy that Duan Ling Tian had the ability to kill Lu Qian. At the same time, he valued Duan Ling Tian even more. Previously, he only thought Duan Ling Tian had a chance of entering the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, at this moment, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would be able to obtain the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor, you can return first. I still have some matters to settle with the Lu clan. Duan Ling Tian said to Tian Jiyu. All right. Tian Jiyu nodded. In that case, come and look for me when you return to the county governor's estate. I'll wait for you in the main hall. All right. Duan Ling Tian replied. Tian Jiyu glanced at the Lu clan before he turned around and returned to the county governor's estate. After Tian Jiyu left, as expected, Duan Ling Tian once again became the center of attention in the surroundings. Whoosh! When most of the people's attention was on Duan Ling Tian, an explosion sounded. The old man, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, had appeared in front of Lu Zuelin in a flash. Bang! Before Lu Zuelin could react, the old man struck out with his palm. The terrifying energy was like a flood that drowned Lu Zuelin. Blood splattered in the air, leaving behind a spatial ring that fell from the sky. Lu Zuelin was dead. Pang Yuan only regained her senses when Lu Zuelin was killed. Her expression changed drastically as she glared at the Supreme Elder. You killed my son. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Uncle. Pang Yuan immediately looked at Pang Bing and pleaded, Yuan, I beg you, kill him. Uncle, I beg you to kill him and avenge my Lin. Pang Bing sighed but did not do anything. He could understand why the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan did this. If he was in Lu Zuelin's shoes, he would have done the same. Are you done? Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, glared at Pang Yuan and said coldly, if you didn't spoil Lin since he was young, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I couldn't bear to kill Lin. So I sent a voice transmission to the Supreme Elder to kill him. It's you. Pang Yuan looked at Lu Dongping, her husband, in disbelief. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. She did not expect her husband would do such a thing. In the end, Pang Yuan was so angry that she fainted. Fortunately, Pang Bing caught her and prevented her from falling to the ground. Duan Ling Tian, the Lu clan admits defeat. Lu Dongping looked at Duan Ling Tian bitterly and said, the 100,000 prominent celestial stones will be sent to the county governor's estate within 3 days. Thank you, clan leader Lu. Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at Lu Pingdong indifferently. He was not surprised by the Lu clan's decision. At this moment, if the Lu clan continued to be stubborn, they would only be digging their own grave. After all, even the county governor and the county governor of 9 Spectres County had expressed their unconditional support for him. Duan Ling Tian did not feel sorry for Lu Zuelin's death at all. If it were not for his strength, he would have been killed by Lu Zuelin's subordinate when he left the medicinal herb store. He would not have survived until now. In his opinion, Lu Zuelin was furious. Lu Zuelin had only himself to blame for his death. Since the Lu clan had chosen to protect Lu Zuelin, they had to pay the price. Lu Qian deserved to die for attacking him. As for the other members of the Lu clan, he did not plan to touch them. However, the Lu clan would have to pay the price. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Elder Pangbing, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Our matter isn't settled yet, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Pangbing, who was preparing to leave with the unconscious Pang Yuan. His eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian. Pangbing stopped moving and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes gleamed as he said, I admit defeat today. However, the Pang clan can't afford 100,000 prominent celestial stones. At most, I'll give you 10,000 prominent celestial stones. Elder Pangbing, you're still trying to bargain at this moment? Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, his eyes flashed coldly as he said, 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If the Pang clan can't come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days, I'll have to ask Elder Pangbing for advice and personally go to the Pang clan to collect the stones. You. Pangbing's expression changed drastically. Pangbing's expression changed greatly. He never expected that his casual bargaining would result in such an ending. Elder Pangbing, you should have seen the county governor's attitude earlier. Even if I kill you, he won't blame me. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was no lack of threat in it. The county governor is still waiting for me. I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Pangbing deeply before he turned around and left. After Duan Lingtian left, the members of the Lu clan, led by Lu Dongping, sighed in relief. Fortunately, they did not bargain with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he might have asked them to hand over 200,000 prominent celestial stones as well. Many of the Lu clan's elders looked at Pangbing with a hint of pity in their eyes. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even the Lu clan would suffer great losses if they were to hand over that much money. Let alone the Pang clan that was slightly weaker than the Lu clan. Lu Dongping. Pangbing did not leave after Duan Lingtian left. He turned around and looked at Lu Dongping as he said in a deep voice, I'm here today because of the Lu clan. The Lu clan has to pay half of the 200,000 prominent celestial stones. As soon as Pangbing finished speaking, he left with the unconscious Pang Yuan in just a blink of an eye. In the sky above the Black Dragon Army's camp in Bloody Spectre City, a former captain of the Black Dragon Army died in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect. Later on, someone brought his identity token back from the little world and became the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. An old woman with a head full of white hair, wearing a plain robe, and a withered face stood in the air. As she muttered to herself, her turbid eyes suddenly lit up. If I'm not mistaken, he's the one who came out of the little world with Miss Bing-er. He's the one who took Miss Bing-er's virginity. Chapter 2671. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, the county governor's estate. Tianji, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, sat in the main hall as though he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, he rose to his feet as though he had sensed someone's presence. County governor. A voice rang from outside the main hall. A bright smile appeared on Tianji's face as he walked out of the main hall in a flash. He looked at the purple-clad young man standing outside the main hall and asked, Duan Lingtian, is everything settled? Is there anything I can help you with? Thank you for your concern, County Governor. The purple-clad young man standing outside the county governor's estate's audience hall was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just returned from the Lu clan. When he heard what Tianjiu said, he lightly smiled and said, with the county governor backing me up, they were very cooperative. Before he left the Lu clan, he had given Pangbing a ridiculous price for 200,000 prominent celestial stones that the Pang clan would not be able to provide. However, he believed Pangbing was a smart person and would definitely gather 200,000 prominent celestial stones for him. This was because the county governor of Nine Spectres County was on his side. It was not difficult for him to guess why the county governor of Nine Spectres County was on his side. The county governor must have thought Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for the county governor of Nine Spectres County. On one side was 3 mediocre celestial pills, and on the other side was an inner court elder who was still a peak golden celestial. Although he was the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he knew what was more important. That's good. Tianjiu nodded and led Duan Lingtian into the main hall. Let's talk inside. After entering the main hall, Jianghu did not return to his seat. Instead, he sat beside Duan Lingtian. His expression was grave when he sat down with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the county governor's estate from now on. Jianghu sighed. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. You understand? Jianghu was startled. He had only thought of this after he returned. But now, Duan Lingtian actually said that he understood? Facing Jianghu's puzzled gaze, Duan Lingtian said, From today onwards, the news that I, Duan Lingtian, possess strength close to that of a great overarching golden celestial will spread throughout the county city and even the entire Nine Spectres County. County Governor, as the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you can't just order them to keep their mouths shut. After all, there's no restriction in the Devata realms like the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms. Even if you warn those in the know, they can still spread the news in secret. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment when he spoke up to hear. Jianghu nodded. This was indeed the case. Duan Lingtian continued to say, once this news spreads to the Nine Spectres County, it'll spread to the other 15 counties as well. Once the other 15 counties learn that there's a golden celestial below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County, they'll definitely make a move on me before the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. At that time, the powerhouses from the other counties might not personally make a move, but they'll definitely pay a hefty price to hire a powerhouse from the outside to kill me. As long as they're willing to pay, they'll be able to hire a powerhouse who's stronger than you, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Jianghu. Yes. Jianghu did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so thorough. He nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. As long as they're willing to pay a hefty price, it won't be difficult for them to hire a powerhouse who's stronger than me. To them, you're practically guaranteed to be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. That's something they don't want to see. In order to make you disappear, they might even join forces and pay a hefty price to hire a powerhouse who's more powerful than me to kill you. If they hire a powerhouse who's weaker than me, it's no different from not hiring a powerhouse at all. Under such circumstances, with me in the county governor's estate, no one will be able to hurt you, let alone kill you. Jianghu said. I've thought of all these. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's why I plan to leave. When do you plan to leave? Jianghu asked. Of course, the sooner the better. However, if I'm not mistaken, it should be in 3 days. After all, I still have 2 debts to settle in the next 3 days. Duan Lingtian said. 2 debts? Jianghu was taken aback. Although Jianghu was the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he could not help but feel his lips twitch when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's words made Jianghu speechless. You're really ruthless. 100,000 prominent celestial stones might not be enough to break the Lu clan's bones, but they'll have to sell off some of their properties to raise the amount in a short time. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. I'm afraid the Pang clan won't be able to afford it. Jianghu said. The Pang clan won't be able to afford it. However, I believe Elder Pang Bing is a wise man. He'll ask the Lu clan to share the burden with the Pang clan. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, with the Lu clan's wealth, it won't be difficult for them to come up with another 100,000 prominent celestial stones. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even the Lu clan will have to sell off a lot of their properties and break their bones. Jianghu sighed. Initially, I plan to give you some celestial stones after you leave. However, it seems like there's no need for that now. With 300,000 prominent celestial stones, you won't be short of celestial stones for the time being. However, don't forget about the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Jianghu's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll help you register for the martial competition of the 16 counties. All you have to do is show up when the competition begins. At that time, even if the people from the other 15 counties want to kill you, they won't dare to act recklessly with the people from King Qin's mansion around. That's what I think as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Jianghu and left. Before he left, he still had many things to do. The first thing he wanted to do was to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Currently, he already had a lot of medicinal ingredients for the spirit-nourishing pill. Since Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, was the primitive celestial alchemist of the Lu clan, he must have a cauldron in his spatial ring. After returning to his stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, Duan Ling Tian took out another spatial ring from his spatial ring. It was none other than Lu Qing's spatial ring that he had casually taken after killing him. As expected, there's a cauldron. After claiming ownership of Lu Qing's spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian easily found the cauldron in the spatial ring. Apart from that, there were also some medicinal ingredients and a few pill formulas in the spatial ring. As for the pile of celestial stones, Duan Ling Tian did not even bother to look at them. Although there were many celestial stones in Lu Qing's spatial ring, it was still not enough. Compared to the 300,000 prominent celestial stones he was about to obtain from the Lu clan and the Pang clan, these celestial stones were insignificant. These pill formulas are all for primitive celestial pills. These are the pill formulas for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill? Among the pill formulas in Lu Qing's spatial ring, the only one that caught Duan Lingtian's attention was the pill formula for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill. Previously, the county governor of Nine Spectres County had given him a bottle of hidden spirit pills. It had allowed his cultivation base to improve by leaps and bounds in just 1.5 years, allowing him to break through and become a yellow sun golden celestial. When he became a yellow sun golden celestial, he had used up all the hidden spirit pills he had. It's no wonder the hidden spirit pill is so rare. As it turns out, apart from the rare medicinal herbs required for the hidden spirit pill, the celestial alchemist's alchemy skills are also very high. Due to this, the success rate is extremely low. After reading the pill formula for the hidden spirit pill, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the hidden spirit pill was so rare. He wondered why the hidden spirit pill was so much rarer than the spirit containment pill. I should try to refine the spirit containment pill first. I wonder if I can refine pills or celestial artifacts with the gray flames I extracted from the incomplete piece of metal. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he activated the celestial fire technique to mobilize the gray flame in the defective metal piece. However, just like before, he could only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. Let's give it a try. At the same time, Duan Lingtian placed the cauldron on the table and took out a set of medicinal ingredients to refine the spirit containment pill. Then, he began to refine the spirit containment pill with the gray flame that he controlled. The first time, the medicinal ingredients were burned to ashes as soon as they came into contact with the gray flame that Duan Lingtian controlled. It's useless. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew it was because he had not refined pills for a long time and did not have sufficient control over the flame. However, this small portion of the gray flame is indeed powerful. At the very least, it's not inferior to the primitive celestial fires recorded in the memory celestial talismans. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian began to feel more confident. Therefore, he began to refine the spirit containment pill for the second time. During his second attempt, Duan Lingtian slightly controlled the flame. However, the medicinal ingredients only lasted for a short while before they were burned to ashes. Again. Following that, Duan Lingtian tried for the third time, the fourth time and the fifth time. The medicinal ingredients used to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit containment pill, were burned to ashes one after another. Fortunately, no one else was around. Otherwise, they would feel sorry for Duan Lingtian and feel that he was being wasteful. Finally, on his 13th attempt, Duan Lingtian successfully melted the medicinal ingredients into a liquid with the gray flame. Then, he placed the liquid into the cauldron and proceeded to the next step. Initially, this step was quite successful. However, when Duan Lingtian was about to condense the pill, the cauldron suddenly shook violently. Chapter 2672. For an entire day and night, Duan Lingtian was immersed in his seemingly endless pill refinement. To him, the medicinal herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, were free. He could squander them as he pleased. He was using gold and silver to familiarize himself with the method of refining celestial pills. Although Duan Lingtian had the rebirth martial emperor's alchemy skills and experience in the mundane realm's mortal continent, he could only rely on his alchemy experience in the Devata realms. As for the method of refining pills in the Devata realms, it was different from the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. Although there were differences, it was still the same. As long as Duan Tian spent some time and wasted some medicinal herbs, he would be able to master the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. In the lowest cultivation stone room in the latent dragon abyss, Duan Tian was so focused on refining the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Meanwhile, in the latent dragon abyss, a commotion broke out as soon as someone spoke. Hey! Did you hear? Yesterday, Duan Tian went to the Lu clan and killed Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan. As soon as the news spread, the entire latent dragon abyss became lively. There were many people who were cultivating in their stone chambers but were not in closed-door cultivation. Those who heard this also left their stone chambers and came out to join in the fun. Supreme elder of the Lu clan? Lu Qing? As far as I know, there are 3 supreme elders in the Lu clan. One of them is an inner court elder in the county governor's estate. As for the remaining 2 supreme elders, one of them is a primitive celestial alchemist. I've also heard that there's a primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan. He's one of the only 3 primitive celestial alchemists in the 9 Spectres County. I think I've heard that the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan is called Lu Qing. What? You mean Duan Tian went to the Lu clan and killed the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan yesterday? How is this possible? After all, once a primitive celestial alchemist detonates his celestial fire, even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to escape death. Exactly. For this reason, even a great overarching golden celestial wouldn't recklessly attack a primitive celestial alchemist. Once a primitive celestial alchemist risks his life, he'll act like a madman and ignite the celestial fire in his body. There was an uproar in the latent dragon abyss. Everyone was doubtful that Duan Tian had killed the primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan. If that's the case, why don't you think about it? If the primitive celestial alchemist detonated the celestial fire in the Lu clan's estate, wouldn't the entire Lu clan be razed to the ground? At that time, how many Lu family members will die? That seems to be the case. Even if he doesn't detonate the celestial fire, Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, should be quite strong, right? Indeed, he's quite strong. It's said that although he's not as strong as the other 2 supreme elders of the Lu clan, he's still stronger than the current clan leader of the Lu clan. He's one of the best among the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials. He's only half a step away from becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. An Indigo Sun Golden Celestial, one of the best among the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials, was killed by Duan Tian? Is this a joke? Many people were skeptical when they learned that the supreme elder of the Lu clan, a primitive celestial alchemist, was an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. Duan Tian had killed an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial? This had to be a joke. Although they knew Duan Tian was strong and was not inferior to many Golden Celestials, they did not expect him to be so strong. However, they did not expect Duan Tian was capable of killing an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. News of this has spread like wildfire. There's no doubt it's true. A young powerhouse who had just returned from outside sighed and said, I didn't believe it in the beginning as well. However, after asking around, the results were the same. In the end, I had no choice but to believe it. Soon after, a few more people confirmed the news. If this is true, then Duan Tian's strength is too heaven-defying, right? It's not just heaven-defying. Let alone the 9 Spectres County, even in the history of King Qin's mansion, there hasn't been anyone who possesses such strength before the age of 100, right? I didn't think I'd be able to witness the birth of such a monstrous genius in my life. As more and more people confirmed the news, the people in the latent dragon abyss no longer doubted the authenticity of the news. I'm not done yet. The young man who first mentioned that Duan Tian had killed the Lu clan supreme elder, the primitive alchemist Lu Qing, continued to say, yesterday, after Duan Tian killed elder Lu Qing from the Lu clan, he also killed another supreme elder from the Lu clan. That supreme elder was one of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate. His strength was only second to Elder Pang Bing and Elder Xianxia. As the young man's voice faded, the entire hidden dragon abyss fell into a deathly silence. After a while, a few people who had heard about the incident in the Lu clan nodded in agreement. I've heard about that as well. Elder Lu Qian was also killed by Duan Tian. It's said that Elder Pang Bing was present at the scene as well. Moreover, Elder Pang Bing admitted that his strength was inferior to Duan Ling Tian. What's even more shocking is that before Duan Ling Tian left the Lu clan, he extorted 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and 200,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan. Moreover, he gave them a deadline of 3 days to hand over the celestial stones to him. As these people spoke one after another, the group of people in the hidden dragon abyss who hadn't had time to react were once again frightened. They were dumbstruck and didn't recover for a long time. How is it possible that Duan Ling Tian is so strong? The first person to regain his senses had a blank look in his eyes as if he had lost his soul as he muttered in a low voice. Lord County Governor doesn't care? The second person who regained his senses asked in confusion. In Lord County Governor's eyes, Duan Ling Tian is far more valuable than Elder Lu Qian. It said that Lord County Governor went to the Lu clan yesterday and expressed his unconditional support for Duan Ling Tian. That's why the Lu clan and Elder Pang Bing didn't say a word in the face of Duan Ling Tian's threats and extortions. Moreover, since yesterday, both clans have been selling off their properties to collect prominent celestial stones. The Lu clan and the Pang clan. Are they really going to give Duan Ling Tian 300,000 prominent celestial stones? This is too inconceivable, right? That's 300,000 prominent celestial stones. After everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help but be shocked and let out waves of exclamations of disbelief. To them, the news was simply too shocking. In the past, they knew Duan Ling Tian was not weak and was the strongest person in the latent dragon abyss. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. His strength was heaven-defying. Duan Ling Tian, Qin Yu, who was practicing in the second-to-last stone room of the latent dragon abyss, heard the commotion outside and woke up from his practice. He calmly listened to the discussion of the group of people outside. The Lu clan? They must have a death wish. Qin Yu could not help but laugh when he learned about what had happened yesterday. He felt that the Lu clan was digging their own grave for provoking Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was someone who could even kill a great overarching golden celestial. The Lu clan was nothing compared to him. At this moment, the latent dragon abyss was not the only place that was in an uproar because of what had happened yesterday. Even the county governor's estate was in an uproar because of what had happened. It was even to the extent that in the entire county city, so long as there were people, practically everyone was discussing this matter, and even more people were extremely shocked by the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Even Elder Pang Bing, who is widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County, admitted that he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the Nine Spectres County. A hidden dragon rising from the abyss is unstoppable. It seems like the Nine Spectres County is going to have a great person. As the news spread in the county, most of the people in the Nine Spectres County felt proud that the Nine Spectres County had produced such a hidden dragon. Even more people were looking forward to the growth of this hidden dragon. They were curious to what extent he could grow to in the future. Naturally, there were also some people whose expressions were unsightly when they heard the news. These people were from the 15 county governors' manors under King Qin's mansion. They were in charge of monitoring the situation in Nine Spectres County. Of course, the Nine Spectres County also had people stationed in the county cities of the other 15 counties. We must report this matter to Lord County Governor immediately. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the Nine Spectres County. With him around, Jianghu County will no longer stand a chance in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. When the people sent by the county governor of Jianghu County, one of the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, learned about the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed in the Lu clan yesterday, they immediately left the Nine Spectres County and returned to Jianghu County. The people sent by the other 14 county governors in the Nine Spectres County also left the Nine Spectres County and went in different directions. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was still focused on refining pills. He was completely unaware that because of the commotion he had caused in the Lu clan, the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion would face the same fate as the Nine Spectres County in the near future. Another day and night went by. It's done. Chapter 2673. 7 Pills. The success rate is not bad. With a sweep of his empty hand, Duanling Tian collected all the medicinal pills that were shot out from the cauldron. When he opened his palm again, he could see 7 medicinal pills with light circulating around them lying quietly on his palm. They were the primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. From now on, I can guarantee that I won't fail every time I refine a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills. Moreover, my success rate won't be lower than this. Duanling Tian was very confident about this. When Duanling Tian refined the cauldron spirit pill earlier, he had used the rebirth martial emperor's memories regarding the pill refinement technique and mastered the pill refinement technique from the Devata realms. However, despite his confidence, Duanling Tian still tried to refine 2 cauldrons of spirit-nourishing pills. Without exception, he succeeded. In the second cauldron, he managed to refine 9 spirit-nourishing pills. In the third cauldron, he managed to refine 10 spirit-nourishing pills. In the county city of 9 Spectres County, the price of a spirit-nourishing pill is set at 10 prominent celestial stones. Now, the cost of refining a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills is only 1 prominent celestial stone. For example, I used 1 prominent celestial stone to refine the spirit-nourishing pills in exchange for 100 prominent celestial stones in return. Celestial alchemists are just like alchemists in the mundane realms. Both professions are extremely profitable. Duanling Tian could not help but sigh. At the very least, I can confirm that I can only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. However, I can already use that small portion of gray flames as a primitive celestial fire. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he thought about the gray flame hidden in the defective metal piece. He muttered to himself, I wonder if the primitive celestial fire is the limit of the gray flame that I can control? If it is, then I can use the gray flame as a mediocre-grade celestial fire once I can fully control the gray flame in the defective metal piece. If the primitive celestial fire isn't the limit of the gray flame that I can control now. In other words, if the gray flame I can control now can be used as a mediocre-grade celestial fire to refine mediocre-grade celestial pills, then once I can control the gray flame in the defective metal piece, it can be used as a prominent celestial fire. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened as he thought to himself. However, judging from the pill refining process earlier, the small portion of gray flame that I can control is already depleted when I refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. It's impossible for it to be a mediocre-grade celestial fire. This means the gray flame in the defective metal piece is a mediocre-grade celestial fire. I can only extract a portion of the mediocre celestial fire and use it as a primitive celestial fire. Although I possess a mediocre celestial fire, I can only use a portion of it since I can't use it. Currently, I'm only a primitive celestial alchemist at most. Duanling Tian was well aware of this. I don't know why I can't use all of the gray flame. After all, there are some heavenly celestials in the Devata realms who are mediocre-grade celestial alchemists and possess mediocre-grade celestial fire. I don't think it's because my cultivation base is only a golden celestial that I can't use all of the gray flame that's comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. There must be some other reason I don't know. As Duanling Tian muttered to himself, he could not help but make a bold guess. In fact, he had guessed correctly. However, he would never have dreamed that the situation would turn out this way. The gray flame was not a mediocre-grade celestial fire. It was the sun divine fire that was in its second form that was comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. Due to his current condition, he could not fully control it. Once the godly fire of the sun left the incomplete metal piece, it wouldn't take long for it to burn Duanling Tian's body into ashes. If Duanling Tian wanted to fully control the second form of the sun god flame and let it leave the incomplete metal piece and exist in his body, he had to step into the perfected golden immortal realm. Only the bodies of perfected golden immortals and above could withstand the second form of the divine sun fire. In other words, it was not impossible for Duanling Tian to master the second form of the sun divine fire that was comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. However, he had to raise his cultivation base to the perfected golden immortal realm first. After all, once a golden celestial became a perfected golden celestial, not only would his celestial origin energy undergo a qualitative change, but his body would also undergo a transformation. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of this. It's been 2 days. I wonder how the Lu clan and the Pang clan are doing with the prominent celestial stones? Duanling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes glinted. Although he had spent the past 2 days refining pills, he was not in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, He still had a sense of time. There's only 1 day left before the appointed time. After I obtain the celestial stones from them, it'll be time for me to leave Nine Spectres County and have a look elsewhere. However, before that, I should inform Qin Yu and Elder Xianxia. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he no longer continued to refine pills and left his stone room. Qin Yu. After Duanling Tian left the cultivation stone room, he looked at the cultivation stone room on the upper level and called out to the room. Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the door to the cultivation room opened and a figure walked out. It was none other than Qin Yu, who had come from Bloody Spectre City with Duanling Tian. When Qin Yu saw Duanling Tian, he smiled faintly and said, Duanling Tian, the commotion you caused 2 days ago was quite big. The Lu clan only has 3 supreme elders, and you killed 2 of them. You heard about it? Duanling Tian smiled faintly. I'm not the only one who heard about it. Now, in the entire county governor's mansion, the entire county city, and the surrounding areas, as long as they're not in closed-door training or are not well informed, who doesn't know about it? Qin Yu shook his head. Yes. Duanling Tian had already expected everything that Qin Yu had said. Therefore, he was not surprised and merely nodded. Qin Yu. Duanling Tian's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at Qin Yu and said, I plan to leave the county governor's mansion and the county city today. Perhaps, I'll even leave Nine Spectres County. You're leaving? Qin Yu frowned. Soon after, he seemed to have recalled something and asked, Is it because of your current strength? Are you worried that the other 15 counties will harm you? That's part of the reason. Duanling Tian nodded. That's also the main reason. Moreover, I also want to go out for a walk. Previously, when I was in Bloody Spectre City, I didn't dare to go out because I didn't have enough strength. Now that I've finally gained enough strength, I plan to go out for a walk. Who knows? Maybe I'll be lucky enough to come across a fortuitous encounter or something. Duanling Tian chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. How could one come across a fortuitous encounter so easily? You don't plan to come back? Then, what about the martial competition of the 16 counties? Qin Yu's frown deepened. When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll go to King Qin's mansion. I heard that the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Luo pills, from King Qin's mansion as a reward. King Qin's mansion definitely won't give away ordinary items. This can be seen from the Great Luo pills. Therefore, I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Duanling Tian smiled. Therefore, after I leave this time, we'll meet again in less than a year. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duanling Tian's words. That's good. I was worried that once you leave, I don't know when we'll meet again. Based on the current situation, it's indeed the best choice for you to leave temporarily. Qin Yu knew that when the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion learned about the existence of Duanling Tian in Nine Spectres County, they would definitely try their best to get rid of Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian had violated their common interests. With Duanling Tian around, they would no longer have anything to do with the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This was something they did not want to see. However, you still have to be careful when you're away from home. Although you're stronger than Zhou Tong, the former first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, there are many people who are stronger than Zhou Tong outside of Nine Spectres County. Qin Yu reminded. I know. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at the stone room that he had been staying in recently and said to Qin Yu with a smile, I'm afraid I won't be returning to Nine Spectres County this time. In the future, you can cultivate in this stone room. With your current strength, no one in the latent dragon abyss will dare to say anything if you cultivate in this stone room. After Duanling Tian finished speaking, he handed the door talisman to Qin Yu. I'm really lucky that you're leaving this time, Qin Yu said jokingly after receiving the door talisman. However, in the depths of his eyes, waves of excitement and agitation still flowed out. The cultivation environment in Duanling Tian's stone room was comparable to the cultivation environment of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Qin Yu had always dreamed of cultivating in that stone room. I won't talk to you about it when I leave. I'm going to say goodbye to Elder Xianxia and the county governor. Then, I'll go to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect my debts. Chapter 2674. Elder Xianxia. When Duan Lingtian saw Xianxia again, he could see Xianxia's uneasiness. He could understand why Xianxia was acting this way. After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same person he was in the past. If Duan Lingtian had used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, when he left Bloody Spectre City with Elder Xianxia and came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, his strength was on par with Elder Xianxia. However, Xianxia was unaware of this. Now the news of what he had done in the Lu clan 2 days ago had spread throughout the county governor's mansion and the county city. Xianxia must have found out about Duan Lingtian's current strength. He was even stronger than Pang Bing, the strongest inner court elder in the county governor's estate. On top of that, Pang Bing was stronger than Xianxia. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have grown so much in just 2 years. Your strength has even surpassed mine unknowingly. Xianxia sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. It's all thanks to Elder Xianxia for bringing me to the county governor's estate. If it weren't for the cultivation environment and resources in the county governor's estate, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Duan Lingtian smiled. You're good with words. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. You're chosen by City Governor Lu of Bloody Spectre City. Even if I didn't go to Bloody Spectre City and another inner court elder went to Bloody Spectre City, you would have been able to come to the county governor's estate as well. Xianxia knew Duan Lingtian's current strength very well, so he did not dare to claim credit for it. You're here to bid farewell to me, right? Xianxia asked as he narrowed his eyes. Elder Xianxia, you know I'm leaving? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Lord County Governor has already told me. Based on the current situation, it's indeed too risky for you to stay. Xianxia nodded. This time, once the people from the other 15 counties find out you're so strong, they'll definitely think of ways to deal with you. They might even join forces to bribe other powerhouses to kill you. After all, your presence in the martial competition of the 16 counties that's going to be held in King Qin's mansion soon. Great overarching pills. Xianxia said. Perhaps. I should take this opportunity to take a look around. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. It's rare for you to think of me before you leave. Xianxia smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Then, he raised his hand, and an exquisite little box appeared in his hand. He handed it to Duan Lingtian and said, I'm sure you don't lack celestial stones. You can keep this pill. Raised was raised he. Was raised and Zheng raised Duan Lingtian had raised. A Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Xianxia said there were medicinal pills inside. What pill is it? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, a medicinal pill that could be so solemnly stored in such an exquisite little box by Xianxia, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, was definitely not an ordinary medicinal pill. It was definitely a rare medicinal pill. Otherwise, it could have been stored in a pill bottle. Gilded golden pill. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he said bluntly. What? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as soon as he heard Xianxia's words. He stared at the exquisite little box in Xianxia's hands in shock and disbelief. Gilded golden pill. Elder Xianxia. You're telling the truth? Is this really a gilded golden pill? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he looked at Xianxia again. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows, and it took him a long time to calm down. Although the gilded golden pill was only a primitive celestial pill, it was the rarest and most valuable type of primitive celestial pill. A golden celestial below the level of violet sun golden celestial would be able to raise his cultivation base by a level in an instant without any side effects. Naturally, there were no side effects. However, those who had consumed the gilded golden pill before would not have any side effects if they consumed it again. In other words, a golden celestial could only consume one gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base. A violet sun golden celestial could consume the gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base, but he could not directly break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. If a violet sun golden celestial wanted to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, he could only do so by consuming a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. However, if a great overarching golden celestial consumed the gilded golden pill, it would not have any effect. For this reason, the gilded golden pill was only suitable for golden celestials. As for heavenly celestials below the level of golden celestial, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal effect of the gilded golden pill. If they were forced to consume it, they would explode and die. Yes. When Xianxia saw how excited Duan Lingtian was, he smiled and said, "Since your cultivation base has yet to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, you'll be able to improve further after consuming the gilded golden pill. Although the improvement won't be obvious, it'll definitely bring you closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial," Wuxia said. At this moment, Xianxia thought Duan Lingtian was already a violet sun golden celestial. He thought so because of Duan Lingtian's strength. Even Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate who was much stronger than him, felt inferior to him. "Elder Xianxia, why don't you consume the gilded golden pill yourself?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his excited feelings before he couldn't help but ask. Xianxia was a violet sun golden celestial. If he consumed the gilded golden pill, his cultivation base would improve and he would be closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I've already consumed one gilded golden pill in the past. It won't have any effect on me if I consume it again." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Back then I obtained 3 gilt golden pills by chance. I took one and gave it to my son, who's the current patriarch of the Zheng family. This is the only one left. Since you have 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and the Pang clan, it's obvious you don't lack celestial stones. This gilded golden pill is the only one I have that I can give you. You can have it," Xianxia said. "Thank you, Elder Xianxia." The gilded golden pill was too tempting for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the gilded golden pill. However, in his heart, he remembered this favor from Elder Xianxia. He was only a yellow sun golden celestial now. Once he consumed the gilded golden pill, he would be able to break through and become a green sun golden celestial. It would save him a lot of time. Duan Lingtian. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had accepted the gilded golden pill. However, he hesitated to speak. "Elder Xianxia, if there's anything you want to say, just say it," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Duan Lingtian, you should know that if you win the martial competition of the 16 counties, the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. 3 great overarching pills. Lord County Governor will definitely consume 2 of them himself. After all, he has been stuck at the profound realm great overarching golden celestial for many years. After consuming 2 great overarching pills, he'll be able to break through to the next stage. However, even though the prefectural governor has taken 2 great luo elixirs, there's still 1 great luo elixir left. I hope that during the martial competition of the 16 counties, you can advise the prefectural governor to consider giving the remaining great luo elixir to me instead of Elder Pang Bing." Xianxia took a deep breath before he finally said what he wanted to say. "Of course. You can just suggest it to Lord County Governor. I'll owe you a favor regardless of the outcome. Even if Lord County Governor gives the remaining great overarching pill to Elder Pang Bing, I won't have any complaints," Xianxia said. "Don't worry, Elder Xianxia. Leave it to me." Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. "When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll look for Lord County Governor as soon as I arrive at King Qin's mansion and ask him to give you a great overarching pill. If he's unwilling, I'll purposely go easy on you and give the first place to someone else. I believe he'll know what to do at that time." Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. "Thank you." Although he felt Duan Lingtian's actions would anger Lord County Governor, he did not say anything. He knew this was the only way he would have a higher chance of obtaining the great overarching pills. "There's no need to thank me, Elder Xianxia. Take it as me repaying you for giving me the golden gilt pill." Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile before he bade farewell to Xianxia and left. After leaving Xianxia's courtyard, Duan Lingtian went to look for Tianji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and left the county governor's estate. "I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the county governor's estate after leaving the 9 Spectres County. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the vast county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County. In the end, Duan Ling Tian took a few more glances at the county governor's estate. This was the place he had spent the most time in since he came to the spirit overarching heaven in the Devata realm. After leaving the county governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian went to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect the 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the 2 clans. The Lu clan is really rich. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, the Pang clan did not have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, so they only gave him 100,000 prominent celestial stones. As for the remaining 100,000 prominent celestial stones, it was the Lu clan who helped the Pang clan. Duan Ling Tian did not encounter any problems when collecting the money. This was because Duan Ling Tian had the county governor of 9 Spectres County as his backer. Otherwise, the Lu clan and the Pang clan would not have cooperated so well. After collecting the money, Duan Ling Tian left the county governor's estate. On the 3rd day after Duan Ling Tian left the county governor's estate, swoosh! At this moment, a ghostly figure entered the county city of 9 Spectres County and barged into the county governor's estate. Chapter 2675. I'm looking for Duan Ling Tian. An old woman dressed in a plain robe stood in the air above the county governor's mansion in 9 Spectres County as she spoke slowly. Although her voice was not loud, it seemed to contain a magical power that spread through the entire county governor's mansion. Everyone in the county governor's mansion heard the old woman's voice. Before the old woman spoke, even the most powerful county governor, Jianghu, who was a great overarching golden celestial, did not notice the old woman's arrival. A commotion broke out in the county governor's mansion when they heard the old woman's words. This voice. It seems to be coming from the sky above the county governor's mansion. Based on the voice, it seems to be an old woman in her 70s. Why is she looking for Duan Ling Tian? I can't tell if she's happy or angry from her tone. I wonder why she's here. No matter why she's here, the outer, inner, and revered elders won't let her go since she's causing such a commotion in the county governor's mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's mansion. These comments were mostly made by the servants and maidservants in the county governor's manor, as well as a small number of guards with weaker cultivations. Without exception, these people were all below the golden celestial realm. At this moment, those who were golden celestials or above in the county governor's estate felt their hearts tremble when they heard the old woman's voice that came from the sky. Their hearts began to throb as well. This person is not simple. Just her voice alone can make a blue sun golden celestial like me feel this way. She's at least a great overarching golden celestial. I'm afraid even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to make me feel this way with just her voice alone. Some of the stronger guards in the prefectural governor's manor, as well as the outer mansion elders, inner mansion elders, and reverends, could tell from the voice that the owner of the voice was extraordinary. She was at least a great overarching golden celestial. In the county governor's mansion, only the county governor was capable of dealing with such a person. After all, the county governor was the only great overarching golden celestial left in the county governor's mansion. The other Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, Zhou Tong, the former first consecrator of County Governor Manor, had died outside some time ago. The cause of his death was still unknown. Such an expert. If we approach her rashly, we will only offend her. It was precisely because they realized this that the group of outer court elders, inner court elders, and revered elders in the county governor's estate did not dare to rashly soar into the air and approach the uninvited guest. Whoosh! In the courtyard of the county governor of 9 Spectres County, a figure shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the direction of the voice of the uninvited guest. At this moment, only Jianghu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, dared to approach the uninvited guest and came out from the courtyard of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. This expert. Could he be an expert bought over by one of the other 15 counties? Jianghu could not help but have such thoughts when he heard that the uninvited guest was looking for Duan Ling Tian. However, as soon as the thought appeared, he dismissed it. After all, it was impossible. What Duan Ling Tian did to the Lu clan only happened 5 days ago. Unless it's a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, it's impossible for him to reach the county city in 5 days. Jianghu thought to himself, even if a violet sun golden celestial travels at full speed, it'll still take about 10 days to reach the county city closest to Nine Spectres County. For this reason, Jianghu did not think the uninvited guest was a powerhouse bought over by one of the 15 counties to deal with Duanling Tian. It was impossible for the other 15 counties to plant a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Among the 15 counties, the county with the most Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals only had 3 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. For this reason, it was impossible for any of the counties to plant a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in another county's county city. After all, it was a very wasteful and extravagant thing to do. Moreover, as the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Jianghu had information about the people planted in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Based on Duanling Tian's knowledge, the strongest person from the other 15 counties was only an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. For this reason, he was certain the uninvited guest had nothing to do with the other 15 counties. When Jianghu arrived near the source of the voice, he suddenly slowed down and looked at the figure in the distance. It was an old woman dressed in a plain long robe. The old woman stood there motionless like a mountain. However, Jianghu felt as though she had merged with heaven and earth. "You're the county governor of Nine Spectres County?" All of a sudden, the old woman's turbid eyes narrowed without any warning, and she immediately met Jianghu's gaze. In an instant, those cloudy eyes became as bright as the stars, extremely dazzling. A terrifying aura surged out of the old woman's body as soon as she met Jianghu's eyes. It was as though a vast ocean had crashed into Jianghu's body. Barf! Almost as soon as the old woman's aura hit Jianghu, who had just been frightened by the old woman's bottomless eyes, suddenly trembled and couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. As the congested blood spurted out, Jianghu's body trembled violently a few times. He subconsciously stepped back a few steps in the air. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County." Although Jianghu was furious, he did not dare to show any disrespect. After he caught his breath, he bowed respectfully at the old woman. At the same time, Jianghu's heart was also in turmoil. Even a peak great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to injure me so severely with just her aura. In other words, this old woman is at least an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That was even more powerful than a great overarching golden celestial. King Qin was the only person in King Qin's mansion who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Jianghu shuddered when he realized the old woman was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The anger in his heart disappeared and was replaced by anxiety. Why would an overarching heavenly supreme celestial come to Nine Spectres County? Moreover, why was she looking for Duanling Tian? "Where's Duanling Tian?" the old woman asked in a deep voice as she stared at Jianghu. "Senior, why are you looking for Duanling Tian?" Jianghu could not help but ask. He could not figure out how Duanling Tian was related to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the overarching heavenly supreme celestial's eyes flashed with killing intent when she mentioned Duanling Tian. It was clear she did not come with good intentions. It was clear the overarching heavenly supreme celestial was looking for Duanling Tian to kill Duanling Tian. "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. You only need to answer my question," the old woman said coldly. Jianghu felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar when he heard the old woman's cold voice. "Yes, yes." Jianghu, who was so frightened that he sucked in a breath of cold air, quickly responded. He was as docile as a cat. Although Jianghu was the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he had the backing of King Qin's mansion. However, the person standing before him was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength was on par with King Qin, the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. Even if the other party killed him, the Duke of Qin's manor wouldn't avenge him. It was impossible for King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion, to offend an overarching heavenly supreme celestial for the sake of a mere county governor. "Senior, you're late." Duanling Tian left the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago. After taking a deep breath, Jianghu said to the old woman while trembling with fear. "He left." Hearing Jianghu's words, the old woman's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits, a cold light flashing through them. I'll give you one more chance. Say it again. If I find out that you're lying this time, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The old woman's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Senior, I'm telling the truth. Duan Tian did leave the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago. Tian Jiyu smiled bitterly. As for the reason why he left, I know as well. If you want to know, I can tell you now. Tian Jiyu said. Speak. The old woman's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flashed in the depths of her eyes, like bolts of lightning intertwining together. 5 days ago. Almost as soon as the old woman finished speaking, Tian Jiyu opened his mouth. He didn't dare to hesitate and told the old woman everything that had happened in the Liu family 5 days ago. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is already close to that of a great overarching golden celestial? The old woman frowned slightly. That brat who defiled Miss Bing, has such innate talent? The old woman was slightly taken aback. However, although she was shocked, the killing intent in her eyes did not reduce in the slightest. She wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Tian. In other words, he left the county city of 9 Spectres County because he was worried that the other 15 counties would send powerhouses to kill him? The old woman asked coldly. Yes. Tian Jiyu nodded. Did he say he would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion soon? The old woman asked as her eyes flashed coldly. He didn't say anything. Tian Jiyu replied. Naturally. He would not tell the old woman. He had already told Duan Tian that he would be in King Qin's mansion in time to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He still had to rely on Duan Tian to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. He had no choice but to tell the old woman the reason why Duan Tian had left the county city of 9 Spectres County. He knew if the old woman asked around in the county city of 9 Spectres County, she would be able to guess the reason why Duan Tian had left the county city of 9 Spectres County. For this reason, he did not dare to hide the truth. Chapter 2676. As for Duan Tian's participation in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, naturally, would not tell the old woman the truth. After all, the old woman would most likely come to King Qin's mansion and attack Duan Tian when the martial competition of the 16 counties was held. At that time, unless King Qin personally intervened, no one would be able to stop the old woman. Under such circumstances, Duan Tian would most likely die. He did not want to see that happen. After all, if Duan Tian died, Duan Tian would not be able to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. It would also mean that Duan Tian would not be able to win the competition and obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for 9 Spectres County. The great overarching pills were something he had always dreamed of obtaining. He would not allow anyone to ruin his chances of obtaining the great overarching pills. Even if the person was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Humph! The old woman coldly snorted. Her powerful aura once again slammed into Tian Jiyu, causing him to take a few steps back. Blood spurted out of his mouth as if it was free. His blood dyed the sky like bloody roses, dazzling and dazzling. Your cultivation base is close to that of an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. You must have been stuck at this bottleneck for many years, right? The old woman asked as she glanced at Tian Jiyu indifferently. Before Tian Jiyu could reply, the old woman continued, at this time, if you have 2 or 3 great overarching pills, it won't be difficult for you to break through the bottleneck and become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. If I were you, I would definitely allow Duan Tian to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, you've said it yourself that with Duan Tian's strength, it won't be difficult for him to win the competition. That's why the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion wanted to get rid of him and prevent him from participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties after learning of his strength. The old woman finished speaking in one breath. Senior, you're right. Tian Jiyu smiled bitterly and said, of course, I hope that Duan Tian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, I do want the great Luo pills. However, when he left and said goodbye to me, he hinted that he didn't want to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I even told him that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, I was willing to give him one of the 3 great Luo pills. However, he didn't seem to be interested at all. He even said that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, the other 15 counties would try to harm him. According to him, if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he can still survive. Once he participates, his life may be in danger at any time, so he doesn't want to take the risk. Jianghu said, "Don't you know how to force him to stay and not let him leave?" The old woman asked in a deep voice. "Senior, if I force him to stay and don't let him leave, he will definitely die when the experts from the other 15 counties come. At that time, I won't be able to get anything out of it. If he leaves, even if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he might be grateful that I didn't force him. With his talent, he will have a bright future as long as his journey is smooth and he doesn't die prematurely. When he becomes stronger, as long as he's grateful that I didn't force him, he might be able to help me obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo pill. Therefore, letting him leave is the best choice for me." "Senior, what do you think?" Tianjiu's words were watertight, and he could not find any flaws in them. He had said so much because he wanted to mislead the old woman and let her know that Duanling Tian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Otherwise, if the old woman had waited for Duanling Tian during the martial competition of the 16 counties at King Qin's mansion, Duanling Tian would most likely die. Even he would be implicated and would not be able to obtain the great Luo pills that he wanted. One had to admit that Tianjiu's flawless words were very effective. At the very least, the old woman did not doubt his words. When he left, did he say where he was going? The old woman asked in a low voice as she looked at Tianjiu. When Tianjiu heard the old lady's question, he knew the old lady believed his words. She did not think Duanling Tian would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qing's mansion. For a moment, he was delighted, but he did not dare to show it on his face. When he left, I asked him where he wanted to go. However, at that time, he said he didn't know where he wanted to go. Tianjiu smiled bitterly as he said, "Therefore when he left he was aimless. I don't know where he's going now. However, it's only been 3 days since he left, so he should still be in the 9 Spectres County. I hope you're not lying. If I find out that you know where he's going and don't tell me, you'll definitely die in the future." After the old woman finished speaking, she disappeared from Tianjiu's sight in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Tianjiu could not see the old woman at all. It was as though she had really disappeared into thin air. This old woman. I'm afraid she's not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After the old woman left, Tianjiu's eyes widened in shock. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion disappeared before his eyes at the fastest speed possible, he might not be as fast as this old woman who did not leave any traces behind. Tianjiu was thoroughly shocked by the old woman's strength. I wonder how Duanling Tian managed to offend such a person. Tianjiu smiled bitterly. Wait a minute. Tianjiu suddenly thought of something. Duanling Tian is not even 100 years old, but his strength is already comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Logically speaking, it's impossible for such a person to appear in the 9 Spectres County. Could it be that his origin isn't simple either? Or perhaps, he's from a powerful force and came to the 9 Spectres County because that force was annihilated. And that old woman just now was a member of the enemy force of the powerful force that had already been annihilated. The more Tianjiu thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. Fortunately, Duanling Tian was unaware of Tianjiu's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been impressed by Tianjiu's imagination. Tianjiu had such thoughts because he did not know Duanling Tian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 3 years ago. I hope that old woman won't come when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. If she comes, not only will Duanling Tian be in trouble, but I'll be in trouble as well. After all, if she sees Duanling Tian in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties, she'll definitely think I've deceived her. Jianghu could not help but pray that the old woman would not appear in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, Duan Ling Tian would be in King Qin's mansion at that time. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that if he had left the county governor's estate a few days later, he would have been killed by the powerhouses from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After leaving the county governor's estate 3 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had been making his way to Bloody Spectre City. He wanted to greet Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, before he left the 9 Spectres County. Although Duan Ling Tian and Lu Fenggu were not close, Lu Fenggu had indeed helped him in the past. Moreover, Lu Fenggu was the one who had provided him with the celestial fire. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to meet Lu Fenggu before he left the 9 Spectres County. He wanted to leave behind some prominent celestial stones and primitive celestial pills, the spirit-hardening pills, for Lu Fenggu. High-grade celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills were easily obtainable to him now, and they weren't even worth mentioning. However, to Lu Fenggu, they were all precious treasures. I, Duan Ling Tian, don't like to owe people favors. I'll leave behind some prominent celestial stones and spirit-hardening pills for City Governor Lu to repay him for telling me about the gray celestial fire. Perhaps, I won't have anything to do with him in the future. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian left the county city of 9 Spectres County and made his way to the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City to meet Lu Fenggu. Duan Ling Tian? To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, Lu Fenggu was overjoyed when he saw Duan Ling Tian. You're all right. It was as though Lu Fenggu was overjoyed to see Duan Ling Tian was fine. Duan Ling Tian could see a hint of guilt in the depths of Lu Fenggu's eyes. It was as though Lu Fenggu had done him wrong. City Governor? What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. He did not understand why Lu Fenggu would lose his composure when he saw him again. Why would Lu Fenggu feel guilty? Duan Ling Tian, forgive me. I had no choice. Lu Fenggu sighed when he saw Duan Ling Tian did not seem to know what had happened. Then, he told Duan Ling Tian everything that had happened. A few days ago, an old woman came looking for you. She asked me where you were. She even threatened the lives of the city governor's estate and the Black Dragon army. I had no choice but to tell her that you went to the county governor's estate in the county city of 9 Spectres County. She was too strong. Just her aura alone was enough to make me kneel on the ground. I was on my last breath, and I couldn't even stand up. It felt like she was even stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Chapter 2677. Stronger than the county governor? Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. With his current strength, even if he used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, he would only be able to fight to a draw with the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of 9 Spectres County. After all, not only was the county governor of 9 Spectres County stronger than Zhou Tong, the great overarching golden celestial whom he had killed, but the county governor's celestial methods and divine abilities were superior as well. For this reason, although Duan Ling Tian had consumed the gilded golden pill and become a green sun golden celestial, he did not dare to say he was stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of 9 Spectres County, let alone someone stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Old woman. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, City Governor Lu, why is the old woman looking for me? Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out. He had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not long ago. Why would someone stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County come looking for him? I don't know why she's looking for you. However, I'm certain she's up to no good. Although she didn't show it on her face when she mentioned you, I can see the killing intent in her eyes. It's obvious she wants to kill you. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Kill me. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as shock appeared on his face. It was as if waves of tempestuous waves had been set off in his heart. It's been less than 3 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I've been staying in 9 Spectres County for the past 3 years. How could I have offended someone so powerful? Could it be that Yun Qingyan from the Divine Offering Land sent someone to kill me? However, isn't the passage from the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms closed? How could Yun Qingyan send someone to kill me when he's trapped in the divine offering land? Moreover, if they're sent by Yun Qingyan, there's no need for them to search for me in Bloody Spectre City, right? Duan Ling Tian recalled the person Yun Qingyan had sent to the mundane realm to kill him. That person had appeared in Yen Huang realm through a tear in space. Based on his words, he had said he was stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. If Yun Qingyan had sent someone to kill him, there was no need for him to come to Nine Spectres County. Once he entered King Qin's mansion, he would be able to locate him with just a thought. If it wasn't Yun Qingyan, who could it be? Based on what I've done after coming to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've had any interactions with experts of that level, right? Duan Ling Tian could not understand why such a powerful existence would target him and even want to kill him. One needed a motive to kill someone. However, he really couldn't think of any motive that the old woman had to kill him. Duan Ling Tian, you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 3 years. How did you offend such a powerful existence? Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I don't know either. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He was completely baffled as well. He did not know how he could have offended such an existence. Could it be because of Zhou Tong? Lu Fenggu asked as he inhaled sharply. Zhou Tong? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Put aside the fact that we're the only ones who know Zhou Tong was killed by you. We're the only ones who know I brought Zhou Tong to Bloody Spectre City and handed him over to you. If the old woman came for Zhou Tong, it's impossible for her to only target me. Moreover, she didn't make things difficult for you after meeting you. This means she's looking for me and wants to kill me. It has nothing to do with Zhou Tong. Duan Ling Tian analyzed the situation. Lu Fenggu nodded after listening to Duan Ling Tian's analysis. Clearly, he agreed with Duan Ling Tian's analysis. If that's the case, why is she targeting you? Could it be an expert hired by the other 15 counties to kill me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown on his face. An expert hired by the other 15 counties? Lu Fenggu was stunned. Impossible. If she's hired by the other 15 counties to kill me, it's impossible that she doesn't know I'm in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Moreover, I'm afraid the other 15 county governors aren't aware of what I've done in the county city. After thinking about it, Duan Ling Tian felt it was impossible for the old woman to be hired by the other 15 counties. Duan Ling Tian, what are you talking about? Why would the other 15 counties hire an expert to kill you? Lu Fenggu asked. Although news of what Duan Ling Tian had done in the county city of Nine Spectres County had spread throughout Nine Spectres County, due to time constraints, it did not reach Bloody Spectre City. In response to Lu Fenggu's question, Duan Ling Tian recounted everything that had happened in the Lu clan. Apart from that, he also told Lu Fenggu the reason he had left the county city and the county governor's estate. I see. Lu Fenggu exclaimed in realization. Lu Fenggu was enlightened. He could not help but rejoice as he said, It seems like the old lady who left our Bloody Spectre City for the county city passed by you. If that's the case, I'm lucky to have left the county city alive? As Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed, he could not help but rejoice. Duan Ling Tian, since you've left the county city and Nine Spectres County, why are you here in Bloody Spectre City? Lu Fenggu asked. I'm here to bid farewell to you, City Governor. Also, I want to thank you for telling me about the celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. You obtained the celestial fire? Lu Fenggu's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Is it a primitive celestial fire? Lu Fenggu asked again. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Initially, I didn't know what grade the celestial fire was. However, when I tried to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, I discovered it had run out of energy. At that time, I was certain it was a primitive celestial fire. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian's gray flame was only comparable to a primitive celestial fire. He didn't tell Lu Fenggu that most of the gray flames were hidden in the metal fragments, and he couldn't use them yet. This was because he wasn't sure if he would be able to use the remaining gray flames in the future. If he could use the remaining gray flame, it would definitely be comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Although it's a primitive celestial fire, Since it's a primitive celestial fire that can only be obtained by a great overarching golden celestial, it's obviously not an ordinary primitive celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations on obtaining a primitive celestial fire and becoming a primitive celestial alchemist. Lu Fenggu congratulated Duan Ling Tian. It's all thanks to you, city governor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the celestial fire and become a celestial alchemist. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Lu Fenggu. What's this? Lu Fenggu was stunned. I don't know when I'll be back after I leave. Take these as a reward for providing me with the celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu smiled wryly. When I betrayed you and told that old woman about your whereabouts, you've already repaid the favor you owed me. If we're talking about who owes you, I'm the one who owes you. You avenged my direct disciple, but I repaid your kindness with ingratitude. The more Lu Fenggu spoke, the guiltier the expression on his face became. City governor, you didn't have a choice. I understand. Moreover, I'm fine now, aren't I? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Just accept it. It's a token of my appreciation. Under Duan Ling Tian's persuasion, Lu Fenggu finally accepted the spatial ring. However, when he saw the mountain of prominent celestial stones and dozens of bottles of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, he hastily removed the claim on the spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian, this is too much. You should keep these celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills for yourself. Lu Fenggu handed the spatial ring back to Duan Ling Tian. City governor, please accept it. I don't lack celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills now. Duan Ling Tian did not accept the spatial ring. He shook his head and said, now that I've achieved my purpose of returning to Bloody Spectre City, it's time for me to leave. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back to visit you. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu called out to Duan Ling Tian before he was about to leave. With a solemn expression on his face, Lu Fenggu asked, You? Don't tell me you're still going to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties? I've promised the county governor. Duan Ling Tian said, moreover, if I win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'll definitely be valued by King Qin's mansion. At that time, I'll be able to use the cultivation environment and resources provided by King Qin's mansion to further improve my cultivation. But if that old woman is waiting for you in King Qin's mansion, won't you be in danger? After all, she's stronger than the county governor. At that time, even the county governor might not be able to protect you. Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile. King Qin's mansion is filled with experts. I don't think she'll dare to cause trouble there, right? Duan Ling Tian said with a frown on his face. It's hard to say. After all, I'm only certain she's stronger than the county governor. As for whether there's anyone in King Qin's mansion who can stop her, I can't say for sure. Lu Fenggu said with a hint of fear on his face. If she can't find you in the county city of 9 Spectres County, she'll be able to find out why you left the county city. She will most likely wait for you at King Qin's mansion when the martial competition of the 16 counties is held. Lu Fenggu said. Unless you're certain she's not strong enough to cause any trouble in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu added. Chapter 2678. After listening to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Duan Ling Tian was impressed by Lu Fenggu's meticulous analysis of the situation. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave. Indeed. If the old woman was so strong that even King Qin's mansion could not defeat her, who would be able to save him if she waited for him in King Qin's mansion? That old woman. Who is she? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized the old woman's identity was not certain. Unless he could confirm the old woman's identity and strength, it would be risky for him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that was going to be held in King Qin's mansion. Initially, he knew the old woman's strength was on par with the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect the old woman's strength to be stronger than the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion. After all, the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion were much stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Unless you can confirm the old woman's identity and strength, I don't approve of you participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu added. Thank you for your reminder, City Governor Lu. After thanking Lu Fenggu, the slightly upset Duanling Tian left in the end. However, he remembered Lu Fenggu's final words and did not dare to be careless about it. After all, his life was at stake. Sigh. After Duanling Tian left, Lu Fenggu sighed as he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Unknowingly, he tightened his grip on the spatial ring. Duanling Tian, I hope you'll remember my words. It's best if you don't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion, and stay away from the area that King Qin's mansion controls. Outside Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh. Duanling Tian walked in the air like a shooting star toward the border of 9 Spectres County, preparing to leave. At this moment, Duanling Tian did not know where he was going, so he walked aimlessly. At this very moment, his mind was in a complete mess. That old woman. Who is she? Since she wants to kill me, there must be a reason. However, after I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've offended anyone with a backer like this old woman, right? Duanling Tian began to recall everything that had happened since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He really wanted to know where exactly that old woman had come from, and why she had come. Could it be her? As he thought about it, Duanling Tian's mind flashed. A figure also appeared in his mind and did not disappear for a long time. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Duanling Tian stopped in his tracks. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the time when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He was originally walking aimlessly on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. All of a sudden, the noise and clamor in the surroundings seemed to come to an abrupt halt and completely disappeared. It was as though the people in the surroundings were being strangled and could not make a sound. At that time, Duanling Tian had also stopped in his tracks. He realized that a group of people on the street were all looking behind him, as if there was something behind him that made them absent-minded. What's it that's causing them to be unable to make a sound? At that time, Duanling Tian had also slowly turned around out of curiosity. As soon as Duanling Tian turned around, he saw a graceful figure in front of him. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What a beautiful woman!" He thought to himself, "What a beautiful woman!" The reason why such a large street had become strangely quiet was all because of that woman. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like jade, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although there was a thin veil covering half of her face, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. It made one have the urge to lift the veil and take a look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil on her face. If the veil was removed, one could only imagine how beautiful she would be without the veil on her face. As the woman walked gracefully, the crowd quietly parted to form a path for her. At this moment, everyone, regardless of gender, was looking at the woman with infatuation. It was as though the woman had some kind of magical power. If it was any other time, many men would have lustful thoughts when they saw such a peerless beauty. However, at this moment, none of the men present had any strange expressions on their faces. When they looked at the woman, apart from a brief moment of amazement, there was only reverence in their eyes. It was as though the woman was a holy being who was high and mighty and could not be profaned. Murong Bing. After a while, Duanling Tian finally regained his senses and sighed deeply. When he was in the mundane realm, he already had 2 wives and 1 confidant. He only acknowledged those 3 women in his heart. Although there were many other women around him, none of them had gained his approval. He had always treated them as ordinary friends. He had always thought he was very lucky to have 2 wives and 1 confidant. He had always hoped that his love life would be in question. He locked the door to his heart and allowed the beauties to swarm him, but he remained motionless. However, it did not cross his mind that he would fall into a trap. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Moreover, He had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Although they were not husband and wife in name, they were still husband and wife in reality. I'll find you. The woman I, Duanling Tian, have slept with can only belong to me, Duanling Tian. That was what Duanling Tian had said when Murong Bing left. In his heart, he had already regarded Murong Bing as his woman. Is that old woman related to her? If she wanted to kill me, she could have done it herself. There's no need for her to send someone to kill me now, right? As Duanling Tian muttered to himself, he thought, it was unlikely that Murong Bing had sent the old woman to kill him. If Murong Bing wanted to kill him, she would have done it herself. Even if she regretted not killing him and wanted to kill him again, there was no need for her to send someone else to do it. After all, as a woman, her chastity was very important to her. It was impossible for her to tell others that her chastity had been ruined. If the old woman didn't come for her, who did she come for? Unknowingly, Duanling Tian noticed that he'd once again returned to a dead end, and he was completely at a loss. If the old woman really came for her, I'm afraid I can't go to the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Duanling Tian thought to himself. He had seen Murong Bing's strength before. She was very powerful. Moreover, Murong Bing's background was not simple. She seemed to be from a powerful sect that possessed a sect-guarding celestial weapon. If the old woman came for Murong Bing, it meant she was probably from that sect as well. It was impossible for someone from that sect to be afraid of King Qin's mansion. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed. The martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion was about to begin. The Duke of Qin's Manor was not only a general name for a faction, but also a general name for a region. It was also a general name for a vast and boundless manor. The king city of King Qin's mansion was located on a vast grassland. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying on the grassland. It lay there quietly and motionlessly as though it was asleep. This giant beast, which seemed to be asleep, opened its 4 bloody mouths at all times, allowing the passers-by to pass through it freely. It was rare to see people walking on the top of the giant beast's head. This was because King Qin's mansion had a rule in King Qin's mansion. Those who entered or left King Qin's mansion were not allowed to walk on air. They had to follow the rules and enter through the 4 gates of King Qin's mansion. King Qin's mansion was too big, and a big city meant a lot of people. When there were more people, it would naturally become chaotic. In order to better maintain the security of King Qin's mansion had set up such a rule. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, 2 groups of people came from 2 different directions. They came to the east gate of Royal City, and the number of people was about the same, a total of more than 30 people. The 2 groups of people were led by a middle-aged man who exuded a majestic aura. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. When the 2 groups of people arrived at the eastern gate of King Qin's mansion, they flew down together. They did not dare to violate the rule of not allowing people to enter or leave King Qin's mansion. County Governor Tian, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you outside King Qin's mansion. One of the middle-aged men said to the other middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who was addressed as County Governor Tian was none other than Jianghu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Apart from the 2 inner mansion elders and a few revered elders, the rest of the people behind Jianghu were all young men who were younger than 100 years old. There were 29 of them in total. One of the new faces was none other than Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of 9 Spectres County. If Duanling Tian was here, he would have recognized him immediately. Chapter 2679. Among the 29 young men, Qin Yu, who was familiar with Duanling Tian, was among them as well. However, as Qin Yu stood outside King Qin's mansion's royal city and looked at the majestic royal city, his eyes became a little blurred. He seemed to be in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. Prefectural Governor Wang. Tianjiu smiled faintly in response to the newcomer's greeting. The person whom Tianjiu addressed as Prefectural Governor Wang was Wang Qiling, the Prefectural Governor of Fair Mountain County, one of the 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. Similar to Tianjiu, Wang Qiling had come to King Qin's mansion for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Behind Wang Qiling, the prefectural governor of Fairmountain County, were a few of his trusted subordinates. The rest of the 30 young men were all young men. These youngsters stood there and stared at Qin Yu and them behind Tianjiyu like tigers eyeing their prey. To them, the young men behind Tianjiyu were their competitors in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Only by defeating all of them would they have a chance to stand out and obtain a good ranking in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Prefectural Governor Tian. You seem to have brought one person with you? After a while, Wang Qiling's gaze swept across the 29 youths behind Tianjiyu. Finally, his gaze landed back on Tianjiyu, and he stared deeply at him. There's one more person who went out to train. He'll be here when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. Tianjiyu said indifferently. Went out to train? Wang Qiling narrowed his eyes when he heard Tianjiyu's words. He asked tentatively, County Governor Tian, don't tell me you're referring to Duanling Tian, the young powerhouse who's famous in the 9 Spectres County? Tianjiyu smiled proudly at Wang Qiling's question. He did not answer Wang Qiling directly. Prefectural Governor Wang will be entering the city first. Without waiting for Wang Qiling's reply, Tianjiyu led the group of people behind him into King Qin's mansion's royal city. Only Wang Qiling was left standing there with a gloomy expression on his face. Lord County Governor. At this moment, an old man standing behind Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the person Tianjiyu mentioned is Duanling Tian. Who else could it be other than Duanling Tian? Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, Initially, when I found out there's only Duanling Tian in 9 Spectres County, who's almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old, I met with the county governors of the other 14 counties. We spent a large amount of supreme celestial stones to hire a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial to kill Duanling Tian in 9 Spectres County. However, when the powerhouse arrived at the 9 Spectres County and searched the entire county, he couldn't find Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had already left 9 Spectres County and successfully evaded the powerhouse's pursuit. Less than a year ago, the people that Fairmountain County had planted in the county city of 9 Spectres County reported back to Fairmountain County about a golden celestial, who was not even 100 years old and whose strength was almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, he realized the severity of the matter. He knew that if the powerhouse was not killed, the 30 young powerhouses from Fairmountain County would no longer be able to claim first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This meant that the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, would no longer have anything to do with them. This was not something he wanted to see. It was not something that the people from the other 14 counties wanted to see. For this reason, the 15 county governors of the 9 Spectres County, including him, had decided to spend some supreme celestial stones to hire a powerhouse who was stronger than Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, to kill Duanling Tian. However, the powerhouse had gone to 9 Spectres County. Alas, the target had disappeared. Actually, if we had a young powerhouse like Duanling Tian in Fairmountain County, we would have used the same method to protect him. A middle-aged man standing behind Wang Qiling said with a wry smile on his face. Actually, when Lord County Governor said you and the other 14 county governors were going to invite a powerhouse to kill Duanling Tian, I knew this would happen. Humph. Another person behind Wang Qiling snorted and said, Do you think Lord County Governor doesn't know about this? If there was even the slightest possibility, Lord County Governor would have joined forces with the other 14 county governors to hire a powerhouse to kill Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian's existence has seriously affected the balance of the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. However, since Duanling Tian is still alive, as long as he participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he'll definitely be able to claim first place. The middle-aged man could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Indeed. The others agreed as well. Although Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fairmountain County, had the same opinion, he was still slightly bewildered. However, he knew that it was useless for him to be bewildered. After all, what was done could not be undone. There was nothing he could do about it. Very soon, the king city of King Qin's mansion was filled with young powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion. The martial competition of the 16 counties would be held in 3 days. Due to the arrival of the 16 powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, the king city that had been bustling with noise and excitement for more than half a month suddenly became quiet. It was like the calm before the storm. In an inconspicuous inn in King City, the county governor of 9 Spectres County only brought 29 people. In a spacious room, an old woman dressed in a plain long robe asked in a deep voice as she looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of her. If Jianghu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, was here, he would be able to recognize the middle-aged man as Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County whom he had met at the entrance of King City. As the county governor and lord of Fair Mountain Prefecture, Wang Qiling was extremely humble and respectful in front of the old lady. His humble attitude was comparable to how he treated King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion. "I saw it with my own eyes," Wang Qiling said. "I think Tianjiyu left the last spot for Duanling Tian, who has been missing for almost a year. Senior, perhaps you'll be able to capture Duanling Tian in King Qin's mansion this time." However, if Duanling Tian appears after the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to capture him. At that time, the powerhouses from King Qin's mansion will definitely step in to protect Duanling Tian. As Wang Qiling spoke, he voiced out his concerns. "Humph." The old woman snorted coldly. Her voice was so cold that it made Wang Qiling, the dignified Fair Mountain County's county governor, feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion steps in, he won't be able to protect Duanling Tian unless he has a death wish. Unless he has a death wish. When the old woman reached the end of her sentence, her tone was not only cold, but also domineering. It was as though if King Qin dared to step in to protect Duanling Tian, she would ask for King Qin's name. Gasp! Wang Qiling could not help but gasp when he heard the old woman's words. He looked at the old woman respectfully. In the past, although he knew the old woman was powerful, he did not expect her to be more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. However, based on her words, it seemed like she was more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. How could he not be shocked? As far as I know, the martial competition of the 16 counties is held in King Qin's mansion. The venue is not open to the public. Think of a way to bring me in. I don't want to alert Duanling Tian before the martial competition of the 16 counties ends. I don't want Duanling Tian to appear. The old woman said nonchalantly. Yes. Wang Qiling replied respectfully. Then he asked, "Senior, do you have any other instructions? If you don't, I'll take my leave." Go. From the beginning until the end, the old woman did not even bat an eyelid. It was as though she could not be bothered to look at Wang Qiling. 3 days later, the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion arrived as scheduled. On the surface, everything seemed normal and calm. However, as the days passed, the martial competition of the 16 counties became more and more intense. It was nearing its end. Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, became anxious. Why hasn't Duanling Tian appeared yet? If he doesn't appear soon, the martial competition of the 16 counties will be over. At this moment, Tianjiyu felt as though he had been stood up by Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. Is he all right? On the other hand, Qin Yu, who had just been eliminated, could not help but feel worried when he saw that Duanling Tian had not appeared. He was worried that something had happened to Duanling Tian, and that was why he did not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Humph. Pang Bing, the first inner mansion elder of the county governor's mansion of 9 Spectres County, snorted and said, "I don't think Duanling Tian is coming." What an ingrate. Back then, the county governor's mansion spent so much effort to nurture him. How could he not show up at such a critical moment? Elder Pang Bing, you can't speak carelessly. Perhaps Duanling Tian encountered something and couldn't leave so he couldn't make it in time? Xianxia defended Duanling Tian. Couldn't make it? Pang Bing sneered. That's a good excuse. However, even if he encountered something important, could it be more important than participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, we're talking about 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. If he didn't show up today, not only would our 9 Spectres County miss out on the 3 great overarching pills, we wouldn't even be able to obtain a single great overarching pill. Pang Bing's expression darkened when he reached the end of his sentence. That's enough. Why are you arguing? Chapter 2680. On the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties, the top 10 contestants would fight each other. Of course, it was hard to say whether these 10 strongest people were the ones who came to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion. This was because there were still many young experts from the 16 counties who had yet to make a move. King Qin's mansion had set a rule for the martial competition of the 16 counties. In any of the 16 counties, they could choose one person as their trump card to fight for the top 3 positions in the martial competition of the 16 counties. King Qin's mansion had set this rule so that the strongest young expert from each of the 16 counties would be in the best condition to fight for the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, if the young experts from the 16 counties did not even make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, their counties would be punished. They would have to pay 3 times the usual amount of prominent celestial stones every year for the next 10 years. Of course, if any of the 16 counties were not confident, they could choose not to keep their trump cards. King Qin's mansion would not force them to do so. However, if any of the 16 counties kept their trump cards, they would have to follow the rules set by King Qin's mansion. If they did not make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would have to pay more celestial stones every year. Among the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, 3 of them were not confident in their young experts and did not keep their trump cards. As for the other 13 counties, they had all kept their trump cards. This included 9 Spectres County. 9 Spectres County's trump card was Duan Ling Tian, who had yet to show up. If Duan Ling Tian did not show up today and did not make it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would be considered absent and would be automatically excluded from the top 10. 9 Spectres County would also be punished. Therefore, the people of 9 Spectres County were very anxious these 2 days. It's the last day. Why isn't Duan Ling Tian here yet? Could something have happened to him? Qin Yu was the only contestant from 9 Spectres County who had made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, the top 10 was not enough to make the people of 9 Spectres County happy because there were still 13 contestants who had not shown up yet. Moreover, 12 of them were the trump cards of the other 12 counties, and their strength was not inferior to Qin Yu. Only the top 10 contestants who made it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties would be rewarded by King Qin's mansion. Although Qin Yu made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, it did not mean that he would stay there forever. Qin Yu's Spectres County. Spectres of the 16 Spectres of the 16 Spectres County. Qin Yu's Spectres County Spectres. However, at this moment, he could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian's safety. County Chief Tian. At this moment, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, arrived next to Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. He said with a faint smile on his face, "The trump card of 9 Spectres County should be Duan Ling Tian, right? However, it seems like he hasn't shown up yet. I heard he left the county city of 9 Spectres County about a year ago. Did he die outside during this time?" The smile on Wang Qiling's face grew wider and wider as he asked. "The martial competition of the 16 counties. Isn't it still ongoing?" Tian Jiyu narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, "County Governor Wang, it seems like you can't wait for Duan Ling Tian to show up. It seems like you don't have much confidence in Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County." Towards the end, Tian Jiyu's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Yang Jin was Fair Mountain County's trump card in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and he had not shown up yet. Although Yang Jin had not shown up yet, his strength was widely acknowledged in Fair Mountain County. He might not be as strong as Duan Ling Tian, but his reputation in Fair Mountain County was on par with Duan Ling Tian in 9 Spectres County. If it's someone else, I wouldn't have no confidence in Yang Jin. However, if it's Duan Ling Tian, I don't have much confidence in Yang Jin. It's not just Yang Jin. I believe the other trump cards from the other 11 counties don't have confidence in 9 Spectres County's Duan Ling Tian as well. Wang Qiling was not angered by Tian Jiyu's words. Instead, he continued to say, "After all, Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County displayed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial in the Lu clan in 9 Spectres County about a year ago. Even Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County, admitted that he's no match for Duan Lingtian. How can I have confidence in Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County if he's the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County? After all, Yang Jin's strength is far inferior to Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County. Not only did Wang Qiling acknowledge Duan Lingtian's strength, but he even praised Duan Lingtian's strength. If one did not know better, one would think that Duan Lingtian was one of Wang Qiling's subordinates and not from 9 Spectres County. The strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had left 9 Spectres County a year ago and had not been heard from since. County Chief Wang, you're quite self-aware. Tianjiyu did not know how to respond to Wang Qiling's words when he heard Wang Qiling praising Duan Lingtian. He looked at Wang Qiling intently before he said, "You're right. County Chief Tian. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County is already here? Did you hide him?" Wang Qiling looked deeply at Tianjiyu and asked with a deep and meaningful tone. "County Chief Wang, you seem to be very interested in Duan Lingtian." Tianjiyu replied, "Of course. I'm sure I'm not the only one. The other 14 county chiefs are also very interested in Duan Lingtian. It's said that even Lord King Qin from our King Qin's mansion has mentioned Duan Lingtian before." A hint of envy could be seen in Wang Qiling's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "County Chief Tian, I'm really curious. Is Duan Lingtian here?" Wang Qiling asked again. He did not notice that his tone was slightly anxious when he asked this question. It was as though he wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was here or not. "County Chief Wang, didn't you say that Duan Lingtian might have perished outside?" Tianjiyu asked nonchalantly. "I was just joking." Wang Qiling's expression froze when he heard Tianjiyu's words. He could not help but smile awkwardly. "County Chief Wang, if you want to know if Duan Lingtian is here or not, you'll find out in the afternoon. Today, the top 10 and top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be fighting." Tianjiyu said nonchalantly, "If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up, he'll definitely show up in the afternoon. However, I think, County Chief Wang, you don't want him to show up, right?" A hint of mockery could be seen in Tianjiyu's eyes as he looked at Wang Qiling. "Of course not." Wang Qiling shook his head and smiled. "I'm looking forward to his appearance. Although I know he'll definitely be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm still curious. He's not even 100 years old, and he's the strongest person in 9 Spectres County below the age of great overarching golden celestial." Wang Qiling's words were sincere. It was as though he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, was that really the case? "County Chief Tian, the battle for the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties is about to begin. The trump cards of each county are about to be revealed. I'll return to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain County are." Wang Qiling bade farewell to Tianjiyu before he left. "I won't see you out." Tianjiyu glanced at Wang Qiling's back and said slowly, "You're a genius." After Wang Qiling left, Tianjiyu could not help but feel a sense of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. Today was the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, until now, he still did not see Duan Lingtian at all. It was as though Duan Lingtian had not arrived in King Qin's mansion at all. On the other side, after Wang Qiling returned to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain County were, he walked up to a skinny man in a gray robe. His face could not be seen clearly. Wang Qiling said respectfully through voice transmission, "Senior, I've tested Tianjiyu, but I didn't get anything out of him. He's very cunning. He's always trying to change the subject." Wang Qiling replied through voice transmission. "It doesn't matter." An old man replied calmly through voice transmission. "Today is the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian is here, he'll show up in the afternoon at the latest. If he doesn't show up, it means he has no intention of participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties." "Who's that?" The few elders and honorary elders who had followed Wang Qiling to King Qin's mansion saw their prefectural governor standing beside the mysterious man in the gray robe. They could not help but feel their hearts tremble. They were curious about the identity of the man in the gray robe, and why their county chief treated him in such a manner. This man. Could he be the person Lord County Chief hired to kill Duan Ling Tian? An elder from the Fair Mountain County's county chief's mansion guessed in a low voice. That's impossible. Another elder said, if Lord County Chief hired someone to kill Duan Ling Tian, Lord King Qin would not let Lord County Chief off so easily. After all, this is King Qin's mansion. Duan Ling Tian hasn't shown up yet. He might not come. If he doesn't come, Yang Jin has a high chance of winning the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chapter 2681. In the martial competition of the 16 counties organized by King Qin's mansion, Duan Ling Tian from Nine Spectres County was the most favored. News of Duan Ling Tian's actions in the Liu clan in the county city of Nine Spectres County spread like wildfire in the Nine Spectres County. In the end, news of Duan Ling Tian's actions in King Qin's mansion had spread throughout the entire Nine Spectres County. Even King Qin of King Qin's mansion had heard of him. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian had become the hottest topic and the highlight of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of his elegance. However, up until now, Duan Ling Tian had yet to show himself. Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of Nine Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet. I wonder what Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, is up to. Could it be that he's waiting for Duan Ling Tian to show up and replace Duan Ling Tian as the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties? Humph. Duan Ling Tian hasn't shown up yet. It might not be because the county governor of Nine Spectres County forbade him from showing up. Maybe he died outside after leaving Nine Spectres County. After all, the outside world is very dangerous. That's possible. Apart from the people from Nine Spectres County and Fair Mountain County, the people from the other 14 counties could not help but whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they either thought that Duan Ling Tian had been hidden by the county governor of Nine Spectres County, or that Duan Ling Tian had died outside and could not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, no matter what these people said, it was only their guesses. After a while, the powerhouse sent by King Qin's mansion to host the martial competition of the 16 counties announced that since the 13 counties had yet to show their trump cards, the top 10 contestants would compete for the top 3 spots. As time passed, the contestants were pushed back one by one. Qin Yu. Soon after, it was Qin Yu's turn to fight. When Qin Yu walked onto the stage, behind the VIP spectator seats on the side of the vast battle arena, in an area covered by a curtain, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes suddenly stood up from his luxurious chair and stared firmly at Qin Yu. Third Prince. You're? The moment the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood up, the 2 old men beside him were shocked. They could not help but look at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. They did not know why the 3rd prince of King Qin's mansion would lose his composure. In King Qin's mansion, King Qin had 3 younger brothers. Below King Qin, there were 3 younger brothers. They were called the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, and the 5th prince by the people in King Qin's mansion. The 3rd duke was the 3rd brother of King Qin. He was sent by King Qin to be in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. 3rd Prince Qin Yu was king, 3rd prince was Prince Qin. 3rd prince is 3rd. Similar. Too similar. And, I think, his name is Qin Yu? The 3rd Marquis did not pay attention to the 2 old men beside him. His gaze was fixed on the young man in the middle of the battle ring. He muttered to himself as his eyes grew brighter and brighter, like 2 bright stars in the night sky. Whoosh, whoosh. After hearing the 3rd prince's mutterings, the gazes of the 2 old men beside him simultaneously landed on the young man in the middle of the battle ring. With just a glance, their pupils couldn't help but shrink fiercely. Why does he look so much like the 4th prince? His nose, his lips, and even his forehead are almost exactly the same as the 4th prince's. Who is he? The 2 old men regained their senses and looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. The fourth prince was the fourth brother of the Duke of Qin in Duke Qin's mansion. It was to the extent that even before the fourth prince left the king of Qin's mansion, he was already stronger than the king of Qin. However, King Qin's mansion's fourth prince had suffered from qi deviation decades ago. After injuring King Qin, he left King Qin's mansion and disappeared without a trace. Although King Qin's mansion had sent people to search for him, they found nothing. Now, after a few decades, they saw someone who looked like the fourth prince in King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, this person's surname was also Qin. They could not help but let their imagination run wild. This Qin Yu, could he be? Soon the two old men looked at each other again and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Elder Qi, go and investigate this Qin Yu. The third marquis gave the order in a deep voice. Traces of excitement appeared in his eyes. It was as though the young man standing in the middle of the battle arena was an old friend that he had not seen for many years. Yes. One of the old men answered and left immediately. At the same time, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Qin Yu was also engaged in a fierce battle with a young man who appeared to be around the same age as him. They started to be evenly matched. After about several tens of breaths, Qin Yu's body suddenly burst forth with a burst of powerful energy. The palm prints that filled the sky were also dyed with blood red. Bang! Almost at the same time that Qin Yu's palm attack is stained with that blood-red color, the power in the palm increases greatly. It directly crushes and destroys his opponent's attack, sending his opponent flying. He lands on the ground with serious injuries and is on the verge of death. Hiss, 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 hiss. Instantly, waves of gasps sounded out in unison from the surroundings of the combat arena. This Qin Yu from the 9 Spectres County actually hid his strength. What was that technique he used at the end? It felt like a divine ability. Moreover, it's an assistive divine ability. It's even more powerful than the other assistive divine ability that he used earlier. This assistive divine ability. I feel like it's at least a dark grade divine ability. Moreover, it's probably not an ordinary dark grade divine ability. I've seen ordinary dark grade divine abilities a few times, and they're far inferior to the one he used earlier. The surroundings of the battle arena were bustling with noise. While the people from the various counties under the command of the Duke of Qin's mansion were discussing animatedly, their attention had shifted to the support-type ability that Qin Yu had used earlier. I didn't expect Qin Yu to hide his strength. With Qin Yu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties before the other counties use their trump cards. I didn't expect Qin Yu's cultivation to improve so quickly. If he's given a few more years, he might become another Duan Ling Tian. The elders and honorary elders from 9 Spectres County could not help but sigh. When the inner mansion's elders Pang Bing and Zhang Qiu look at Qin Yu again, there is an additional look of approval in their eyes. That assistive divine ability. I think it's Tianji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, stared at Qin Yu. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Sky dancing blood imprint. That sky dancing blood imprint. While Tianji Yu was staring at Qin Yu as if he had seen a ghost, the other 15 county governors also had the same look of shock and disbelief as Tianji Yu. Many county governors could not help but exclaim in surprise. Sky dancing blood imprint. Isn't it a dark grade assistive divine ability that only the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion can cultivate? How can this brat from 9 Spectres County know a dark grade assistive divine ability that only the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion can cultivate? Where did he learn it from? Stealing a dark grade assistive divine ability from a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion is a capital offense. As the various county governors opened their mouths, the spectator seats surrounding the enormous battle arena also let out waves of low exclamations. From their words, it was as if they were certain that the support-type divine ability that Qin Yu had just displayed was secretly learned from the King Qin's mansion. Sky dancing blood imprint. Behind the VIP seats, behind the curtains, the third prince, who had just sat down, stood up again. The excitement that had just calmed down appeared again. He must be fourth brother's child. Fourth brother. Has a descendant. Meng Ping, bring Qin Yu to me. The third Marquis's gaze pierced through the curtain like a sharp sword and went straight to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, who was looking at Xianxia with a look of astonishment on his face. He immediately sent an order to the third Marquis. Yes, third prince. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties immediately looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, the third Marquis wants to see you. Come with me. Once the host said those words, before Xianxia could react, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Third prince. Immediately, numerous gazes from the various spectator seats landed on the area behind the VIP seats that was covered by a curtain. However, while it was easy to see through the veil, it was impossible to see through the veil. I'm afraid this brat from the 9 Spectres County is in trouble. The third prince is going to punish him. Although I don't know where he learned the assist-type divine ability, the Heavenly Blood Seal Dance, from the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, secretly learning the divine ability that's exclusive to the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion is a capital offense. Many people felt that Xianxia was going to run out of luck. I don't think the third prince is here to denounce her. Perhaps, he's here to acknowledge her as his relative? Exactly. Don't forget. His surname is Qin, his name is Xianxia. Even though most people think that Xianxia is out of luck, there are still a small number of people who think that Xianxia is probably a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion who has wandered outside. In the past, I felt that Xianxia was somewhat familiar. Now that I think about it, he seems to be somewhat similar to that fourth prince from back then. Chapter 2682. The fourth prince of King Qin's mansion was a legend in the eyes of the people in King Qin's mansion. Among the King Qin's brothers in the King Qin's mansion, the fourth prince's innate talent was undoubtedly the highest. In fact, 100 years ago, his strength surpassed the King Qin's and he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. However, it was a pity that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. A few decades ago, the fourth prince of the Duke of Qin's manor suffered from qi deviation during his closed-door cultivation. After injuring the Duke of Qin, he left the Duke of Qin's manor and disappeared without a trace. As the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Jianghu was fortunate enough to have met the fourth prince before. However, it had been a long time, so he did not know how to react. He thought Xianxia looked familiar because he thought Xianxia resembled the fourth prince. Now that he had seen Xianxia use the sky-dancing bloodprint, the exclusive skill of the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, and the third prince, who was in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties, had called Xianxia over, he finally remembered the fourth prince. This Xianxia from 9 Spectres County looks very similar to the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion. Suddenly, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fairmountain County, had a flash of inspiration. Why did he feel that Xianxia looked somewhat familiar from the first time he saw him? Turns out it was because Xianxia looked very similar to the fourth prince of the Qin mansion. This Xianxia. Why does he look so much like the fourth prince? He looks so much like the fourth prince and his surname is Qin. Could he be a descendant of King Qin's mansion? He might even be the fourth prince's son. Some of the county governors from other counties who had seen the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion who had disappeared several decades ago could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Xianxia enter the VIP area. They guessed that Xianxia was the son of the fourth prince who had disappeared several decades ago. The fourth prince? The most powerful person in King Qin's mansion, the fourth brother of the current King Qin, the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion. This Xianxia from 9 Spectres County. Could he be the fourth prince's son? As the group of governors spoke, their subordinates more or less heard what they said. For a moment, they were extremely shocked because this news was extremely shocking and caught them off guard. A nobody from 9 Spectres County was suspected to be the son of the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion, a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion. Other than the people from the 16 counties under King Qin's manor, there were also some distinguished guests invited by King Qin's manor. They were all from powerful sects and clans in the territories under King Qin's manor's jurisdiction. Although the forces these people belonged to were not as powerful as the Duke of Qin's manor, none of the counties under the Duke of Qin's manor could compare to them. Xianxia? A direct descendant of King Qin's mansion? Fourth prince's son? At the side of the VIP spectator seats, a figure covered in a black robe moved slightly and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. His tone was mixed with a bit of surprise. This black-robed man was completely covered in a black robe, and the black robe was embroidered with balls of flames. These flames formed the word Kuan on the black robe. The word Kuan seemed to be burning at all times, and it was gorgeous and dazzling. This was the Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robe was the uniform of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in the Devata realms. Only celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen could obtain the Celestial Master's robe at the Alliance of Celestial Masters stronghold. Very few people dared to imitate the Celestial Master's robe since they would be hunted down by the Alliance of Celestial Masters if they were discovered wearing a fake Celestial Master's robe. For this reason, very few people dared to imitate or wear a fake Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robe was divided into 4 grades. They were the Heaven, Earth, Heaven, Heaven, and Kuan. Only Supreme Celestial Alchemists and Supreme Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were qualified to receive the Heaven Celestial Master's robe. Only Prominent Celestial Alchemists and Prominent Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were qualified to receive the Earth Celestial Master's robe. Only Mediocre Celestial Alchemists and Mediocre Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were qualified to receive the Heaven Celestial Master's robe. As for the Celestial Master's robe with the character Kuan on it, it was only available to primitive celestial alchemists and primitive celestial alchemists who proved their identities at the Alliance of Celestial Master strongholds. The black-robed man was wearing the Heavenly Master's robe with the word Kuan on it. This is enough to show that he was a primitive celestial alchemist. Vice Sect Leader Huang. Is the 4th prince stronger than King Qin? Suddenly, the black-robed man tilted his head. His eyes under the black robe flashed and landed on a middle-aged man sitting not far away. He asked in a slightly hoarse and deep voice. Revered Elder Tianling. When the middle-aged man heard the black-robed man take the initiative to speak to him, he immediately looked at the black-robed man. A radiant smile appeared on his originally solemn face as he nodded and said, "The 4th Marquis of the Duke of Qin's mansion is indeed stronger than Duke Qin. It seems like you haven't heard of the 4th prince, revered Elder Tianling?" The middle-aged man was Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, a relatively powerful sect in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. This time, he had brought some people from the Flying Dragon sect to join in on the fun at King Qin's mansion's invitation. They were here to join in the fun of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although the black-robed man had only joined the Flying Dragon sect for 2 months, and he was only one of the 5 primitive celestial alchemists in the Flying Dragon sect however, since the black-robed man's alchemy skills were far superior to the other 4 primitive celestial alchemists in the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the black-robed man. After all, even the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had to be polite in front of the celestial alchemist. Moreover, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had repeatedly reminded him to be polite. He had to treat revered Elder Tianling with the same respect as he treated him. Yes. The black-robed man nodded and said nonchalantly, "I've been wandering around for the past few years. 2 months ago, I arrived in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. Coincidentally, the bottleneck in my cultivation base has loosened, and I'm looking for a place to settle down and seek a breakthrough." As the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji had heard about the black-robed man from the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Therefore, he was not surprised by the black-robed man's words. "Revered Elder Tianling, since you're interested in the 4th prince of King Qin's mansion, I'll tell you more about him," Huang Guangji said enthusiastically. After listening to Huang Guangji's explanation, the black-robed man learned about the 4th prince of King Qin's mansion. "Qin, you might really be the son of the 4th prince of King Qin's mansion." The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself. After he finished speaking, the black-robed man sat there with his head lowered and no longer paid any attention to him. Huang Guangji was not annoyed by this. This was because he was already used to the Flying Dragon sect's revered Elder Tianling's unsociable personality. This revered Elder Tianling, judging from his hoarse voice, he should be an old man. His real age shouldn't be that young. Huang Guangji glanced at the black-robed man again before retracting his gaze. However, he did not know that the black-robed man's hoarse voice was all an act. Under the black robe was a young man. To be more precise, it was a young man who looked very young and had an extremely powerful aura of flesh and blood. Furthermore, he wore a purple robe. However, because he was shrouded in a black robe, His entire body was covered by the black robe, so others could not tell that he was a young man. Now, if Qin Yu were here and lifted the black robe on this man, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. This black-robed man was none other than the Duanling Tian he knew. The third prince of King Qin's mansion must be trying to verify Qin Yu's identity. Duanling Tian, who was completely enveloped in a black robe, thought in his heart. Although he wasn't like the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the others, who all turned their heads to look at the curtain-covered area behind the VIP seats, his thoughts were the same as those people. They were all behind the curtain-covered area. However, fortunately, King Qin's mansion set a rule for this martial competition of the 16 counties that any of the 16 counties can leave a trump card behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hide until now. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Apart from Duanling Tian, no one, including Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, had expected that Duanling Tian would not be able to hide behind the curtains of the Flying Dragon sect. In fact, Duanling Tian had long arrived at the venue of the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. However, he had come with a different identity. He was the revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, a primitive celestial alchemist who was wearing a celestial master's robe with the word Kuan written on it. Due to the fact that he was a primitive celestial alchemist, no one dared to probe him with their divine consciousness even though he was wearing the celestial master's robe with the word Kuan on it. After all, nobody wanted to offend a celestial alchemist. Without his identity as a celestial alchemist, he would not have been able to hide his age and identity. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar rang out in a timely manner. King Qin has arrived. King Qin has arrived. As the thunderous voice rang in the air, 9 snow-white horses pulling a roofless carriage could be seen approaching from the distance. Their speed was as fast as a great overarching golden celestial. A majestic middle-aged man dressed in a purple-gold robe sat on the roofless carriage. Chapter 2683. The 9 snow-white horses looked no different from ordinary horses in the mundane realms. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the aura of celestial origin energy emanating from these horses. Clearly, these horses were celestial beasts. In the Devata realms, celestial beasts were divided into celestial beasts that had gained sentience and celestial beasts that had yet to gain sentience. Celestial beasts possessed sentience that was not inferior to humans and could transform into humans. They cultivated like humans and were no different from humans. Celestial beasts that had yet to gain sentience could only rely on their instincts to survive. Even their cultivation base was dependent on their instincts to cultivate and were raised by humans. For example, the 9 horses that pulled the roofless carriage in front of Duanling Tian were raised by King Qin's mansion. Each of them had a cultivation base equivalent to a violet moon golden celestial. The 9 horses pulled the carriage at a speed that was not inferior to an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. He's King Qin? Duanling Tian's eyes glinted under his black robe as he looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a long purple gold robe who was sitting on the roofless carriage. The middle-aged man had a jade-like complexion and a tall stature. As he sat there, he emitted waves of majestic aura, suppressing the majestic aura emitted by the county governors from all over the Duke of Qin's mansion. In the face of the middle-aged man's imposing aura, the auras of the county governors from the various counties under King Qin's mansion were not worth mentioning at all. They were on completely different levels. It's King Qin. King Qin is here. After the appearance of the roofless carriage, which was pulled by 9 white horses, the group of people present immediately became restless. Greetings, Lord King Qin. Greetings, Lord King Qin. A moment later, the people from the 16 counties under the command of the Duke of Qin's mansion bowed respectfully to the Duke of Qin. The people in the VIP seats cupped their fists together and bowed at King Qin as well. Greetings, King Qin. Even Duanling Tian followed the other people from the Flying Dragon sect and cupped his hands at King Qin as a form of greeting. If there was one person who was indifferent to the appearance of King Qin, it would be the person next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling. He was clad in a gray robe. The Qin Emperor, who was sitting on the roofless carriage, stood up and waved his hands at the people around him. He noticed that the gray-robed man beside Wang Qiling did not seem to care about his appearance. Immediately, He frowned slightly. Within the territory of the Duke of Qin's estate, there was actually someone who dared to put on airs in front of him? In an instant, King Qin's sharp gaze landed on the gray-robed man. Everyone's eyes followed King Qin's gaze and landed on the gray-robed man. At this moment, the gray-robed man had become the focus of everyone's attention. Damn it! What was this guy trying to do? Are you trying to harm us? The expressions of the elders and guardians of Fair Mountain Prefecture changed drastically. Who the hell is he? How can he ignore King Qin when he's in front of him? The group of young experts from Fair Mountain Commandery were speechless. They were also worried that the gray-robed man standing next to the governor of Fair Mountain Commandery would drag them down because of his rudeness to the King of Qin. County Governor Wang, the person next to you seems to have a problem with me. King Qin shifted his gaze from the gray-robed man to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, who was standing next to the gray-robed man. Although King Qin's tone was calm, the people present could hear the anger in his voice. Wang Qiling's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. King Qin. As for the other 15 county governors, when they looked at Wang Qiling, their eyes were filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Senior, please inform King Qin. If you're exposed, even if Duan Lingtian wants to show himself, he'll be scared away by you. Wang Qiling sent a voice transmission to the gray-robed man. When the gray-robed man heard the message, he did not reply to Wang Qiling. However, he raised his head slightly. His cloudy eyes were exposed in front of the Qin Emperor. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. You're King Qin from King Qin's mansion, right? I'm from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The reason I'm here today is because the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect ordered me to kill someone. If you act rashly and alert the enemy, I'll annihilate King Qin's mansion. Just as the King of Qin saw the pair of turbid eyes under the gray robe, as well as the wrinkled face of the old man, a voice rang in his ears at the right time. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Just as his heart trembled, he saw the gray-robed man's right hand, which was originally covered by his sleeve, move. A token flashed before his eyes. A core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Although he had only seen the token for a brief moment, he could tell it was an identity token. Moreover, it was the identity token of a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The core elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect seemed to be celestial dukes. King Qin gasped inwardly when he realized the gray-robed man was a celestial duke. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away from Wang Qiling. Senior, I'll ask my subordinate to come up with an excuse. Please forgive him if he has offended you. After all, if I don't do anything in the current situation, I'll definitely expose how unfathomable you are. King Qin sent a voice transmission to the gray-robed man as he withdrew his gaze from Wang Qiling. Humph! The gray-robed man snorted coldly, acknowledging King Qin's words. Then, King Qin sent a voice transmission to Wang Qiling immediately. Wang Qiling's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. However, he quickly regained his composure and bowed to King Qin, saying, King Qin, this person beside me is deaf and mute. If he has disrespected you, please forgive him. Since he's deaf and mute, I won't hold it against him. Qin Wang followed Wang Qiling's lead and walked down the stairs. At the same time, he retracted his gaze and entered the area behind the VIP seats that was shrouded by a curtain. It seems like King Qin is here for Qin Yu. Isn't it obvious? It seems like Qin Yu might be related to the fourth prince who went missing in King Qin's mansion. I heard the fourth prince severely injured King Qin before he left King Qin's mansion. If Qin Yu is related to the fourth prince, won't King Qin seek revenge on Qin Yu? You're thinking too much. Who doesn't know that the reason why fourth prince was able to injure Qin Wang in the past was because he was possessed by the devil and lost his mind? Qin Wang and fourth prince are blood brothers and have always had a good relationship. If Qin Yu is fourth prince's descendant, Qin Wang will only treat him well and won't make things difficult for him. Perhaps King Qin will even allow him to acknowledge his ancestors. In the spectator stands around the battle arena, the attention of a group of people shifted from the gray-robed man beside the Fair Mountain Commandery Governor Wang Qiling to the area behind the curtain behind the VIP spectator stands. King Qin, the third prince, and Qin Yu were all inside. They did not know what was going on inside because they could not see through the curtains. Moreover, the curtains were soundproof. Not only could they not see or hear what was going on behind the curtains, but they also had no idea what was going on behind the curtains. About 15 minutes later, Qin Yu has withdrawn from the martial competition of the 16 counties. The competition will continue. Outside the curtains, the person from King Qin's mansion who was in charge of hosting the martial competition of the 16 counties rose into the air and announced loudly. As soon as his words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Qin Yu withdrew from the martial competition of the 16 counties? What's going on? It seems like Qin Yu is really related to the fourth prince. If he's the fourth prince's son, there's no need for him to continue participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As the fourth prince's son and a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion will definitely treat him well. This is fate. There's a world of difference between knowing how to reincarnate and not. After a moment of silence, the audience became lively again. Qin Yu, congratulations. In the VIP seats, Duan Ling Tian retracted his gaze from behind the curtains and thought to himself, I'll congratulate you when I have the chance. Duan Ling Tian had hidden himself here because he was worried that the old woman who went to Bloody Spectre City and Nine Spectres County to kill him a year ago was waiting for him in the dark. Although he did not know who the old woman was, he still had to be careful. For this reason, he had not revealed his identity until now. In the eyes of others, he was just a primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. It's also because of this celestial master's robe that I'm a primitive celestial alchemist or a primitive celestial weapon craftsman. Otherwise, I would have attracted a lot of attention with my divine consciousness. Duan Ling Tian could imagine. If he did not have the celestial master's robe with the word celestial master's robe, many people would have probed him with their divine consciousness out of curiosity. The martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Behind the curtains behind the VIP seats, Qin Yu stood there. Beside him stood the master of the King Qin's mansion, King Qin, and the third prince of the King Qin's mansion. At this moment, the two of them were staring at Qin Yu with fiery gazes. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was slightly restrained. Where's your father? The third prince asked. My father has passed away. Qin Yu sighed. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 2684. What happened? Your father. How did he pass away? When King Qin looked at Qin Yu again, his expression was extremely unsightly. When he had just acknowledged Qin Yu, he was happy that his fourth brother had a descendant. At the same time, he longed to see his fourth brother again and reunite with his brother. However, he did not expect that when his third brother asked Qin Yu about his fourth brother, his nephew would tell him. His fourth brother had passed away. Back then, my father suffered from qigong deviation and injured you. Not long after he left King Qin's mansion, he regained his senses. He blamed himself for injuring you, and he realized that he could suffer from qigong deviation at any time, so he did not plan to return to King Qin's mansion. Qin Yu said slowly, Not long after, my father met my mother and they fell in love. Not long after my mother gave birth to me, my father suffered from qigong deviation and left home. My mother brought me to find my father, but we were robbed on the way. The robbers wanted to silence us. My mother risked her life to protect me, but she died in their hands. As he spoke, Qin Yu's eyes turned red. After they killed my mother, they hunted me down. Just as I was about to die, my father regained his senses and returned. He killed those people and saved me. When he saw that my mother had died, he blamed himself and even lost all hope. Then, after he helped me settle down, told me about my background, and gave me this token. Before I could react, he committed suicide in front of me. The moment before he committed suicide, he told me that I must bury him together with my mother. At this point, Qin Yu's eyes turned even redder, as if they were dyed with a bloody mist. In his hand there was a command plate. It's my fourth brother's identity token. The third Marquis snatches the identity plate from Qin Yu's hand as if he is trying to snatch it. His trembling hand caresses the 3 characters carved on the front of the identity plate, which is his fourth brother's name. Subsequently, His eyes become misty. From now on, King Qin's mansion and King Qin's mansion will be your support. Qin Wang takes a deep breath, pats Qin Yu's shoulder and says solemnly. When my father told me about my background, he told me to return to King Qin's mansion to acknowledge my ancestors. He also said that his greatest regret in life was that he couldn't return to King Qin's mansion to protect it because he might suffer from qi deviation at any time. Qin Yu continued. Now that you have a family, you don't have to wander outside anymore. From now on, your eldest uncle, your second uncle, and your fifth uncle will be your biggest support. The third Marquis says after returning the identity plate to Qin Yu. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. However, he was unable to stop the tears from rolling down his face. In the past, he could only rely on himself. Even if he had the chance to safely reach the Duke of Qin's manor this time, he had relied on himself to walk step by step. If he were alone, he would have to be at least a great overarching golden immortal before he dared to travel through the counties under King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, he might be robbed by some peak golden immortals on the way and die on the way. But now, he had the Duke of Qin's manor to rely on. Comparing the two, the difference was like heaven and earth, and it made him feel very conflicted. Third brother. Did you pay attention to the gray-robed man next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County? Suddenly, the Qin emperor seemed to have thought of something. He immediately looked at the third prince and asked with a grave expression. What? Is there something wrong with that person? The third marquis was stunned. When he first arrived, he had taken note of the gray-robed man beside Wang Qiling, the prefectural governor of Fair Mountain Prefecture. When he saw that Wang Qiling seemed to be very respectful to the gray-robed man, he took a few extra glances at the gray-robed man and took note of him. However, after a few days, the gray-robed man seemed to be well-behaved. Therefore, he stopped paying attention to him. There's something wrong. It's not a small matter. King Qin said. Don't tell me. Wang Qiling hired him to kill Duan Lingtian from Nine Spectres County? The third marquis said with a frown. The third marquis had heard that the 15 counties under King Qin's manor had joined forces to hire a powerhouse to kill Duan Lingtian in Nine Spectres County. However, he thought the 15 counties only dared to make a move in Nine Spectres County. Once the martial competition of the 16 counties began, even if Duan Lingtian showed up, the 15 counties would not dare to make a move against Duan Lingtian under King Qin's manor's watchful eyes. After all, it was tantamount to provoking King Qin's manor. Kill Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian was his only friend. Moreover, he owed Duan Lingtian a debt of gratitude. No. Wang Qiling isn't powerful enough to hire a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. King Qin said. Compassionate. Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? A core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The third marquis asked in disbelief as he looked at the Qin emperor with a pale face. What are you talking about? The third marquis asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was much stronger than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom where King Qin's mansion was located. In fact, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was much stronger than the high-rank celestial kingdoms that were stronger than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Even a high-rank celestial kingdom would not dare to offend the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a colossus even to a high-rank celestial kingdom. In addition, he had also heard that most of the core elders in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were celestial dukes. Yes. The Qin king nodded. The core elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect are all celestial dukes. Big brother, are you sure that the gray-robed man is an immortal monarch? The third marquis asked with fear and trepidation. I purposely probed her just now. The feeling she gives me is unfathomable. Qin Wang said with a solemn expression. Unfathomable. The third marquis was shocked again. Immortal monarch? Qin Yu, who was standing to the side, heard the conversation between his eldest uncle and his third uncle. His pupils were also unable to refrain from fiercely shrinking. Immortal monarch. Immortal monarchs were stronger than overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Currently, his eldest uncle was the only overarching heavenly supreme celestial in King Qin's mansion. Even if his father was still alive, there were only two overarching heavenly supreme celestials in King Qin's mansion. However, according to his eldest uncle and third uncle, there was an immortal monarch among the participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, the immortal monarch was from a powerful sect called the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Most importantly, the immortal monarch was standing next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, one of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. That gray-robed man is an immortal monarch? Qin Yu was shocked. He had some recollection of the gray-robed man since he was one of the only two people who did not reveal their faces. As for the other black-robed man, he was from the Flying Dragon sect, a relatively powerful sect in King Qin's mansion. Moreover, the black robe he was wearing was the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan on it, which was exclusive to primitive celestial alchemists and primitive celestial weapon craftsmen. Compared to the black-robed man, the gray-robed man was even more mysterious. Moreover, seeing that his third brother was suspicious of the gray-robed man's identity as an immortal monarch, King Qin continued to say, "That person took out her identity token. Although it was only for a moment, I still saw it. Moreover, I recognized it as the identity token of a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Therefore, there's no doubt that she's a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect." King Qin said, "Since we can confirm her identity, it's only natural that we don't provoke her. We even have to cooperate with her if she wants to kill someone." The third Marquis said, "That's right." King Qin nodded. At the same time, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued. After Qin Yu withdrew from the martial competition of the 16 counties, the 13 counties under King Qin's mansion had yet to reveal their trump cards. Therefore, the top three were temporarily decided. Yan Shihu from One Heart County is temporarily ranked third in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County is temporarily ranked second in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County is temporarily ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host of the martial arts competition of the 16 counties stood in the air above the fighting ring and announced loudly in front of everyone. Next, the hidden aces of the 13 counties will have a chance to challenge the top three in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If they succeed, they can replace the top three. If they fail, they can only challenge the bottom 7 in the top 10 and replace them. Only then can they challenge the top 3 again. If the challenged person is defeated, they'll drop 1 rank. Those who rank behind them will also drop 1 rank. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties continued to explain in detail the rules of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The next martial competition of the 16 counties would be the highlight of this year's martial competition of the 16 counties. This was because the hidden aces of the 13 counties under King Qin's mansion would all be revealed at this time. I really didn't expect that the person who temporarily ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties would be a woman. Many people around the arena exclaimed, "Yes! Who would have thought that she would be temporarily ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Even with her strength, she couldn't become the hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County. It seems like the hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County is quite powerful." The hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County seems to be Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I've heard of him. He's the son of the Soaring Wind County governor, Chu Tingxian. He didn't make a name for himself until the martial competition of the 16 counties was held. In the past, people only knew that the Soaring Wind County governor, Chu Tingxian, had a daughter named Chu Yu. Chapter 2685. I thought the Soaring Wind County would keep Chu Yu as their trump card. I didn't expect someone else to be their trump card. Moreover, it's Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yan. Since the Soaring Wind County has chosen Chu Yan as their trump card, it means that Chu Yan's strength is above Chu Yu's. I didn't expect Chu Yu to be the strongest among the younger generation in the Soaring Wind County. Before the news of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties spread, Chu Yan was not well known. Chu Yan is really good at hiding his strength. Many people whispered among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Chu Yu from the Soaring Wind County and her brother, Chu Yan. Currently, Chu Yu, a young powerhouse from the Soaring Wind County, was ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. She was a valiant and beautiful lady with her long hair tied up in a ponytail. Her delicate features were clearly visible. Although Duan Lingtian had seen many beauties along the way, his eyes still lit up at this moment. Although Chu Yu was a lady, she had a strong beauty that was completely different from the other ladies he had met. She was dazzling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by the swift whistling of the wind, it was the 9 snow-white horses in the sky pulling the roofless carriage. Under the escort of a group of people, they majestically landed in the area behind the VIP spectator seats. The curtains in that area also opened and expanded in a timely manner, enveloping all of them within, disappearing before the eyes of the group of people surrounding the battle arena. Now, the martial competition of the 16 counties will continue. The trump cards of the 13 counties may choose your targets and challenge them. The person from King Qin's mansion who was hosting the martial competition of the 16 counties announced loudly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. I, Xingdong, challenge Chu Yu. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a burly figure stepped out from one side of the spectator stand. His movements were as fast as lightning, and it seemed as though there were thunderclaps. This was a young man wearing gray tights. His body was extremely sturdy, and his muscles were filled with explosive power. They seemed to be twitching all the time, and on his exposed muscles, there were clearly visible veins that were pulsating vigorously. The young man had a strong build, but his height was average, only about 1.7 meters. After a while, he was already above the fighting ring. He stood in the air and glanced at the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Finally, his eyes fell on the only girl among the top 10. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It's Luofu region's Xingdong. Xingdong is the strongest person under the age of 100 in the overarching floating county. It's said that he's already a green sun golden celestial a few years ago. Even if he hasn't broken through to become a blue sun golden celestial, he's still much stronger than before. Chu Yu seems to be a green sun golden immortal as well. It's hard to say who will win this battle. Their cultivation bases are the same. Let's see the difference in their immortal artifacts and other means. Chu Yu has a mediocre celestial weapon. As the trump card of the overarching floating county, Xingdong must have a mediocre celestial weapon as well. This battle will be the most intense battle since the beginning of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'm really looking forward to it. Almost as soon as Xingdong entered the ring, a group of people who knew Xingdong could not help but discuss among themselves. Whoosh! Just as the group of people around the fighting ring were discussing spiritedly, Chu Yu, who had been called out by Xingdong, stepped into the air at the first possible moment and confronted Xingdong. Xingdong from the overarching floating county. I've heard of you. Chu Yu glanced at Xingdong indifferently and said, however, you're no match for me. Humph. Xingdong naturally couldn't tolerate a woman saying that he wasn't a match for her in front of so many people. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Chu Yu, I know your strength isn't bad. However, compared to me, Xingdong, you're still lacking. From the beginning, he had watched all of Chu Yu's battles. Therefore, he knew Chu Yu was weaker than him. Therefore, he was going to use his only chance to challenge Chu Yu for the top 3 spots in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as he defeated Chu Yu, he would be able to replace her and become the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although it was only temporary, it was still a great honor. Especially now that King Qin of King Qin's mansion was here, if he could defeat Chu Yu now and become the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, even if it was only for a short while, King Qin would take notice of him. Xingdong. Does he think Chu Yu's strength is as weak as she has shown? If that's the case, I'm afraid he's in trouble. In the VIP seats, Duan Lingtian, who was wearing the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan, narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. He had watched all of Chu Yu's battles. In the beginning, he did not think much of it. However, in the end, he discovered that Chu Yu had been concealing her true strength. Even though the battle for first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties was intense, she had still held back. Since you're so confident, let's cut the crap and attack. Chu Yu raised her eyebrows and shouted when she heard Xingdong's disdainful words. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Xingdong made his move almost the instant Chu Yu cried out. His body moved like a huge mountain cutting through the sky, causing the air to explode and emit waves of deafening sounds of air exploding. The sound reverberated in all directions, causing some of the weaker people in the spectator seats to frown. Chu Yu, take this. When Xingdong rushed out, he suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, and an incomparably huge broadsword appeared in his hand. Wang! A 30-meter-long saber ray shot out from the saber and slashed toward Chu Yu. That slash appeared to be very simple. However, after it locked onto Chu Yu, it followed him like a shadow. Chu Yu's body moved swiftly. As she dodged, the saber ray continued to lock onto her. It was as if he would not rest until he had cut her into two halves with a single slash. Humph! After letting out an arrogant snort, Chu Yu no longer dodged. With a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of the long spear, it whizzed forward like an angry dragon. It ferociously met Xingdong's 100-feet-long blade glow. At this moment, Chu Yu was like a female general in the army. She looked even more valiant. Wang, 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 wang. The radiance of the blade tore through the air. It was extremely resplendent, like numerous crescent moons. It tore through the sky, as if it was going to split this world apart. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Wherever the spear light passed, the tip of the spear seemed to form a star net in the void, which met the saber light that was like a crescent moon. At some point, the people around the combat ring had begun to hold their breaths as they quietly watched the battle. Xingdong is going to lose. After a few exchanges, Duan Lingtian could tell Xingdong had lost the upper hand. He also realized his prediction was coming true. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could tell Xingdong was going to lose. In the VIP seats, there were many high-ranking officials from the clans and sects under King Qin's mansion who had retracted their gazes from the combat ring. They had retracted their gazes because they felt there was no need to continue watching. The victor had been decided. In the end, Chu Yu was stronger than Xingdong. Chu Yu. She had been concealing her strength. When the county governors under King Qin's mansion saw that Xingdong was going to lose, the county governor of Luofu County, where Xingdong resided, also saw this. He did not expect this. Xingdong, who he had kept as a trump card, would be defeated in his first battle. County Chief Chu, your daughter is indeed as good as the rumors say. She's not inferior to a man. The county governor of another county near the people from Soaring Wind County exclaimed as he looked at Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Between his eyebrows, there was a hint of envy mixed in. His daughter was already so strong. Moreover, she had a son who was the trump card of Soaring Wind County. He was envious that Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, had such a pair of children. Chu Tingxian was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. He looked very refined. Although he was old, from his mature and charming face, one could tell that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. You flatter me, County Governor Ren. Upon hearing the county governor's words, Chu Tingxian immediately looked at him and smiled humbly. It's over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he retracted his gaze. Bang, 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 bang. In the air above the combat ring, the 7-foot-long spear in Chu Yu's hand, a mediocre-grade celestial weapon, seemed to have transformed into a flood dragon that had broken free from its cage. It pounced toward Xingdong with bared fangs and brandished claws, shattering all of Xingdong's attacks. Finally, it landed on Xingdong and sent him flying. The mediocre-grade celestial weapon that Xingdong was holding tightly in both hands was sent flying. Barf! Xingdong, who had been sent flying and lost his celestial weapon, spat out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. Xingdong, who had fainted, fell hard to the side of the combat ring. He was about to be smashed into a pile of minced meat. Whoosh! The person from King Qin's mansion, who was the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, was one step ahead of the county governor of overarching county. An invisible force swept out and carried Xingdong to the spectator stand where the people from overarching county were seated. Thank you, my lord. The county governor of overarching county thanked the host before he went to check on Xingdong's injuries. Chapter 2686. The county governor of Luofu County knew very well. If Chu Yu had not shown mercy, Xingdong would not have been so lightly injured. With Xingdong's current injuries, he would be able to recover to his peak condition after taking a healing elixir. Then, he would be able to continue participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although Xingdong had lost his first battle, he still had a chance to challenge those ranked 4th to 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Furthermore, as long as he could replace one of the 7, he would have the opportunity to challenge the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. You're welcome, Uncle Yen. As the daughter of the High Wind County's county chief, Chu Yu had interacted with the county chief of the Luofu County before. Now that the county chief was thanking her, she immediately smiled in response. Then, she returned to her original spot and stood side by side with the 2nd to 9th ranked cultivators. Next, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said indifferently. Mo Chiu from Chioli County challenges Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Just as the host finished his words, a muscular young man stepped out from the side of the auditorium and directly challenged the person who was ranked 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Tong Yuan was a 2-meter-tall middle-aged man with a muscular body and copper-colored skin. After he was challenged, he stood up with a solemn expression on his face. His expression was calm, and there was no joy or sorrow on his face. His gaze was fixed on Mo Chiu, the trump card of Chioli County. After a while, both of them attacked at the same time. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. After about 30 breaths, a huge figure flew out and admitted defeat. I'm no match for you. I admit defeat. The person who admitted defeat was Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Among the 13 trump cards left by the 13 counties, a total of 2 people had entered the battlefield so far. Xingdong from Luofu County had been defeated, and Mo Chiu from Chioli County had successfully challenged Tong Yuan and replaced him. He was ranked 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As for Tong Yuan, he had been demoted to 3rd. Those who were originally ranked 3rd to 9th all dropped a rank. Those who were originally ranked 10th were directly squeezed out of the top 10. You've been squeezed out of the top 10, so you have a chance to challenge those who are currently in the top 10. You can choose to challenge one of them. As long as you can defeat him, you can replace him and temporarily return to the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host looked at the young man who had been pushed out of the top 10 and said, if you give up this opportunity, you will have no chance of entering the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Give me an answer after you've thought it through. I give up. After only about 2 breaths of time, the young man who was squeezed out of the top 10 chose to give up. If not for the fact that he was no match for the other 9, he would not have been ranked 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Now Mo Chiu, who was even stronger than Tong Yuan, had made it into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan knew that he was no match for Mo Chiu, so he chose to give up the challenge. He knew that even if he did, he was no match for Mo Chiu. As for the other 9 people, he had fought with them before, and he was no match for them. Next. As the host spoke again and again, the other hidden aces of the 13 counties entered the arena one after another. The battles were in full swing and intense. During this process, more and more people who were temporarily in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties were squeezed out of the top 10. They either failed in their challenges again or did not dare to challenge, so they had no chance of entering the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. During this process, the most outstanding people were undoubtedly Fair Mountain County's trump card, Yang Jin, and Soaring Wind County's trump card, Chu Yan. Chu Yan was the elder brother of Chu Yu, who was temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He was the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Now, after one battle after another, the martial competition of the 16 counties was nearing its end. Chu Yu, who had been ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties for the time being, had not only fallen from 1st place, but had also been squeezed out of the top 3. For the time being, he was ranked 6th. If there were no accidents, this ranking would not change much. At most, she would fall 1 place, and this would only happen when Duanling Tian, the hidden ace of 9 Spectres County, appeared, and Duanling Tian was stronger than her. Naturally, there was no doubt that Duanling Tian was stronger than her. Therefore, as long as Duanling Tian appeared, she would fall 1 place. If Duanling Tian did not appear, she would be able to maintain her ranking and rank 6th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Currently, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties were: first, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County. Second, Chu Yen from Soaring Wind County. Third, Zhong Jueming from Taiping County. Fourth, Ren Fei from Red Cloud County. Fifth, Zhang Zhenhong from Plum Blossom County. Sixth, Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County. Seventh, Mo Chiu from Chioli County. Eighth, Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Ninth, Yen Shihu from Tongshin County. 10th, Xing Dong from Overarching County. At this moment, apart from Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County, who was ranked 1st, and Chu Yen from Soaring Wind County, who was ranked 2nd, who had yet to fight, the others had already fought with each other and the outcome had already been decided. In other words, Yang Jin and Chu Yen would determine the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as Duanling Tian does not appear, the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be decided between Yang Jin and Chu Yen. That's right. As long as Duanling Tian does not appear, only the first 2 places of the martial competition of the 16 counties will change. The last 8 places will remain unchanged. If Duanling Tian is here, he will definitely be the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties, if he lives up to his reputation. If Duanling Tian is here, Xing Dong from Overarching County will be pushed out of the top 10. Seeing that the martial competition of the 16 counties was coming to an end, the audience around the combat arena became even more lively. Most of them were talking about Duanling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County. Until now, Duanling Tian had not appeared. Don't worry. I don't think he'll come at this time. The county governor of Overarching County saw that Xing Dong was nervous, so he comforted him. Xing Dong nodded, but he could not help but feel nervous. Once Duanling Tian showed up, he would be forced out of the top 10. At the same time, he would drag the Overarching Floating County down with him and would be punished by King Qin's mansion. Currently, among the 13 counties, only 9 of them had trump cards and were temporarily in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. As for the other 4 counties, except for 9 Spectres County, the trump cards of the other 3 counties had been pushed out of the top 10 and would have to bear the punishment of King Qin's mansion. Therefore, the county governors of the 3 counties did not look too good. Although King Qin's mansion's punishment for the 3 counties they were in charge of, the extra celestial stones they had to hand over was not enough to hurt the 3 counties they were in charge of, they still felt the pinch. In the VIP seats, Duanling Tian was wearing the Celestial Master's robe. He was calm as he watched Yang Jin and Chu Yen, who were facing each other in the air above the combat arena. Yang Jin was the trump card of Fair Mountain County. He was publicly acknowledged by the people of Fair Mountain County as the #1 expert of the younger generation in Fair Mountain County under the age of 100. He was a young man with a medium build. He wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. Chu Yen was the trump card of Soaring Wind County, and was the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Before the news of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties spread, he was unknown. At that time, his younger sister, Chu Yu, was publicly acknowledged by the people of the Soaring Wind County as the strongest person in the younger generation under the age of 100. However, in this year's martial competition of the 16 counties, he had displayed strength that was far superior to his sister's. He had become the most dazzling dark horse, and had fought his way to 2nd place. At the same time, he was about to compete with Yang Jin for the 1st place. Behind the VIP seats, there was a large area covered by a curtain. 9 fine white horses were lying on the ground, and a group of people were standing there like javelins. In front of the 9 steeds in this group of people, there were 3 people sitting on 3 luxurious chairs. They were respectively the master of the King Qin's mansion, King Qin, the 3rd prince, and Qin Yu, the person who had just reunited with King Qin and his brother. Qin Yu was looking at Yang Jin and Chu Yen in the air above the combat arena. He was curious about who would win the martial competition of the 16 counties. I wonder if Duanling Tian will come. If he comes, He'll definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he doesn't come, the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be decided in this battle. I hope Duan Lingtian didn't come because something happened to him. I hope he's safe and sound. Qin Yu thought to himself. Unlike Qin Yu, although the king of Qin and the third prince's gazes occasionally swept over Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were in the air above the arena, most of the time, they were still looking at the spectator seats where the people from Fair Mountain Commandery were seated. To be more precise, they were looking at the gray-robed man next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County. Big brother. The core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect hasn't shown up yet. Could it be that the person she was ordered to kill by the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect hasn't shown up yet? The third prince asked King Qin, puzzled. I think so. King Qin nodded and said, however, up until now, those who should have shown up have all shown up, right? Except. At this point, the Duke of Qin paused and looked at the third prince. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2687. Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu snapped out of his daze almost as soon as the third prince and the king of Qin's mansion said the name in unison. He looked at them and asked, eldest uncle, third uncle. What happened to Duan Lingtian? Right. Suddenly, King Qin seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Qin Yu and asked, You came here with the people from the 9 Spectres County? That Duan Lingtian was also in the 9 Spectres County. Have you ever interacted with him? Of course. Qin Yu nodded. He is my only friend in the 9 Spectres County. Even though Qin Yu only got to know Duan Lingtian later on, Duan Lingtian was still a very young man. However, before he met Duan Lingtian, he did not have a true friend. It was only after he met Duan Lingtian that he felt that he had a friend. And he saved my life. Qin Yu added. Saved your life? Hearing Qin Yu's words, King Qin and the third prince slightly frown. They exchange a look and see bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. He was their nephew's friend, and a friend who had saved their nephew's life. It was only right that they protect him. However, if the target of the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was their nephew's friend, there was nothing they could do even if they wanted to protect him. At this moment, they could only hope that the compassionate celestial traveler sect's target was not Duan Lingtian. Even the Duan Lingtian hoped that the Duan Lingtian would not appear. This way, they would not be in a difficult position. Yes. Qin Yu nods. At the same time, he sees the helplessness in the eyes of Qin Wang and the third prince. For a moment, his heart cannot help tensing up. Big uncle, third uncle. What were you talking about just now? What happened to Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian was mentioned again, Qin Yu could not help showing a worried expression on his face. Although he didn't hear the conversation between his first and third uncles clearly, an ominous premonition still rose in his heart. We are only guessing. The third Marquis sighed. What guess? Qin Yu became even more anxious. It's like this. As the third prince slowly opened his mouth, his words caused Qin Yu's expression to change again and again. So, third uncle, both you and eldest uncle suspect that the core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect is targeting Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu's expression changed again and again. It was as if he never knew when to stop. Just a suspicion. Seeing Qin Yu's concern, King Qin comforted him. After all, until now, only Duan Lingtian has not appeared in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, it could be someone else. Although King Qin said it was someone else, he was certain the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was waiting for Duan Lingtian. After all, apart from Duan Lingtian, a monstrous genius who was not even 100 years old, he could not think of anyone else in King Qin's mansion who was worthy of being killed by the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, when he heard about Duan Lingtian a few months ago, he was also shocked. He did not expect such a person to appear in King Qin's mansion. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but his strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County. Although the third prince and King Qin comforted Qin Yu was not stupid. He could vaguely guess the core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was here for Duan Ling Tian. Although Qin Yu did not know why the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect would send a core elder to kill Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. I hope you're safe now, but I also hope you won't show up at the martial competition of the 16 counties. Qin Yu thought to himself. Previously, he had hoped Duan Ling Tian would show up. However, he did not want Duan Ling Tian to show up at all. Now I can only hope Duan Ling Tian won't show up, the third prince sighed. Although I think highly of Duan Ling Tian and hope he can stay in King Qin's mansion, since he's yours friend and the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect seems to be here to kill him, I also hope he won't show up. King Qin said. Boom. Rumble. The ground trembled. Waves of rolling air waves came from the battle arena in front of the VIP spectator seats outside the curtains. They slammed onto the battle arena, causing the battle arena to tremble. It also affected the surrounding spectator seats, causing the spectator seats to appear as though an intense earthquake had occurred. The commotion was caused by the two people who were fighting fiercely in the air above the battle arena. At this moment, Yang Jin, the trump card of Fair Mountain County, and Chu Yan, the trump card of Soaring Wind County, were fighting fiercely in the air above the battle arena. Both of them were evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. At this moment, King Qin and the third prince looked at the sky above the battle arena in unison. Qin Yu was the only one who kept his head down with a frown on his face. He kept praying that Duan Ling Tian would not show up. Qin Yu did this because Duan Ling Tian was his only friend. He did not want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, he did not care about anything else. It did not matter who won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties between Yang Jin and Chu Yan. King Qin and the third prince also hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be fine. However, Duan Ling Tian was only their nephew's friend. Although he was their nephew's savior, if Duan Ling Tian showed up and the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was targeting Duan Ling Tian, there was nothing they could do. If the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was not targeting Duan Ling Tian, they were not worried that Duan Ling Tian would be in danger. For this reason, their attention was no longer on Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, their attention was completely drawn over by Yang Jin and Chu Yan who were fighting intensely in the air above the combat arena, and their gazes never left the two of them from the beginning. They all wanted to know who would be the first to defeat Yang Jin and Chu Yan and win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I've long heard of Fair Mountain County's Yang Jin. He's quite strong and is a rare genius in Fair Mountain County. Now that I've met him in person, he really lives up to his reputation. The third prince sighed. Chu Yan is not bad as well. He and his father are very good at hiding their strength. Although I'm the master of King Qin's mansion, I've only heard of Chu Yu in the Soaring Wind County. I didn't know Chu Yan was even more talented than Chu Yu. King Qin said. Big brother, who do you think will win? The third prince asked. I can't tell yet. However, based on the current situation, their combined strength is about the same. I'm afraid it depends on who's distracted first. If one of them gets distracted first, and the other takes advantage of the opening, they can completely attack the enemy in one go and defeat him. Qin Wang hit the nail on the head. I think so too. The third prince nodded. Outside the veil. At this moment, the attention of the group of people in the spectator seats around the combat arena was also focused on the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan in the air above the combat arena. Yang Jin's strength is very strong. He lives up to his reputation. I've heard of Yang Jin's name before, but I didn't know his strength. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. If it weren't for Chu Yan and Duan Ling Tian, Yang Jin would have undoubtedly won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. That's right. Who would have thought Chu Yan would be a trump card in Soaring Wind County apart from Chu Yu? It doesn't matter if Duan Ling Tian is here or not. Soaring Wind County will take up 2 of the top 10 spots in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, they're brothers. This matter will definitely become a legend in the Soaring Wind County and even King Qin's mansion. County Governor Chu of Soaring Wind County has a pair of good sons and daughters. How enviable! A group of people discussed animatedly in the spectating area around the combat arena. Most of them were exclaiming about Chu Yan, the dark horse. At the same time, many of them were envious of Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, for having a pair of good sons and daughters. At this moment, Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, was sitting at the side of the audience as he watched the fierce battle in the air calmly. However, if one looked closely at his eyes, one would see that he was filled with pride. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of pride. He had a daughter like Chu Yu and a daughter like Chu Yan. What more could a father ask for? Revered Elder Tian Ling. Who do you think will win this battle? Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon sect, asked as he looked at the black-robed man standing nearby. The black-robed man was none other than revered Elder Tian Ling of Flying Dragon sect. He was a primitive celestial alchemist who wore a celestial master's robe with the word Kuan written on it. This primitive celestial alchemist was also the trump card of the 9 Spectres County that many people were talking about. Duan Ling Tian. The two of them are evenly matched. It's hard to say who's going to win now. Duan Ling Tian answered Huang Guangji's question in a hoarse voice. I agree. Huang Guangji nodded. Even if one of them wins in the end, it's probably because one of them is distracted. It's hard to say who will win now. However, before Huang Guangji could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian said, I think Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning. Chu Yan? The son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County? Huang Guangji asked in surprise when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Revered Elder Tian Ling, why do you say that? After all, based on the current situation, it's hard to say who will win. This is just my personal judgment. The outcome might not necessarily match my judgment. Chapter 2688. Revered Elder Tian Ling, can you tell me why you came to such a conclusion? Huang Guangji was even more curious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He could not help but ask again. Because at this time, even if there were 100 or 1,000 people asking him, he would only say that Yang Jin and Chu Yan had a 50-50 chance of winning. It was almost impossible for him to come to the same conclusion as Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he was very curious. How did revered Elder Tian Ling, the primitive alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect, come to such a conclusion? Faced with Huang Guangji's burning gaze that was filled with curiosity, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly, This is because I feel that compared to Yang Jin, Chu Yan is definitely more composed. Even if one of them gets distracted and reveals a flaw, I still think that person will most likely be Yang Jin and not Chu Yan. Why do you say that? Huang Guangji's curiosity was piqued. He urged, Revered Elder Tian Ling, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me why you think so. Yes, Revered Elder Tian Ling, just tell me. Revered Elder Tian Ling, I'd like to know why you think so as well. Revered Elder Tian Ling. At some point, the people from the Flying Dragon sect who came with Huang Guangji and Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Duan Ling Tian curiously. Naturally, they were unaware that Duan Ling Tian was dressed in a black robe. The black-robed man was the trump card of 9 Spectres County, who had been constantly mentioned since the beginning of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, but his strength was comparable to that of a great overarching golden celestial. They only knew that Duan Ling Tian was a primitive celestial alchemist who was highly skilled in alchemy. Apart from the people from the Flying Dragon sect, even the people from other sects and clans who were close to the Flying Dragon sect had heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Huang Guangji. At this moment, many people were anticipating Duan Ling Tian's next words. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded. It was a bearded man from a group of people not far away. He coldly glanced at the group of people from the Flying Dragon sect and said with disdain, Deliberately mystifying things. Right now, even His Excellency King Qin wouldn't dare to say that Chu Yan has a good chance of winning. What right does a primitive celestial alchemist have to say such words? I think you better go and refine your medicinal pills honestly. Stop trying to mystify and mislead others here. When the curly-bearded man finished speaking, his gaze that was filled with disdain and contempt landed on Duan Ling Tian in a timely manner. Zhouwen, you actually dare to be rude to my Flying Dragon sect's consecrator Tian Ling. Is it you who intentionally provoked my Flying Dragon sect? Or is it your Poison King sect who intentionally provoked my Flying Dragon sect? As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, Huang Guangji was so angry that he stood up and glared at the bearded man, asking in a deep voice. It's the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader, Zhou En. At the same time, some people from the Flying Dragon sect also recognized the bearded man. The Poison King sect and the Flying Dragon sect have been rivals for hundreds of years. I didn't expect them to clash again after participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I thought they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the martial competition of the 16 counties since King Qin's mansion is suppressing them. I didn't expect them to clash again. Although they've clashed, I'm sure they'll consider the consequences. After all, the martial competition of the 16 counties is held by King Qin's mansion. If they make a scene here, it'll embarrass King Qin's mansion. If they make King Qin's mansion uncomfortable, they won't have an easy time either. As the people from the other forces in the VIP spectator seats whispered to each other, they looked at the group from the Flying Dragon sect and then looked at the group from the Poison King sect. Humph! Do you think the Poison King sect is afraid of the Flying Dragon sect? Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, stood up and stared at Huang Guangji. It was as though he was not worried about offending Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Zhou En was also the leader of the group of people from the Poison King sect. The others were completely under his command. When they saw Zhou En standing up and staring at Huang Guangji, they glared at the people from the Flying Dragon sect with hostility. It was as though they were ready to fight the people from the Flying Dragon sect at any time. The Poison King sect? Duan Lingtian, who was covered in the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan, was surprised. Although he had not been in the Flying Dragon sect for long, he had heard of the Poison King sect more than once. He knew the Poison King sect was a sect that specialized in poison. Naturally, most of the poisons from the Poison King sect were only effective against great overarching golden celestials. Only the most powerful poisons from the Poison King sect could threaten a great overarching golden celestial. About 100 years ago, the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect had a fierce battle over a celestial stone vein. In the end, the two sects could not stop fighting and blood flowed like a river. Even one great overarching golden celestial from each sect had died. In the end, King Qin's mansion intervened and took the celestial stone vein. Only then did the two sects stop fighting. However, after that battle, the two sects became sworn enemies. As long as there was an opportunity to suppress the other party, they would not let it go. Just like now. You're the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, right? While the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect were arguing, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, breaking the silence between the two sections. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, looked at Duan Lingtian when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he heard Duan Lingtian asking if he dared to make a bet with him, he was stunned. He could not react at all. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian asked again. His tone was filled with provocation. What kind of bet? Zhou En asked in a deep voice. His expression turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocation. Let's bet on whether Chu Yan will win or not. Duan Lingtian said. Without waiting for Zhou En's reply, Duan Lingtian continued to say, Of course, I know you think Chu Yan has a 50% chance of winning. Therefore, I'll make a bet that's beneficial to you. If Yang Jin wins, I'll give you 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If Chu Yan wins, you'll only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. After Duan Lingtian bluntly made the bet, he continued to use a provocative tone and said in a hoarse voice, Vice-sect leader Zhou, do you dare to accept this bet? Gasp, 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 gasp. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the VIP spectators gasped in unison. Many of them were shocked. Moments later. Is this primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect out of his mind? How could he make such a bet? This bet is unfair to him, right? Currently, Yang Jin and Chu Yan are evenly matched. Based on the current situation, the chances of them winning are 50%. Of course, It's also possible that they'll end up in a draw. The martial competition of the 16 counties doesn't allow for a draw, right? I almost forgot about this. It said that if there's no winner after an hour, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties will exert pressure on them and force them to duel. They'll definitely have to deal with the pressure. At this time, even if they're facing the same pressure, they'll have to deal with it differently. It won't be difficult to determine the winner. In the VIP spectator seats, the group of people who had gradually regained their senses began to whisper again. Based on their words, most of them felt it was unfair for Duanling Tian to make such a bet. 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Zhou, who had just regained his senses, looked at Duanling Tian eagerly and asked in a deep voice, "Are you serious? If Yang Jin wins, you'll give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones?" "Yes," Duanling Tian replied indifferently. "However, if Chu Yan wins, you'll have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones as well. What do you think? This bet? Do you dare to accept it?" Duanling Tian asked again. Revered Elder Tianling, Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, turned to look at Duanling Tian with a frown on his face. He could not help but ask through voice transmission, "Are you confident?" "I'm not 100% confident," Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission. Huang Guangji's expression darkened immediately. "Then why did you bet with Zhou?" "However, I'm 90% confident that I'll win." Duanling Tian interrupted Huang Guangji through voice transmission again. Huang Guangji was rendered speechless. He felt as though he had risen from hell to heaven in just a blink of an eye. 90%. His confidence was not low at all. Don't tell me this revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect can tell Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning? Otherwise, why would he dare to make such a bet? After all, if Yang Jin and Chu Yan have a 50% chance of winning, he'll be at a disadvantage. That's right. He's betting 100,000 prominent celestial stones against Zhou, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, for 50,000 prominent celestial stones. I really don't know what he's thinking. Even if he's giving away celestial stones, he shouldn't be giving it away like this. Maybe he's just a blind cat that bumps into a dead mouse and Chu Yan wins. Like you said, it's just a blind cat that bumps into a dead mouse. What if Yang Jin wins? The commotion in the VIP seats quickly spread to the back of the hall and attracted the attention of King Qin and the third prince of King Qin's mansion. That primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. Interesting. The third prince smiled. I wonder how he saw Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning. Chapter 2689. I think it's just as Zhou said. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect is just bluffing. The third prince said with a smile. I don't think so. He sounded very confident when he made the bet. King Qin said. All right. I, Zhou, will accept the bet you've made. At the same time, King Qin and the third prince heard the voice from outside. It was none other than Zhou, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately agreed to the unfair bet that Duanling Tian had made. However, are you sure you won't go back on your word after you lose? Zhou said. It was clear he did not trust Duanling Tian. Don't worry. 100,000 prominent celestial stones is nothing to me. However, I'm worried you'll go back on your word. Duanling Tian feigned a hoarse voice, and his tone was filled with doubt. Nonsense. I'm the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect. Why would I go back on my word? Zhou said angrily. Who knows? Duanling Tian continued to speak in a hoarse voice. Since you don't trust each other and want to bet, I'll be the middleman. When the third prince spoke with a loud voice, he also stood up and left his luxurious seat. Then, he passed through the curtain and appeared in the VIP seats. Third prince. Greetings, third prince. The people in the VIP seats immediately took the initiative to greet the third prince. After all, apart from being King Qin's younger brother, he was also one of the few peak great overarching golden celestials in King Qin's mansion. In King Qin's mansion, the third prince's strength was second only to King Qin's. Because of this, he was almost always King Qin's spokesperson. Even this time, King Qin had asked him to host the martial competition of the 16 counties. What do you think? If you trust me, I'll be the middleman and collect your bets. After the winner is decided, I'll give the bets to the winner. The third prince soon arrived near the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect. Of course, I trust you, third prince. Zhou was slightly fearful when he saw the third prince was attracted by the bet between him and the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. At the same time, he took out an empty spatial ring and placed 50,000 prominent celestial stones in it before handing it to the third prince. With you as the middleman, I'm not afraid he'll go back on his word, Duanling Tian said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring that contained 100,000 prominent celestial stones and handed it to the third prince. The third marquis checked the 2 storage rings and nodded. Not bad, the numbers are correct. However, after putting away the 2 spatial rings, the third prince turned to look at Duanling Tian, who was clad in the celestial master's robe with the word Kuan on it. He asked with a smile, "You seem to be a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect? Can you tell me why you think so highly of Chu Yan? I heard a little of what you said just now. You seem to have said that you felt that compared to Yang Jin, Chu Yan would definitely be more composed. Even if one of them would be distracted first and reveal a flaw, you also felt that that person would most likely be Yang Jin and not Chu Yan? I wonder, why do you think Yang Jin will be distracted and reveal a flaw?" the third prince asked. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, everyone in the VIP spectating area shifted their attention to Duanling Tian in unison. Even Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, was no exception. It was also because the other spectator seats around the combat arena were very far away from the VIP spectator seats. Coupled with the fact that the attention of the people in the other spectator seats was focused on Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were fighting fiercely in the air above the combat arena. The other people did not notice the abnormality in the VIP spectator seats. Actually, I'm just guessing. Duanling Tian answered the third prince's question with a hoarse voice. I just think that Chu Yan was able to conceal his strength until the martial competition of the 16 counties was held in King Qin's mansion. Then, he revealed his innate talent and strength to the world and even became the dark horse in the martial competition of the 16 counties today. Just this matter alone is enough to show that Chu Yan is an extremely calm person. At this moment, Duanling Tian did not conceal his thoughts and directly spoke of his inner thoughts and judgment. You have a point. After listening to Duanling Tian's words, the third prince was stunned for a moment. After a while, he regained his senses and nodded. He felt that Duanling Tian's words were irrefutable. Based on Yang Jin and Chu Yan's experiences, it was true that Chu Yan was more composed. Of course, this was not enough to prove that Yang Jin was an impatient person. Ha ha ha. After the third prince, Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect who made a bet with Duanling Tian, regained his senses as well. After he regained his senses, he burst out laughing. After a while, he realized that the third prince of King Qin's mansion was right in front of him, so he quickly stopped laughing. However, when he looked at Duanling Tian again, his eyes were filled with mockery. Although what you said makes sense, why do you think Yang Jin would lose his cool first? After all, Yang Jin's opponent is Chu Yan, whose strength is on par with his. If it were anyone else, they would definitely go all out and be careful. They would definitely not lose their cool first. In Zhou En's opinion, although Duanling Tian's words made sense, it was not enough to prove that Chu Yan would be able to defeat Yang Jin. After all, Yang Jin was not someone easy to deal with. The other people in the VIP seats felt the same way as well. For this reason, they were slightly disappointed when they heard Duanling Tian's words. They thought Duanling Tian would come up with a reason that would convince them. However, they did not expect Duanling Tian to come up with a reason that made sense. Revered Elder Tianling, you're too rash. Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. In his opinion, although what Duanling Tian said made sense, it was not enough to determine the final outcome of this battle. At most, the outcome of the battle between Chu Yan and Yang Jin would be 50-50, and Chu Yan's chances of winning would still be less than 90%. He could not figure it out. How could revered Elder Tianling be so confident? Upon hearing Huang Guangji's words, Duanling Tian did not explain himself. He merely replied through voice transmission, Vice Sect Leader Huang, just wait and see. In any case, even if I lose, I won't lose the sect's prominent celestial stones. That's not what I meant. Huang Guangji smiled wryly again. Meanwhile, the third prince of King Qin's mansion returned to his seat. I thought the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect would come up with something that would convince me. I didn't expect him to come up with something that doesn't sound like nonsense at all. It's not worth it for him to use 100,000 prominent celestial stones to bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones on Zhou En, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. The third prince shook his head as he sat next to King Qin. His voice was filled with hope. That might not be the case. However, King Qin did not take the third prince's words seriously. HM? What do you mean, big brother? The third prince looked at King Qin curiously. There's a 90% chance Yang Jin will lose. King Qin said. 90%? The third prince's eyes widened slightly. Even after Duan Lingtian's words, he only thought Chu Yan had a 60% chance of winning. However, his big brother had said Chu Yan had a 90% chance of winning. If Chu Yan really had a 90% chance of winning, it would be worth it even if he had to bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones on 50,000 prominent celestial stones, let alone 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Why do you think so, big brother? The third prince asked. At the same time, Qin Yu, who was originally not very interested in the conflict and the bet taking place outside, cannot help looking at Qin Wang. He is curious as to why this big uncle of his said that Yang Jin, the trump card of Fairmountain County, had a 90% chance of losing. If the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect didn't mention that, I would also think Chu Yan and Yang Jin would have a 50% chance of winning. King Qin sighed. Under Qin Yu's and the third prince's curious gazes, King Qin continued to say, I've been observing Yang Jin's battles. Indeed, compared to Chu Yan, he's much more impatient. Naturally, since his opponents are much weaker than him, it's not obvious that he's impatient. That's why I didn't think about it. I suspect that the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect must have noticed Yang Jin's impatience during his battles. As he spoke, King Qin's gaze pierced through the curtains and landed on the black figure in the VIP seating area. His gaze lingered there for a long time. I see. I didn't notice this before. If I had noticed this, I would have been certain Yang Jin is no match for Chu Yan. After listening to King Qin's words, the third prince finally understood why King Qin said Yang Jin had a 90% chance of losing. However, even I didn't notice it. How did the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect see it? Could it be that his strength is stronger than mine? The third prince said in disbelief. You don't have to be strong to notice it. Even a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial would be able to notice it. King Qin said. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect is not simple. In the end, Qin Wang gave this evaluation. Soon enough, an hour had passed. Chu Yan and Yang Jin were still locked in a stalemate. Both of you should be careful. I'm going to put more pressure on you now. The voice of the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties rang in the air, shocking everyone present. The arrival of this moment meant that Chapter 2690. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties was sent by the third prince of King Qin's mansion. He was a great overarching golden celestial. Both of you should be careful. I'm going to exert pressure on you now. The moment the host's voice fell, waves of powerful aura suddenly extended from his body and swept towards Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, directly engulfing their figures. Immediately, Yang Jin and Chu Yan both felt tremendous pressure. However, they continued to fight while resisting the pressure from the host's aura. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Humph! The host snorted when he saw this. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into an invisible force that shrouded Yang Jin and Chu Yan. Yang Jin and Chu Yan felt even more pressure. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Yang Jin and Chu Yan's bodies. Yang Jin. Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fairmountain County, looked at Yang Jin with anticipation. He hoped Yang Jin would defeat Chu Yan and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Yang Jin defeated Chu Yan and won the martial competition of the 16 counties, Fairmountain County would be able to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, from King Qin's mansion. 3 great overarching pills would make 3 great overarching golden celestials. The governor of the Lingfeng County, Chu Tingxian, was no longer as calm as before. His gaze towards Chu Yan was filled with anticipation and desire. He hoped Chu Yan would be able to defeat Yang Jin and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. This way, even if Duanling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, appeared after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin, he would still be able to secure second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain 2 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, for the Soaring Wind County. As long as Soaring Wind County obtained 2 great overarching pills, he would be able to break through and become an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Unlike Chu Tingxian, who was worried about Duanling Tian, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Soaring Wind County was not worried about Duanling Tian. The county governor of Fairmountain County, Wang Qiling, was not worried at all that Duanling Tian would appear. It wasn't because Wang Qiling thought that Fairmountain County's trump card, Yang Jin, could defeat Duanling Tian, but because he knew that even if Duanling Tian appeared, he wouldn't be able to survive. The reason the gray-robed man beside him had appeared here was to wait for Duanling Tian to appear. Therefore, in his opinion, as long as Yang Jin could defeat Chu Yan, he would be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, and Fairmountain Prefecture would be rewarded handsomely by King Qin's mansion, 3 great luo pills. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. In the VIP spectator seats, Duanling Tian, who was originally staring intently at the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan, seemed to have noticed something as he secretly muttered in his heart. He also withdrew his gaze and did not take another look at Yang Jin and Chu Yan. Almost at the same time, Duanling Tian retracted his gaze. Bang! There was a deafening explosion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Jin had lost his composure and revealed a flaw. Chu Yan's eyes turned cold and his lips curled into a smile. He took advantage of Yang Jin's flaw and went straight for the root of the problem. A vast amount of energy whizzed out from Chu Yan's palm and slammed into Yang Jin's body, directly sending him flying. Wah! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Jin did not pass out. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his originally powerful aura had weakened significantly. In his current state, it was impossible for him to continue fighting with Chu Yan. If he continued, he would only be humiliating himself. Damn it! Because he realized this, Yang Jin's expression was very ugly, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he knew clearly that he had lost. He had been defeated. He had suffered a crushing defeat. Do you still want to continue? After severely injuring Yang Jin with one blow, Chu Yan looked at Yang Jin in high spirits and asked, "When I've recovered, I'll challenge you again. At that time, I won't be as careless as I was today." Yang Jin glanced coldly at Chu Yan. After saying this, he returned to the spectator stand where the people from Fairmountain Prefecture were seated. He came before Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fairmountain Prefecture, and lowered his head. He said apologetically, "County Governor, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Wang Qiling sighed. Although he was unhappy, he did not show it. "It's all right. Even if you didn't win the martial competition of the 16 counties, you still won 2 great luo pills for Fairmountain Prefecture. It's just 1 less great luo pill." "County Governor, isn't it too early to say 2 great luo pills? We don't even know if Duanling Tian will show up. If he does, Yang Jin will have to settle for 3rd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties." An elder from Fairmountain Prefecture said with a wry smile. "Duanling Tian might not show up. Even if he does, he might not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties." Wang Qiling smiled coldly. It was as if he was 100% certain. Whether Duanling Tian showed up or not, Yang Jin from Fairmountain Prefecture would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. After hearing Wang Qiling's words, the elders and high officials of Fairmountain Prefecture, as well as the group of young experts including Yang Jin, all looked at the mysterious man in the gray robe standing beside Wang Qiling. This man in the gray robe. Could he really be the person that the county governor hired to kill Duan Lingtian? I don't think so. Now, not only is the third prince of King Qin's mansion here, but even King Qin himself is here. Under such circumstances, not to mention the fact that the gray-robed man might not have the chance to kill Duan Lingtian, even if he kills Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death. Moreover, our Fair Mountain County will definitely be implicated. I don't think so either. Even if the man in the gray robe manages to escape after killing Duan Lingtian, King Qin's mansion will definitely think that Fair Mountain Prefecture is trying to sabotage the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, King Qin's mansion will be extremely grateful if they don't punish Fair Mountain Prefecture. They won't even give us the rewards we deserve. If the man in the gray robe was not hired by the county governor to kill Duan Lingtian, where did the county governor get the confidence to say that even if Duan Lingtian showed up, he would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties? The group of people from Fair Mountain Prefecture discussed among themselves using voice transmission. They could not figure it out. Where did the county governor of Fair Mountain County get the confidence to say that even if Duan Lingtian came, it would not affect Yang Jin's chances of winning second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Chu Yan won. I didn't expect Chu Yan to win in the end. This time, Lingfeng Prefecture is in the limelight. Just now I saw it clearly. It was because Yang Jin couldn't keep his composure that Chu Yan was able to take advantage of the opportunity and beat Yang Jin with one move. No matter what happened, a loss is a loss. Chu Yan is the final winner today. The final winner? It's too early to say that. After all, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingtian, hasn't shown up yet. That's right. Once Duan Lingtian shows up, Duan Lingtian will definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up, Chu Yan will definitely be the final winner. Whether Duan Lingtian shows up or not, Chu Yan will definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties this time. Moreover, he will be stepping on Yang Jin. A commotion broke out among the spectators. Many county governors of the various counties under King Qin's mansion took the initiative to congratulate Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. County Governor Chu, congratulations. Congratulations to your son for winning the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor Chu, I used to know that you have a daughter who's as good as a man. I didn't expect your son to be more outstanding than your daughter. I'm so envious. County Governor Chu, my daughter is an adult this year. Why don't we get married? Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind Prefecture, was overjoyed when he saw the group of county governors crowding around him. Unlike the other spectator seats that were bustling with noise and excitement, the county governor of Soaring Wind Prefecture was in an uproar. The VIP spectator seats were noisy for a while, but they fell silent again. All of this was because of one person's words. Since Chu Yan won, doesn't that mean the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect has won as well? When this sentence was spread in the VIP auditorium, a group of people in the VIP auditorium also thought, that's right. Before the battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan ended, there were 2 people in the VIP seats who had made a bet. Moreover, the third prince of King Qin's estate was the middleman and the notary of the bet. Moreover, the third prince was in charge of the bet as well. Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, has lost 50,000 prominent celestial stones. That's 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Many pairs of eyes landed on Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect. His expression turned grave as he glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by the people from the Flying Dragon sect like stars surrounding the moon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no different from a hero in the eyes of the people from the Flying Dragon sect. Congratulations, revered Elder Tian Ling. Revered Elder Tian Ling, you've won. Consecrator Tian Ling, this time, you have helped our Flying Dragon sect vent our anger. The elders, revered elders, and disciples of the Flying Dragon sect praised Duan Lingtian. Even Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, was beaming with joy at this moment. When he looked at Zhou En again, he felt elated. Humph! It's just a stroke of luck. What's there to be proud of? That's right. Did he really think he could predict Chu Yan would win? What a joke. Chapter 2691. Thank you, Vice Sect Leader Zhou. After receiving the 2 spatial rings from the 3rd Prince of King Qin's mansion, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou En, the Vice Sect Leader of the Poison King sect, and said in a hoarse voice with a smile on his face. Zhou En's expression turned unsightly as though he had just swallowed a fly. Do you dare to make another bet with me? Zhou En suddenly rose to his feet as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. Another bet? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he asked, what do you want to bet? At the same time, the people in the VIP seats turned to look at Zhou En in unison. They were curious about what Zhou En wanted to bet with the celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect. It seems like the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect is unwilling to admit defeat. The 3rd Prince of King Qin's mansion laughed. The sounds in the area behind the curtain couldn't be heard from the outside, but the people in the area behind the curtain could clearly hear the sounds outside the curtain. The curtains were only soundproof to the outside world. I'm curious. What else can he bet at a time like this? Qin Yu asked. At a time like this, other than betting on whether Duan Lingtian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County, will show up or not, what else can he bet on? A hint of wisdom flashed in King Qin's eyes. Based on his words, it was as though he had guessed the thoughts of the Poison King sect's vice sect leader. Zhou En betting on whether Duan Lingtian will show up or not? Qin Yu was stunned. If I'm not mistaken. The 3rd Prince of King Qin's mansion narrowed his eyes. The 3rd Prince narrowed his eyes when he heard King Qin's words. He smiled faintly as he said, he'll definitely bet that Duan Lingtian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County, won't show up. It's very likely that Duan Lingtian won't show up. Isn't he a little too shameless? Although Qin Yu also hoped that Duan Lingtian would not show up, he could not help but feel that the 3rd Prince of King Qin's mansion was too shameless. If the Poison King sect's vice sect leader Zhou En did that, he would be extremely shameless. Moreover, will the primitive celestial alchemist in the Flying Dragon sect agree to such a bet? In my opinion, unless the Flying Dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist was kicked in the head by a donkey, it's impossible for him to agree to such a bet. Qin Yu said. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not hear what Qin Yu said. Otherwise, he would definitely be speechless. What did he mean by saying that if he agreed, his head would be kicked by a donkey? Wasn't he intentionally scolding him? It's just as you said. Unless the Flying Dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist has lost his mind, he won't agree to such a bet. The 3rd Prince said with a smile. At the same time, the Poison King sect's vice sect leader, Zhou En, opened his mouth and said under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Let's see if Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As soon as Zhou En finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. After a while, many people in the VIP seats shook their heads and said, there's no point in betting with this bet. Indeed. This bet is completely meaningless. Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet. This means he won't show up. Unless Zhou En, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, is betting that Duan Lingtian will show up. Otherwise, who would be willing to bet with him? Will he bet that Duan Lingtian will show up? The people in the VIP seats discussed among themselves as they looked at Zhou En. They were curious if Zhou En would bet that Duan Lingtian would show up and participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect were looking at Zhou En looked at Duan Lingtian and said calmly, I'll bet 100,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, won't show up. The people in the VIP seats thought Zhou En was shameless when they heard his words. However, Zhou En continued to say, since I have a higher chance of winning, you can bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian will show up. As soon as Zhou En finished speaking, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, could not help but spit on the ground. Shameless. Zhou En, you're too shameless. Shameless. How shameless? I'm afraid only a shameless person from the Poison King sect would come up with such a bet. Since Duanling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet, it's highly likely that he won't show up. Even if Zhou used 200,000 prominent celestial stones to bet on revered Elder Tianling's 50,000 prominent celestial stones, revered Elder Tianling would still be at a disadvantage. Only a fool would agree to such a bet. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhou and discussed among themselves. They all felt that Zhou was shameless. Even the people from the Poison King sect felt that their vice-sect leader was shameless. However, they could not help an outsider to scold their vice-sect leader, right? Therefore they looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect and retorted, "What do you mean by shameless? If the people from the Flying Dragon sect don't dare to accept the bet, just say so. Do you think we're going to hold a knife to your neck and force you to accept the bet? That's right. Just say so if you don't dare to accept the bet." In my opinion, the people from the Flying Dragon sect are terrified. The people from the Poison King sect argued as they looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect. Shameless. How shameless. Now, the group of people in the VIP seats who were not from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect, after hearing the unreasonable words of the Poison King sect's people, not only did they feel that the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader Zhou was shameless, they even felt that the Poison King sect's people were shameless. The people from the Poison King sect are too shameless. Behind the curtain, Qin felt indignant on behalf of the Flying Dragon sect. In this world, there are many shameless people. This is nothing. The third prince shook his head and said, "In fact, we all know who's the shameless one here. No one will accept the bet anyway." Meanwhile, County Governor Tian, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, looked at the people from the 9 Spectres County and locked his gaze on Jianghu, the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. "Will the trump card of 9 Spectres County forfeit?" the host asked bluntly. "My lord, I hope you can wait a little longer," Tianjiu said reluctantly. Until now, he still had not seen Duanling Tian. Although he did not think it was likely that Duanling Tian would show up, he was still unwilling to give up. Subconsciously, he hoped that Duanling Tian would show up and bring hope to 9 Spectres County. For this reason, he wanted to buy some time. What if Duanling Tian showed up in the next moment? Wait. What are you still waiting for? Humph. The trump card of 9 Spectres County must be that Duanling Tian. If that Duanling Tian wanted to show up, he would have been here a long time ago. Why hasn't he shown up yet? In my opinion, it's a waste of time to wait. Duanling Tian won't show up. At practically the instant Tianjiu's voice sounded out, similar voices rose and fell from the spectator stands around the combat arena. More than 99% of the people thought Duanling Tian would not show up. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties frowned slightly when he heard Tianjiu's words. In the end, he took out a communication celestial talisman and infused it with his celestial origin energy before he sent it to the area behind the VIP seats. He was seeking the opinion of the third prince, who was in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. "Big brother, do you think it's necessary to wait?" the third prince asked King Qin when he received the communication celestial talisman. "Let's wait for an hour." King Qin's eyes flashed as he said, "This is my way of expressing my admiration for Duanling Tian. After all, it's not easy for such a monstrous genius to appear in King Qin's mansion's territory." "All right." The third prince nodded and replied to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties with a communication celestial talisman. After the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties received the communication celestial talisman, he immediately announced under everyone's watchful eyes. "Lord King Qin has ordered that 9 Spectres County be given another hour due to his admiration for Duanling Tian, the monstrous genius from 9 Spectres County. If 9 Spectres County's trump card does not show up after an hour, the martial competition of the 16 counties will end. At that time, Chu Yen from the Soaring Wind County will be ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties." The host finished his sentence in one breath. Everyone present thought it was a waste of time to wait for an hour. However, since it was their King Qin's mansion who had spoken, they did not dare to complain even if they were dissatisfied. To them, King Qin's mansion's territory, King Qin was a lofty and inviolable existence. "Thank you, Lord King Qin." Upon hearing the host's words, Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, hurriedly bowed to the VIP seats to express his gratitude. However, his heart was heavy, and the pressure he felt increased. At this moment, he even felt a little regretful. He regretted not buying time for Duan Lingtian. It was as the majority of the people had said. If Duan Lingtian wanted to show up, he would have done so long ago. It was impossible that he had not shown up yet. Lord County Governor, is there a need to wait? I'm sure Duan Lingtian won't be coming back. Pang Bing, the inner court elder of the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County, said. At this moment, even the inner mansion's elder, Xianxia, who had always supported Duan Lingtian, fell silent at this moment. This was because he did not have the confidence to do so. At this moment, he did not think Duan Lingtian would show up. However, since Duan Lingtian didn't come, something must have happened to him. Otherwise, with his temper and character, it's impossible for him to not come. Chapter 2692. It seems like I have no choice but to show myself this time. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He was wearing a black celestial master's robe with the word Kuan written on it. When Jianghu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was trying to buy time for him, Duan Lingtian had already made a decision in a flash of lightning. If Jianghu managed to buy time for him, he would show himself and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he failed, he would not show himself and think of a way to compensate Jianghu and Xianxia. He had promised Jianghu and Xianxia that he would do his best to win the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, for them. Now that Jianghu had bought time for him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, it's all thanks to Jianghu. It's all because of fate. What do you think? Do you dare to accept this bet that I've made? At the same time, an irritating voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, who felt that he could continue to bet with the primitive celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect after seeing that the county governor of Nine Spectres County had bought time for Duan Lingtian. If the county governor of Nine Spectres County did not buy time for Duan Lingtian and announce the end of the martial competition of the 16 counties, then the bet would be meaningless. Shameless! Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, glared at Zhou En. Then he said to Duan Lingtian, revered elder Tianling, ignore him. He's a mad dog who will bite whoever he catches. He's trying to use this unfair bet to win back the 50,000 prominent celestial stones. After saying that, Huang Guangji looked at Zhou En again and put on an expression that said, I've seen through you long ago. Huang Guangji, I'll bet with him. What are you talking about? Zhou En said angrily with a dark expression on his face. Revered Elder Tianling is a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect. Naturally, I won't let him lose. Huang Guangji said matter-of-factly. Apart from Duan Lingtian himself, everyone in the VIP seats, including Zhou En and the others from the Poison King sect, felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to agree to Zhou En's bet. Duan Lingtian said calmly in a hoarse voice, That's right. I can agree to this bet of yours, but the stakes have to be changed. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that the current bet is unfair to me. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the entire VIP audience fell into a dead silence. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect actually agreed to Zhou En's shameless bet? Was he crazy? At this moment, it was not only the others who looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. They could not understand why revered Elder Tianling of the Flying Dragon sect would agree to Zhou En's shameless bet. Zhou En, the person who had made the bet, was also stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would agree to the bet. After all, he was the one who had made the bet. Duan Lingtian would definitely win. Are you serious? Are you really going to agree to my bet? Zhou En looked at Duan Lingtian intently and said, Let me make this clear. If you agree to my bet, you can only bet that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties because I've already bet that Duan Lingtian won't participate. Zhouan was worried that Duan Lingtian would also bet that Duan Lingtian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If that was the case, his bet would be meaningless. After all, it was impossible for him to bet that Duan Lingtian would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted and said disdainfully, "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you?" Zhouan was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could already see 50,000 prominent celestial stones waving at him. "You said you were going to change the bet. Are you trying to say that I didn't bet enough and that it's unfair to you? As long as you agree to the bet and bet that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in the next hour, I can increase the bet to 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Is that enough? If you win, I'll give you 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If I win, you only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones," Zhouan said. As soon as Zhouan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. "Vice Sect Leader Zhou, you just gave me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Now, I'm afraid you don't even have 100,000 prominent celestial stones, let alone 200,000 prominent celestial stones, right?" The Poison King sect was wealthier than any of the counties under King Qin's mansion. However, it would be difficult for a vice sect leader of the Poison King sect to have more than 100,000 prominent celestial stones. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Zhouan was not a vice sect leader. It was impossible for Zhouan to have 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If vice sect leader Zhou wants to gain something without risking anything, forgive me for not agreeing to your bet. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh mockingly when he reached the end of his sentence. It's true that I don't have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, but are you worried that the Poison King sect won't be able to come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Zhouan's face paled when he heard Duan Lingtian's mocking words. In the end, he had no choice but to bring up the Poison King sect and said the Poison King sect would pay the 200,000 prominent celestial stones. "Can you represent the Poison King sect?" Duan Lingtian continued to mock Zhouan. "What a joke!" Zhouan said in a deep voice, "I'm the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, and I'm the younger brother of the sect leader. Do you think I can represent the Poison King sect? It seems like I've underestimated you," Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. "Cut the crap," Zhouan said coldly. "If you want to accept the bet, then accept it. If you don't, then admit defeat." "Of course, I'll accept the bet." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhouan deeply before he said slowly, "However, don't you think you're taking advantage of me by betting 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Why don't I bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian won't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties? And you bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. How about we swap bets?" Duan Lingtian continued to say, "How many prominent celestial stones do you think I should bet?" Naturally, Zhouan would not agree to Duan Lingtian's request. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in the next hour. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to participate in the martial competition, he would have arrived a long time ago. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "All right. 500,000 prominent celestial stones it is." Zhouan agreed without hesitation. He was confident that he would win. Even if he had to bet 500,000 prominent celestial stones on Duan Lingtian's 50,000 prominent celestial stones, he would still be willing to bet. At this moment, Zhouan was still unaware of the fact that Duan Lingtian was hiding in the shadows. The black-robed man in front of him was setting him up step by step. He did not realize that he was slowly falling into Duan Lingtian's trap. "Also, I have another condition." Duan Lingtian spoke again. "Speak," Zhouan said impatiently with a frown. "Why you have to invite the third prince of King Qin's mansion or King Qin to be the notary of our bet? After all, with your shamelessness, I'm worried you'll renege on your bet." Duan Lingtian stated his condition. "You?" Zhouan was infuriated when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him shameless and suspecting him of reneging on his bet. I can be the notary of your bet. At this moment, the third prince of King Qin's mansion stepped out from behind the curtain and looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. He could not figure it out. Why would the Flying Dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist agree to Zhou En's shameless bet? Could the third prince not see that Zhou En would definitely win? However, even if he could not figure it out, he was still willing to be the notary of the bet. After all, he wanted to see how the primitive celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect would react after losing the bet. Thank you, third prince. After thanking the third prince of King Qin's mansion, Duan Lingtian handed the spatial ring that contained 50,000 prominent celestial stones to the third prince. The number is correct. After confirming the number of celestial stones in the spatial ring, the third prince looked at Zhou En and said indifferently, "If you lose, King Qin's mansion will first collect the 500,000 prominent celestial stones from the Poison King sect. After that, we'll transfer the celestial stones to revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect. If I lose, the Poison King sect will immediately send the 500,000 prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion when I return," Zhou En said nonchalantly. At this moment, he did not think he would lose at all. That's good. The third prince nodded and did not say anything else. He was not worried the Poison King sect would renege on their bet. Thank you for the 500,000 prominent celestial stones. When the third prince nodded, the people in the VIP seats looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly pulled the robe off his head, revealing his handsome face. He grinned at Zhou En. At this moment, his voice was no longer as hoarse as before. He had finally revealed his true appearance. When Duan Lingtian pulled down the robe that covered his head and revealed his true appearance, the group of people in the VIP spectator seats were greatly shocked. Initially, when they heard the voice of the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect, they thought he was an old man. But he didn't expect that the voice was fake. Chapter 2693. Revered Elder Tian Ling. He looks like this? All this while, I've only heard Revered Elder Tian Ling's voice. I thought he was an old man. I didn't expect him to be so young. I didn't expect this at all. I really didn't expect this. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect, including Vice Sect leader Huang Guangji, could not help but exclaim. Even for them, this was the first time they had seen the true face of their Flying Dragon sect's revered Elder Tian Ling. For a moment, they could not help but be shocked. Bang! Accompanied by an enormous bang, Duan Lingtian abruptly exerted strength with his legs and stomped on the ground to rise up, causing the thick ground to shatter into pieces at the same time as his entire body had already soared into the sky above the combat arena. In just a blink of an eye, he was close to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties. 9 Spectres County. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice spread out towards the surroundings, he was already standing in the sky above the combat ring, and he stood in confrontation with the Soaring Wind County's trump card, Chu Yan. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. 9 Spectres County. Duan Lingtian. As soon as these 6 words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, it spread like wildfire in the air. When the people saw the purple figure in the air, they were in an uproar. Even more people were shocked to the point of standing up from their seats. When they secretly gasped, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. As soon as Duan Lingtian left the VIP seats, he removed the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan on it, revealing his purple robes. Duan Lingtian is here. He's Duan Lingtian. I thought the martial competition of the 16 counties would end after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin. Who would have thought that after the county governor of 9 Spectres County bought an hour for their trump card, Duan Lingtian would appear? It seems like the county governor of 9 Spectres County knew Duan Lingtian would come, so he bought some time for him. That must be it. In the surroundings of the combat arena, besides the group of people in the VIP spectating area who were still in a dazed state, the other spectating areas were extremely bustling, and a group of people were discussing animatedly. Many people shifted their gazes from Duan Lingtian to Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, most people's eyes were still locked onto Duan Lingtian. They stared at Duan Lingtian, as if they were afraid that Duan Lingtian would disappear in the blink of an eye. He's the Duan Lingtian whose name shook the entire Duke of Qin's manor a few months ago? He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is already comparable to a golden celestial? In the past, I don't think there has ever been such a monster in the territories ruled by King Qin's manor, right? A year ago, he was so strong that even Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, felt inferior to him. Now that a year has passed, I'm sure he's even stronger than before, right? Perhaps. He's already a great overarching golden celestial now. A golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. Such a person is rare even in the high-rank celestial kingdoms, let alone the intermediate-rank celestial kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, which is under King Qin's manor's jurisdiction. Numerous burning gazes landed on Duan Lingtian, causing him to become the absolute center of attention. Before Duan Lingtian's appearance, Duan Lingtian had attracted the most attention among the 13 trump cards selected by the 13 counties in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even before Duan Lingtian's appearance, many people were still talking about him, saying that Chu Yan would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared. Everyone's attention was completely focused on him. Almost no one was distracted. Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu abruptly rose from his luxurious seat behind the curtain of the VIP spectator area. He was happy that Duan Lingtian was safe and sound. However, when he thought about the possibility that the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, his expression changed immediately. According to his uncle, the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a Celestial Duke. A Celestial Duke was a powerhouse that was superior to an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. If such a powerhouse attacked with all his might, he could even annihilate King Qin's manor. Duan Lingtian, why did you come out at this time? Even if you want to come out, you should have contacted me first. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. At this moment, he did not use voice transmission to communicate with Duan Lingtian because he knew it was too late even if he did so now. If the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, it would be futile even if he warned Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, if the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was not targeting Duan Lingtian, he would only distract Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was preparing to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties and fight Chu Yan from the Soaring Wind County. I hope the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect isn't targeting Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu prayed inwardly. However, I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be sitting in the VIP spectator area so close to me. Why didn't he send me a voice transmission? If he had sent me a voice transmission, I could have contacted him privately and asked if he had any enmity with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Earlier, he had also noticed the commotion in the VIP spectator area. But because there were many people in the VIP spectating area between him and Duan Lingtian, he didn't see Duan Lingtian's true appearance clearly at the first possible moment, and it was to the extent that he didn't have the time to react before Duan Lingtian appeared in the sky above the combat arena. By the time he regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had already appeared in the air above the combat ring in front of everyone. He was Duan Lingtian from the Nine Spectres County. You are. So he's Duan Lingtian? King Qin, who was sitting at the side, looked at the purple-clad young man in the air above the combat ring. Yes. Qin Yu smiled wryly. I didn't expect him to be here so early. I also didn't expect him to be the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. He's very well hidden, King Qin said. At the same time, King Qin was also puzzled. Since Duan Lingtian had come to the martial competition of the 16 counties, why did he not show up? Why did he only show up now? If King Qin had not agreed to the county governor's request to wait for Duan Lingtian, the martial competition of the 16 counties would have ended earlier. Once the martial competition of the 16 counties ended, it would be meaningless for Duan Lingtian to show up again. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared again. Moreover, he had not just arrived. In fact, He had arrived a long time ago and was hiding in the VIP spectator area with another identity. This is King Qin's mansion. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have to worry about the people from the other 15 counties plotting against him. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Why did he almost miss the martial competition of the 16 counties? Could it be that he knows the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting him? However, that doesn't make sense. If he knows the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting him, why would he show up now? Even if he guessed the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect might not be here, there's no need for him to take the risk, right? The more King Qin thought about it, the more confused he became. At the same time, King Qin could not help but look at the people from Fair Mountain County. Finally, his gaze landed on the gray-robed man standing next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. The gray-robed man was a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, a Celestial Duke. Senior, Duan Lingtian has shown up. Why aren't you making a move yet? Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, became anxious when he saw Duan Lingtian had shown up for a while, but the person next to him did not seem to have any intention of making a move. If the person next to him made a move after Duan Lingtian had defeated Chu Yan, then Duan Lingtian would be ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, Fair Mountain County would have one less mediocre celestial pill, the Great Overarching Pill. At that time, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County would only be ranked third in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He would only be able to obtain one Great Overarching Pill for Fair Mountain County. Wang Qiling had thought the person next to Duan Lingtian would kill Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared. He did not expect the person next to him would not make a move. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. The old woman's cold voice rang from under the gray-robed man's robe. When Wang Qiling heard this, his face turned pale again. He lowered his head and said apologetically, "Senior, I was too impatient. I was too impatient." Although Wang Qiling did not know the old woman's identity, he knew that she was a Celestial Duke. However, after the confrontation between King Qin and the old woman, he realized something was amiss. Even King Qin would have to lower his head in front of this old woman. At that time, King Qin had asked him to say that the old woman was deaf and mute to give him a way out. How could someone who even King Qin had to give him a way out be an ordinary person? King Qin's actions showed that even he could not afford to offend this old woman. How could a mere county governor under King Qin's command offend someone that even King Qin could not afford to offend? Wang Qiling was certain. Even if the old woman killed him now, he would die in vain. King Qin would not avenge him, and he might not even have the ability to do so. Because of this, when he heard the cold anger in the old woman's tone, he also felt a bit of fear and trepidation. He's Duan Lingtian? The man who took Miss Bing Er's virginity? Chapter 2694. Although Duan Lingtian had appeared, the old lady was not in a hurry to make a move. She knew that since Duan Lingtian had appeared right in front of her, it meant that Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape. He would die sooner or later. If that was the case, why should she be in a hurry? However, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, who was beside her, was extremely anxious. Of course, he did not dare to urge the old lady to make a move. He could only wait anxiously. Duan Lingtian is here? The elders and honorary elders of Fair Mountain County, who came with Wang Qiling, could not help but smile bitterly. I thought Yang Jin would be able to obtain second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain 2 great overarching pills for Fair Mountain County. It seems like there's no hope now. Duan Lingtian has appeared. Yang Jin is destined to be third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. With the appearance of Duan Lingtian, there's only one great overarching pill left. This Duan Lingtian really came at the right time. Although the elders and honorary elders of Fair Mountain County were helpless, they knew that they could not change anything. This Duan Lingtian. Of all times, he chose this moment to appear. Although this was the first time Yang Jin had seen Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at the Duan Lingtian who was hovering in the air above the combat ring. The reason he was hostile to Duan Lingtian was that with the appearance of Duan Lingtian, he would only be third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As a result, not only would Fair Mountain County receive less rewards from King Qin's mansion, but he would also receive less rewards from King Qin's mansion. Naturally, he was unhappy. The situation in Soaring Wind County was similar to that in Fair Mountain County. The elders and honorary elders of Soaring Wind County, who came with Chu Tingxian, could not help but sigh when they saw Duanling Tian. 3 great overarching pills. It's going to be too soon. This Duanling Tian actually came. Perhaps this is fate. Chu Tingxian shook his head. However, 2 great overarching pills is not bad. I should be content. He's Duanling Tian. Standing beside Chu Tingxian, the valiant Chu Yu's gaze was currently focused on Duanling Tian, the depths of her eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor. Although she was usually carefree, no different from a man. However, in the end she was still a woman. In the past, she only worshipped her big brother, Chu Yan. She felt that only a man who was as outstanding as her big brother, or even more outstanding than her big brother, was worthy of her. It was not until she heard about Duanling Tian's deeds in 9 Spectres County that she realized something was amiss. In the territories under the Duke of Qin's estate, there was actually a man who was more outstanding than her elder brother. Even though Yang Jin from the Fair Mountain Commandery was quite strong. However, Yang Jin was more than 20 years older than her big brother. In terms of innate talent, he was far inferior to her big brother. For this reason, she did not think highly of him. On the other hand, although Duanling Tian was the same age as Yang Jin, his innate talent was not something her big brother could compare to. At that time, although she had not met Duanling Tian, she was attracted to Duanling Tian. Although it sounded ridiculous, it was the truth. She was a strong woman who had never been attracted to any man since she was young. She even thought that she would spend the rest of her life alone because there was no man who could attract her. However, when she found out that there was such an outstanding man in King Qin's estate, she was instantly attracted to him. Naturally, if she met Duanling Tian, she would not be attracted to Duanling Tian because his appearance and temperament were not to her liking. This was similar to Duanling Tian's previous life on Earth. They chatted well on the internet, but when they met in real life, they realized they did not like each other. Therefore, they would delete each other and go their separate ways. Yet now, when he saw Duanling Tian in person, that perfect facial features, that otherworldly and graceful bearing, Chu Yu could feel his heartbeat speeding up without end. In the end, she felt as though her heart was about to jump out of her chest. I, Chu Yu, will marry no one but him in my life. Chu Yu swore in her heart as she looked at Duanling Tian. Before she met Duanling Tian, she had not met Duanling Tian in person. She had only heard about Duanling Tian's deeds and innate talent. Therefore, she was only slightly attracted to Duanling Tian. Now that she had met Duanling Tian in person, her heart had completely fallen for him. Sometimes, matters of the heart were just so wonderful. At this moment, Duanling Tian was completely unaware that he had won the heart of a woman without her knowledge. Moreover, it was the heart of the younger sister of Chu Yan, who was about to fight him. If he knew, he would be speechless and helpless. After all, he had 2 wives now. One was his confidant, and the other was Murong Bing, who was not officially his wife but was in fact his wife. This was enough to give him a headache. How could he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Damn it! Why is he here? Over at Luofu County, both the county governor and the trump card of Luofu County, Xing Dong, had ugly expressions on their faces. If Duanling Tian had not come, it was almost certain that Xing Dong would be ranked 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, now that Duanling Tian had come, Xing Dong was destined to be kicked out of the top 10. Not only would Xing Dong not receive any rewards from King Qin's mansion, but the Luofu County would also be punished by King Qin's mansion. In the next 10 years, they would have to pay more prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion. The atmosphere was different from the people from Fair Mountain County, Soaring Wind County, and Luofu County. Over at 9 Spectres County, the atmosphere was no longer gloomy and was replaced by excitement and joy. Haha! Duanling Tian is finally here. Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, laughed heartily without caring about his image. He was as happy as a child. I knew he wouldn't break his promise so easily. Xianxia, the inner mansion elder, was also smiling. Humph. At least he still has some conscience. Pang Bing snorted coldly. The other people from 9 Spectres County were also very happy. In the VIP seats. No wonder he dared to make such a bet with Zhou En, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. As it turns out, he's Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect to be Duan Ling Tian from the 9 Spectres County. This time, Zhou En, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, has suffered a huge loss. 500,000 prominent celestial stones against Duan Ling Tian's 50,000 prominent celestial stones. I thought he would definitely win. However, it seems like he's going to go for wool and come home shorn. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Even if the Poison King sect were to take out such a huge amount of prominent celestial stones, they would still suffer a huge loss, right? The Poison King sect is going to lose this time. Many people discussed among themselves as they looked at Zhou En, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, in unison. These gazes were looking at Zhou En as though they were looking at an idiot. At this moment, almost everyone in the VIP seats realized that Zhou En, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. From the moment revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect agreed to Zhou En's bet, Zhou En had fallen into revered Elder Tian Ling's trap. This was because revered Elder Tian Ling was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Since revered Elder Tian Ling was Duan Ling Tian, it was up to him to decide if he would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Ha ha ha! Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, laughed heartily as he looked at Zhou En. Zhou En, 500,000 prominent celestial stones. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect? Previously, Zhou En looked at revered Elder Tian Ling as though he was an idiot. Now, it seems like he's the real idiot. He thought he would definitely win, but he didn't expect revered Elder Tian Ling to be Duan Ling Tian. He could easily decide the outcome of the bet. Revered Elder Tian Ling's role is similar to a swindler who isn't a swindler. I'm sure Zhou En feels worse than if he had eaten a fly, right? Of course. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones we're talking about. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhou En mockingly. At this moment, it was as though they had forgotten about Zhou En previously. When revered Elder Tian Ling agreed to Zhou En's bet, they had looked at revered Elder Tian Ling skeptically. They thought revered Elder Tian Ling was just giving Zhou En celestial stones. Meanwhile, the group of people in the VIP seats looked at Zhou En with a hint of pity in their eyes. The group of people from the Poison King sect only looked at their vice sect leader, Zhou En, without saying a word. If Zhou En was not the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect but an ordinary disciple, they would have scolded him for being an idiot. Zhou En stood rooted to the ground with an unsightly expression on his face. He could still remember. Earlier, when the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect agreed to his bet, he felt as though his 50,000 prominent celestial stones had returned to him. It did not cross his mind at all. He did not expect the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect to be Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County. No. It doesn't count. This bet doesn't count. He's Duan Ling Tian. He can decide the outcome of this bet with just a thought. He's cheating. He's cheating. This bet must be voided. It must be voided. After a while, Zhou En regained his senses. When he saw the pitiful looks from the group of people in the VIP seats, he began to shout like a madman. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. If the Poison King sect lost 500,000 high-grade immortal stones because of him, even if he didn't die when he returned to the Poison King sect, he would at least lose a layer of skin. The elders, revered elders, and the 2 supreme elders who were on par with his elder brother would definitely not let him off so easily. Humph! Chapter 2695. Third Prince. Zhou En's face was as pale as a sheet of paper when he regained his senses. He looked at the third prince of King Qin's mansion fearfully. I know you're the judge of the bet between me and revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect. However, I didn't know he's Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County. If I had known he was Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't have agreed to the bet even if he asked me to bet 5,000 prominent celestial stones. So, this bet was unfair in the first place. Zhouen's voice was laced with anger when he spoke. Zhouen knew very well that King Qin's mansion was not an option. The person who could decide whether the bet was voided or not was not him or Duanling Tian. It was the third prince of King Qin's mansion who was standing before him. He could go back on his word in front of Duanling Tian. However, he could not go back on his word in front of the third prince. What a joke! Almost as soon as Zhouen finished speaking and before the third prince could say anything, Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, could not help but laugh mockingly. Zhouen, don't you think it's embarrassing for you to say such words? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Don't forget that you're the one who initiated the bet with revered Elder Tianling. Revered Elder Tianling didn't initiate the bet. When consecrated Tianling agreed to your bet, you must have been very happy, right? You must have thought the 50,000 prominent celestial stones would be yours again, right? Why didn't you say the bet was unfair at that time? Now that you know revered Elder Tianling is Duanling Tian and you know you're going to lose, you're saying the bet is unfair? As he spoke, the mocking smile on Huang Guangji's face grew wider. At the same time, his gaze left Zhouen for a while and swept across the people from the other forces in the VIP spectator seats. Everyone, let's be fair. Do you think this bet is unfair? Do you think that this bet should be cancelled and should not be counted? Although Huang Guangji did not know why Duanling Tian, the monstrous genius from Nine Spectres County, wanted to join the Flying Dragon sect as a primitive celestial alchemist, Huang Guangji did not know why Duanling Tian wanted to join the Flying Dragon sect even though he was a primitive celestial alchemist. However, after Duanling Tian joined the Flying Dragon sect and became their revered elder, he did not do anything to let the Flying Dragon sect down. Instead, he had helped the Flying Dragon sect to refine a batch of high-quality primitive celestial pills. Under such circumstances, one side was Duanling Tian while the other side was the Poison King sect. Naturally, he would help Duanling Tian. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as vice-sect leader. That's right. When this Poison King sect's vice-sect leader Zhou made this bet, I already felt that he was extremely shameless. But now, seeing that he was about to lose, he went back on his word and said that this bet didn't count. Simply shameless to the extreme. I really don't know how the Poison King sect has someone like him. Moreover, he's a vice-sect leader. Earlier, he said he's the younger brother of the sect leader of the Poison King sect. It seems like he only became the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect because of his relationship with the Poison King sect. The Poison King sect is on the decline. How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry become a vice-sect leader? Moreover, he's a disgrace to the Poison King sect. The other forces in the VIP seats did not have any ties with the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect, nor did they have any enmity with them. For this reason, the people from the various forces were neutral when they discussed this matter. However, all of them felt Zhou, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, was shameless. They felt the bet between Zhou and Duanling Tian should not be cancelled. The voices of the VIP seats rang out in unison. Now, do you still think the bet should be cancelled? The third prince of King Qin's mansion asked as he looked at Zhou coldly. Plop. As soon as the third marquis finished speaking, Zhou, whose face had become increasingly pale, trembled and fell to the ground. He was paralyzed on the ground and could not get up for a long time. His legs were completely weak from fear. 500,000 high-grade celestial stones. That's 500,000 high-grade celestial stones. When the third prince of the king of Qin's estate expressed his stance, Zhou already knew in his heart. No matter what, the Poison King sect had to hand over the 500,000 high-grade celestial stones to King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, he would offend the third prince of the Duke of Qin's manor, and even the entire Duke of Qin's manor. Although their Poison King sect's strength was not bad, in front of the colossal Duke Qin's mansion, they were not even worth mentioning. Let alone King Qin of King Qin's mansion. Even the third prince of King Qin's mansion could easily annihilate the Poison King sect if he made a move. If I don't see the 500,000 prominent celestial stones within a month, I'll personally bring my men to the Poison King sect to collect them. At that time, things will become complicated. It won't be as simple as just 500,000 prominent celestial stones. After saying these threatening words, The third prince of King Qin's mansion left the VIP area and retreated behind the curtain. Let's go back. After the third prince left, Zhouwen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stood up and led the people from the Poison King's sect away. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to continue watching the martial competition of the 16 counties. It was not because he could predict the outcome of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Right now, there was nothing more important than him bringing this matter back to the Poison King sect and reporting it to his elder brother, the sect head of the Poison King sect. When the people from the Poison King sect left in a hurry, the people from the Flying Dragon sect were elated. When we return to the sect, we'll tell our junior brothers and sisters about this. I'm sure they'll be happy. It's rare for our Flying Dragon sect to make the Poison King sect suffer like this. A Flying Dragon sect's disciple said smugly. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to revered Elder Tianling. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to hold our heads high in front of the people from the Poison King sect. However, I didn't expect revered Elder Tianling to be Duanling Tian, the monstrous genius from the Nine Spectres County who has become famous in King Qin's mansion in recent months. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he's also an outstanding primitive celestial alchemist. Revered Elder Tianling is too monstrous, right? If you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten that revered Elder Tianling is a primitive celestial alchemist. A primitive celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. Revered Elder Tianling is a monster among monsters. When the Flying Dragon sect's disciples looked at Duanling Tian who was hovering in the air above the combat ring, their eyes were filled with admiration. In the air above the combat ring. Duanling Tian. After staring at Duanling Tian for a long time, Chu Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. He looked at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Although I've heard that you're very strong and I can't compare to you, I still want to fight you. If you can defeat me, you'll be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I hope you live up to your reputation." When Chu Yan reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Whoosh! The celestial origin energy that he had accumulated in his body also burst out of his body. It formed a clear airflow around his body, emitting a terrifying aura. "Make your move," Duanling Tian said indifferently. Even when Duanling Tian asked Chu Yan to make his move, there was no trace of celestial origin energy on his body at all. It was as though he did not bother to circulate his celestial origin energy in advance to meet Chu Yan's powerful attack. Humph! Upon seeing this, Chu Yan immediately felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. He flew into a rage and charged toward Duanling Tian like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, he took out his mediocre celestial weapon as soon as he made his move. He did not hold back at all. Although he had only heard of Duanling Tian's strength, he had never seen Duanling Tian fight with his own eyes. However, as the saying went, a man with a great reputation lives up to his name. Coupled with Duanling Tian's casual attitude, Chu Yan realized that Duanling Tian was indeed as powerful as a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, Chu Yan did not dare to hold back when he made the first move against Duanling Tian. This was because he knew that if he still had any strength left, he might not be able to use it in the future. Boom! Rumble! Chu Yan, who charged towards Duanling Tian with all his might, was like a primeval beast. Everywhere he passed, the air in the sky would violently shake, and a series of explosions would sound out one after another, emitting a deafening sound that was like thunder. Boom! 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 When Chu Yan appeared in front of Duanling Tian, he unleashed a powerful attack that was as vast as the sea and as powerful as thunder toward Duanling Tian. Just as he was about to land his attack on Duanling Tian, he discovered that Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy was not present. Duanling Tian's body did not emit any celestial origin energy at all. Moreover, Duanling Tian was still standing on the same spot. His expression was as calm as before. Instantly, he felt like he was being humiliated. "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for this." Chu Yan glared at Duanling Tian as though he had transformed into an angry King Kong. Boom! Rumble! His attack erupted a step further and transformed into a thundercloud that seemed to be suffused with a myriad of thunderbolts that enveloped Duanling Tian's head and swept him into it. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded by the thundercloud. What's Duan Lingtian doing? Is he planning to take Chu Yan's attack head-on? Although this is only Chu Yan's first attack, based on the battle between him and Yang Jin earlier, it's definitely his strongest attack. Duan Lingtian seems a little too careless in the face of Chu Yan's attack, right? Even an ordinary Violet Sun Golden Celestial wouldn't dare to underestimate Chu Yan's attack, right? Chapter 2696. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the thundercloud that engulfed Duan Lingtian seemed to be pushed apart by something as soon as it engulfed Duan Lingtian. Bang! Following that, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. It was so loud that it was earth-shattering. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the crisp sound of a sword whistling resounded in everyone's ears. After the thundercloud exploded, a dazzling white light spread out. It was sword chi. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. As the tens of thousands of sword chi surged out, a figure could be vaguely seen within the sword chi. The power is not bad. Unfortunately, this level of attack can't hurt me. Duan Lingtian stood in the middle of the tens of thousands of sword chi. He was completely unharmed. Even his purple robe was not damaged at all. It was obvious that Chu Yan's attack did not hurt Duan Lingtian at all. Swoosh! Horror dawned on Chu Yan's face when he saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. How's this possible? My attack earlier. It's impossible for someone below the level of a great overarching golden celestial to withstand it so easily. Don't tell me he has already broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial. When this last thought appeared in his mind, Chu Yan's heart trembled violently, and his pair of pupils also fiercely shrank. How powerful! In the spectating area where the people from the Soaring Wind County were seated, Chu Yu, Chu Yan's biological sister, stared at Duan Lingtian with a bright gleam in her eyes when she saw her brother did not hurt Duan Lingtian at all. Based on the power of my brother's attack earlier, it should be difficult for someone below the level of a great overarching golden celestial to withstand it. It seems like he has broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Chu Yu looked at Duan Lingtian, the light in the depths of her eyes becoming increasingly resplendent. They were like two stars in the night sky, beautiful and dazzling. His strength has actually increased again. Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate of Nine Spectres County, narrowed his eyes in shock when he saw Duan Lingtian standing amidst the thousands of sword rays like the king of the sword Dao. Duan Lingtian has become a great overarching golden celestial? The other inner mansion elder, Xianxia's eyes lit up, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He was sincerely happy for Duan Lingtian. Haha, amazing. Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, smiled widely. At the same time, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's improvement. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to improve so much in less than a year. Of course, Tianji Yu was happy because King Qin's mansion would reward Nine Spectres County after Duan Lingtian won the martial competition of the 16 counties. 3 mediocre celestial pills. The great overarching pills. As for how strong Duan Lingtian's strength was, he did not care at all. He knew that with Duan Lingtian's innate talent, it was impossible for him to stay in the Nine Spectres County. Even King Qin's mansion might not be able to accommodate him. He knew clearly in his heart. After today, Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to use the King Qin's mansion as a stepping stone to enter the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. In the history of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was only one such genius more than 100,000 years ago, right? That genius seemed to have left the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and entered a powerful sect that was superior to a high-rank celestial kingdom. Tianji Yu thought to himself. How powerful! Duan Lingtian is so strong. I'm afraid he has already broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial, right? He's bullying us by participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. You're right. However, he's qualified to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I didn't expect such a freak to appear in King Qin's mansion. Such a monstrous genius has never appeared in King Qin's mansion. Even in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was only one such genius a few 100,000 years ago. In the surroundings of the combat arena, no matter if it was the VIP spectating area or the other spectating areas, they were filled with similar discussions. Behind the curtain of the VIP seats. It's true that Duan Ling Tian possesses strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. The third prince sighed. Yes. King Qin nodded. Great overarching golden celestial? However, Qin Yu did not comment when he heard the third prince's words. A year ago, he knew Duan Ling Tian possessed the strength to kill a great overarching golden celestial. He had even witnessed Duan Ling Tian imprisoning Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial, and sending him to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City so that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City could kill him. However, at that time, Duan Ling Tian's sword ray was a 7-colored sword ray. I remember that when Duan Ling Tian's sword ray wasn't a 7-colored sword ray, he wasn't a match for Zhou Tong. However, when his sword ray turned 7-colored, he was able to suppress Zhou Tong. Although Qin Yu was unaware that Duan Ling Tian possessed the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, since he had seen Duan Ling Tian fight before, he knew Duan Ling Tian had the ability to transform his sword ray into a 7-colored sword ray. However, today, Duan Ling Tian did not use the ability to turn his sword ray into 7-colored. Today, Duan Ling Tian displayed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial without using the 7-colored sword ray. If he had used the 7-colored sword ray, his strength would have been even stronger. Qin Yu could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought of this. He still remembered. A year ago, if Duan Ling Tian did not use the 7-colored sword ray, his strength would not have been comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. However, today, even if Duan Ling Tian did not use the 7-colored sword ray, his strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. In just a year, Duan Ling Tian's strength has become so much stronger. Qin Yu thought to himself. In the air above the combat arena. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Ling Tian, who had once again become the center of attention, was surrounded by tens of thousands of sword rays. It made him look as though he had transformed into the ruler of the world of swords. Even in the void around his body, due to the tens of thousands of sword rays, there was a clearly visible layer of airflow. You should also receive a move from me. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian, who had been looking at Chu Yan calmly since the beginning, spoke. His voice was calm as though it did not contain any emotion. He did not deliberately raise his voice, but it still clearly spread around the combat arena, causing the hearts of the people present to tremble. Duan Ling Tian is going to make a move. The eyes of the group of people around the combat arena lit up one after another. They were like hunters who had seen their prey. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian easily neutralized Chu Yan's full-force attack. This allowed them to realize that Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. It was even to the extent that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation had most likely broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage. However, they had never seen Duan Ling Tian take the initiative to make a move with their own eyes. Now, when they heard Duan Ling Tian was going to make a move, they instantly stared at Duan Ling Tian without blinking. It was as if they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, Chu Yan's expression instantly changed. He wanted to admit defeat at the first possible moment. What a joke! The strength Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier was already far from something he could compare to. At this moment, if he allowed Duan Ling Tian to make a move, would he not be looking for trouble? However, just as Chu Yan was about to admit defeat, a terrifying aura surged toward him, causing his chi and blood to surge violently. He was unable to complete his sentence. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanying the terrifying aura was the sword formation that Duan Ling Tian had formed with just a lift of his hand. In the beginning, there were more than 10 sword formations before they merged into one. It was so dazzling that it seemed as though it could illuminate all the darkness in the world. Boom, boom, boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, The sword formation controlled by Duanling Tian transformed into a gigantic sword that was more than 100 meters long. It shot through the air and slammed down on Chu Yan. That's right, it was slamming down. Duanling Tian used the body of the enormous sword to slap it down towards Chu Yan, and didn't use the blade of the sword to point at Chu Yan. This was because he did not intend to kill Chu Yan. Killing was prohibited in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, even if killing was not prohibited, he did not intend to kill Chu Yan. After all, he had no enmity with Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan had attacked him with all his might, he did not reveal any killing intent. Obviously, he did not intend to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering rumbles continued. The gigantic sword that was descending from the sky caused a clear air current to appear in the void. It was as though the water in the sea had been split into two. On the gigantic sword, there was a thick sword essence that seemed to be able to crush everything. Bang! The gigantic sword enveloped Chu Yan. Its speed was so fast that Chu Yan could not dodge it at all. He could only take it head-on. However, no matter how hard he tried, before the giant sword could even touch him, all of his attacks were instantly disintegrated and shattered when the sword aura on the giant sword touched him. As for him, he was ruthlessly sent flying by the slap. Wah! Chu Yan, who was sent flying, spat out a large mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance like an arrow, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Thank you for your mercy. Although Chu Yan managed to stabilize himself in the air, his face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. It was just like when he had seized the opportunity to defeat Yang Jin in one fell swoop during his battle with Yang Jin. In the spectator area where the people from Fairmountain County were seated, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fairmountain County, did not dare to say anything. However, he looked at the gray-robed woman in confusion. He did not understand why she had not made a move yet. Was her target not Duanling Tian? This old woman. Could it be that she can't bring herself to do it because Duanling Tian is too handsome? Wang Qiling could not help but think to himself. Just as I thought. The first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will ultimately go to Duanling Tian from 9 Spectres County. Duanling Tian appeared just in time. If he had appeared an hour later, he wouldn't have been able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. It's worth it to be able to see a monstrous genius like Duanling Tian in action. I'm sure he'll be able to go far in the future. Of course. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, it won't be difficult for him to leave the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. With his innate talent, if he leaves the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom smoothly, he'll definitely surpass those in high-rank Celestial Kingdoms. At the very least, he'll be able to become a Celestial Duke. A Celestial Duke. That's an existence that surpasses an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It's said that even high-rank Celestial Kingdoms don't necessarily have a Celestial Duke. Although the martial competition of the 16 counties had come to an end, most of the people present had no intention of leaving. They continued to sit in the spectator seats, whispering and discussing. The topic was completely centered around Duanling Tian. Many people were curious about how far Duanling Tian could go in the future, and whether he could become a Celestial Duke. For them, the immortal monarch was already an invincible existence, an existence that only appeared in legends. At the very least, it had been more than 100 years since a Celestial Duke had made an appearance in King Qin's mansion. Looks like that old woman didn't come. In the sky above the combat arena, Duanling Tian surveyed the surroundings and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Duanling Tian. Tian Ji, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, greeted Duanling Tian, and Duanling Tian was about to join the group of people from 9 Spectres County. An old, hoarse, and cold voice suddenly rang out. You're Duanling Tian from the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City under 9 Spectres County? Although this voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of magical power. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed all the noise in the surroundings, causing the people who were originally talking with confidence to shut their mouths and began to look around. Who's talking? In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, A gray figure slowly rose into the air from the spectator seats where the people from Fair Mountain County were seated. What's he trying to do? Apart from Wang Lingqi, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, who was looking at Duan Lingtian with a gloating expression on his face, the people from Fair Mountain County were stunned. Whoosh! The figure shrouded in a gray robe suddenly shed her gray robe, just like how Duan Lingtian had shed his black robe, revealing her true appearance. She was an old woman in her 70s who was dressed in a plain long robe. The old woman rose into the air and walked toward Duan Lingtian. She's the old woman city governor Lu mentioned? She's definitely stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. In fact, I have a feeling she's as strong as King Qin from King Qin's mansion. As soon as the old woman spoke, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to flee, but he discovered a powerful invisible energy had locked onto him. Although the invisible energy was dispersed, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of invincibility. With his current strength, only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or stronger would be able to give him such a feeling. In fact, even an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to give him such a feeling. It's you. Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, exclaimed in shock when he saw the old woman who had shed her gray robe and revealed her true appearance. He was initially smiling as he waited for Duan Lingtian to arrive. He was no stranger to the old woman. She was the one who had come to look for him in the county governor's estate a year ago. At that time, the old woman had injured him with just her aura. The old woman's strength was comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She was at least a first-rate overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She's here? Moreover, she's been hiding beside Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. Tianji Yu did not expect the old woman to be here. This old woman had actually come, and she had come early in the morning. She had used a gray robe to cover her face, and she was following beside Wang Qiling, the governor of Pingshan Commandery. HM? The old woman who was walking toward Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped in her tracks when she heard Tianji Yu's words. She tilted her head slightly, and a bright light flashed through her turbid eyes. Her gaze also fell on Tianji Yu immediately, and she said faintly, I almost forgot about you. I remember. When I went to look for you in the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County, you told me that Duan Lingtian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, right? As she spoke, the old woman's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. Senior. Hearing the old woman's words and feeling the old woman's killing intent directed at him, Tianji Yu was so scared that his expression changed greatly. He said with a terrified expression, Senior Yu, you misunderstood. I really didn't know that Duan Lingtian would come. I really didn't know that he would come. Although he was in King Qin's mansion and knew King Qin was present, Tianji Yu did not feel safe at all. King Qin was only an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on the strength of the old woman, it was highly likely that she was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if this old woman's strength was on par with King Qin, it would be easy for her to kill him. Even the Duke of Qin might not stop her. Chapter 2698. Is that so? The old woman sneered when she heard Tianji Yu's words. Why do I remember that you purposely bought an hour for Duan Lingtian when he didn't show up? If you didn't know he was coming, would you have bought time for him? Do you think I'm a fool? The old woman's voice turned colder and colder as she spoke. It felt as though winter had arrived. Tianji Yu, who was targeted, bore the brunt of it. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Senior. Tianji Yu wanted to say something. Humph. With a cold harumph, a cold light flashed through the old woman's eyes, but she didn't do anything. In the next moment, spurt. Tianji Yu, who was as pale as a sheet of paper, suddenly trembled. A bloody hole appeared between his brows, and his vitality was drained away in just a blink of an eye. Bang! The next moment, Tianji Yu's body fell heavily to the ground. The sound was unusually loud in the silent environment. Jianghu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, was dead. Gasp, 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 gasp. Almost at the same time when they saw Jianghu fall to the ground and die, the group of people present could not help but gasp one after another. Nobody thought the county governor of 9 Spectres County under King Qin's mansion would be killed in such a manner. Moreover, he was killed right in front of King Qin's mansion. Lord County Governor. Lord County Governor. When the people from 9 Spectres County regained their senses, they were in a mess. The inner mansion elders, Pang Bing and Xianxia, glanced at Jianghu who was on the ground, then glanced at the old woman who stood in the sky above the combat ring before turning around once again and walking towards Duanling Tian, and their expressions were gloomy to the point water seemed to drip from them. Xianxia. Even King Qin wouldn't be able to kill the county governor in such a manner, right? Pang Bing asked through voice transmission. This old woman should be stronger than King Qin. Xianxia replied through voice transmission. Do you remember? When His Excellency the Duke of Qin first appeared, this old woman was wearing a grey robe and standing beside Wang Qiling, the prefectural governor of Fair Mountain Commandery. She didn't even greet His Excellency the Duke of Qin. Xianxia continued to speak. Now that you mention it, I remember. At that time, the Duke of Qin and this old woman were at daggers drawn, but the Fair Mountain County Governor, Wang Qiling, said that this old woman was deaf and mute, so the Duke of Qin did not continue to argue with this old woman. Pang Bing. Deaf and mute? Do you think Wang Qiling's county governor would dare to deceive King Qin's the county? In my opinion, when he said the old woman was deaf and mute, it was most likely His Excellency Duke of Qin who instructed him to do so. Xianxia. King Qin, Pang Bing was puzzled. Why would King Qin do this? The Duke of Qin did this either because he knew that the old woman was stronger than him, or because he knew that the old woman had a powerful background and he didn't dare to provoke her. I'm more inclined towards the former. The Duke of Qin knew that the old woman was stronger than him, so he asked the Fair Mountain Commandery chief, Wang Qiling, to cooperate with him and give him a way out. After all, as the master of King Qin's mansion, he couldn't possibly admit defeat in front of the old woman in front of so many people. Zhang Qiu's words made it seem as though he had personally witnessed the battle between King Qin and the old woman. If that's the case, it makes sense. King Qin hasn't made a move even though the old woman has killed the county governor. Pang Bing sighed as he looked at the curtain behind the VIP seats. Behind the curtain. Qin Yu's expression darkened when he saw the old woman walking toward Duanling Tian. At this moment, he realized the old woman was a celestial being. The celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had indeed come for his friend, Duanling Tian. Moreover, based on his uncle's words, the old woman had come to kill Duanling Tian. Every step the old woman took was akin to stepping on his heart. He could not help but shudder. Duanling Tian was his only friend, and he'd even saved his life. Now, Duanling Tian's life was in danger, yet he could only watch and do nothing. This caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Uncle Yu, please save Duanling Tian, Qin Yu said as he looked at King Qin. You are. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the third prince smiled wryly and said, That old woman is a celestial duke. You saw how she killed the county governor of 9 Spectres County earlier. Even if your first uncle's cultivation base were to break through 2 levels, he might not be able to use such a technique. The strength of a celestial duke is beyond your imagination. A hint of helplessness could be heard in the third prince's voice when he spoke. Although he was a peak great overarching golden celestial who was unrivaled by anyone below the overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was as insignificant as an ant in front of a celestial duke. Moreover, a celestial duke could kill him with just a thought, just like how she had killed the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It's not that I don't want to help him. I can't. King Qin sighed. The celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had killed his subordinate, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, in front of so many people. However, even though he had lost all his face, he could not feel any anger in his heart. After all, he knew there was nothing he could do no matter how angry he was. Putting aside the fact that he was no match for the old woman's background alone was enough to intimidate him. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect was much more powerful than a high-rank celestial kingdom. Whoosh! While King Qin was sighing, Qin Yu's expression changed a few times. In the end, he flew out of the curtain and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him. Although Duan Lingtian's body was surrounded by the old woman's powerful and invisible energy, it was only natural that the old woman was protecting him. The invisible energy was directed at Duan Lingtian. It was directed at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Qin Yu did not encounter any obstruction from the old woman's invisible energy when he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He successfully arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu? Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised by Qin Yu's appearance. However, despite his surprise, Duan Lingtian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Qin Yu. He smiled bitterly and said, "Qin Yu, hurry up and go back." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Although Duan Lingtian knew Qin Yu's appearance could not resolve the crisis he was facing, he still felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He could imagine, before Qin Yu appeared, he must have begged his uncle, King Qin of King Qin's mansion. Now that Qin Yu had appeared alone, it meant that King Qin did not agree to help him. Or rather, King Qin knew he was no match for the old woman, so there was nothing he could do to help Qin Yu. Although Duan Lingtian said he would be fine, Qin Yu did not believe him. At this point, how could Qin Yu believe Duan Lingtian's words? After appearing in front of Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu saw the killing intent in the old woman's eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Qin Yu was certain. The old woman might not kill Duan Lingtian as quickly as she killed the county chief of 9 Spectres County. "Senior, may I know how Duan Lingtian has offended you? If you're willing to let him go, I can promise you anything I can do. Even if you want my life in exchange for his, I'm willing to do it." Qin Yu's heart trembled slightly when he saw the old woman. After all, Duan Lingtian was a true celestial duke. Currently, he was only an ordinary golden celestial who had not even become a great overarching golden celestial. Even great overarching golden celestials and celestial dukes were separated by overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In other words, Qin Yu was no different from an ant in front of the old woman. In fact, the old woman could easily kill him with a puff of her celestial origin energy. Earlier, even the county chief of 9 Spectres County, a profound great overarching golden celestial, had been killed by the old woman. Based on this, one could easily imagine how powerful the old woman was. As soon as Qin Yu appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, the old woman's eyes flashed coldly. She was prepared to kill Qin Yu. However, when she heard Qin Yu's words, she temporarily dismissed the idea of killing him. She asked in disbelief, "You're willing to exchange your life for his?" In the Devata realms where the strong were revered and the weak were prey to the strong, very few people would be willing to sacrifice their own lives for others. After all, everyone was selfish. "Senior, as long as you promise not to kill him after killing me, I'm willing to give up my life," Qin Yu said solemnly with a serious face. "Since you want to exchange your life for his, I'll fulfill your wish." Right after Qin Yu's words left his mouth, the old woman's gaze suddenly turned cold. Whoosh! Immediately after that, a powerful aura swept out from her body and enveloped Qin Yu. It was moving toward him menacingly. As a celestial duke, the old woman's aura was strong enough to injure ordinary great overarching golden celestials. If she wanted to, she could kill ordinary golden celestials with just her aura alone. "Senior, please have mercy on me. Please have mercy on me." Almost at the instant when the old woman's aura swept out and enveloped Qin Yu, 2 hurried voices sounded in succession from behind the curtain of the VIP viewing seats. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, 2 figures flew out from behind the curtain. They were none other than the master of King Qin's mansion, King Qin, and the 3rd prince. Qin Wang and the 3rd prince, one after the other, soar into the air at an extremely fast speed, wanting to rescue Qin Yu. Qin Yu's father was their 4th brother. On the other hand, their 4th brother had saved their lives more than once in the past. The reason for this was that when she was young, There was a time when she was in danger. It was also her good friend who risked her life to save her. Because of that experience, she respected people like Xianxia who were willing to risk their lives for their friends. Earlier, the reason why she attacked Xianxia was merely because she wanted to test whether Xianxia was truly willing to lay down his life for his friend. After all, saying it and actually doing it were two completely different concepts. Senior. You're not going back on your words, are you? Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He was afraid that the old woman would go back on her words and kill Duan Lingtian. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this moment, the injured King Qin and the third prince arrived in front of Xianxia and protected him behind them. At the same time, they also protected Duan Lingtian behind them. Senior. King Qin looked at the old woman and said, "Although I don't know how my nephew's friend offended your esteemed sect leader, if it's possible to resolve the enmity between him and your esteemed sect leader, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'm willing to do anything for your esteemed sect leader to resolve the enmity between them." Sect leader? Upon hearing King Qin's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He thought to himself, this old woman is from a sect? Based on King Qin's words, it seems like she's acting on the orders of her sect leader to kill me? Brat. The old woman does not pay any attention to Qin Wang. She looks at Xianxia and says, "If it's only a small grudge between me and your friend, based on the fact that you're willing to sacrifice your life for him, it doesn't matter if I don't kill him. However, I'm here to kill him under the orders of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Therefore, he'll definitely die today. Nobody can stop me." The old woman's voice became even colder as she spoke, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Is it Murongbing's sect? This old woman must be from Murongbing's sect, right? The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. This old woman is from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? When Duan Lingtian learned the old woman was from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, many people in the surroundings were shocked by the old woman's origin. Most of them knew about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is a powerful sect that far surpasses high-rank celestial kingdoms. There are countless powerhouses in the sect, and many of them are celestial dukes. A powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect came to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and King Qin's mansion just to kill Duan Lingtian. Who's Duan Lingtian? While the crowd around the combat ring was discussing animatedly, numerous gazes that were filled with doubt landed on Duan Lingtian again. All of them found it a little unbelievable. It seems like Duan Lingtian's true identity isn't simple. I was wondering why someone like him would suddenly appear in King Qin's mansion. That's right. After all, in King Qin's mansion, there's never been anyone below the age of 100 whose strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is most likely from a sect that's hostile to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He ended up in King Qin's mansion after being hunted down by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. That's most likely the case. One had to admit that the people in the surroundings had wild imaginations. However, everything that they said was reasonable and well-founded. For this reason, more and more people felt that this was the truth. Duan Lingtian was originally a disciple from a sect that was hostile to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He ended up in King Qin's mansion after being hunted down by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In this way, it was easy to explain Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent. After all, there was no lack of great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. A sect that was targeted by the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect must be on the same level as the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It was not strange for such a sect to have a great overarching golden celestial, who was younger than 100 years old. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask the old woman if Murongbing was from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Senior. When Xianxia sensed the old woman's determination to kill Duan Lingtian, he felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. At the same time, he made a final effort. Is there any misunderstanding between your sect leader and my friend? As far as I know, my friend isn't a native of the spirit overarching heaven. He's an ascender who has ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Logically speaking, It's impossible for him to have offended your sect leader, right? Qin, you could not figure out how Duanling Tian, who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago, could have offended the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the gap between the two of them was too wide. It was almost impossible for them to cross paths. Ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago? Following Qin Yu's words, not only did the old woman's pupils slightly shrink, she also displayed an expression of shock and disbelief. Even the Duke of Qin and the third prince were stunned. What? Duanling Tian is an ascender? Moreover, he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago? How's this possible? Based on Duanling Tian's aura, we can confirm he's less than 100 years old. If he's an ascender, it means he's only a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial when he ascended to the Devata realm. How could a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial possess strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial in just 5 years? What a joke! Even if a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, cultivated heaven-grade cultivation methods, and had the best cultivation resources and environment in King Qin's mansion, it's impossible for him to possess such strength in just 5 years. Qin Yu must be lying. He must be trying to mislead the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect into letting Duanling Tian go. After hearing what Qin Yu said, the people present were all shocked. After a while, they all came to the same conclusion. Qin Yu was lying. It was impossible for Duanling Tian to have ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Boy! Chapter 2700. Senior, I'm not lying to you. Qin Yu smiled wryly and helplessly when he saw the old woman's cold gaze. It's true that Duanling Tian has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. I, Qin Yu, can guarantee this with my dignity. Qin Yu's expression was solemn as he spoke. The old woman firmly stared at Qin Yu. She was trying to see if Qin Yu was lacking in confidence from his eyes. However, she discovered that Qin Yu was fearlessly looking back at her without the slightest bit of fear. She could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that what this Qin Yu said was true? Do you know Murong Bing? Duanling Tian asked in a deep voice while the old woman stared at Qin Yu. Her heart was filled with doubt. Murong Bing. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the old woman's eyes widened. She shifted her gaze from Qin Yu to Duanling Tian at lightning speed. She sneered and said, "It seems like you're aware that Miss Bing is from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. If that's the case, you should be able to understand that you didn't die in vain." As she spoke, the killing intent in the old lady's eyes soared to the extreme. She's from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Duanling Tian smiled when he heard the old woman's words. He was certain Murong Bing was from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. This was the answer he had been searching for ever since he had parted ways with Murong Bing. Does she know that you're here to kill me? Duanling Tian asked as he stared at the old woman. A person who's about to die doesn't need to know too much. The old woman scoffed. Celestial origin energy surged out of her body. Like a ferocious beast, she sent King Qin and the third prince, who were standing in front of Duanling Tian, flying to the side. Following that, Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, was sent flying to the side as well. Duanling Tian. Qin Yu, who had been sent flying to the side, seemed to have realized something. His expression changed drastically. Looks like she doesn't know. Withdrawing his gaze from the old woman's eyes, the smile on Duanling Tian's face became even more brilliant. Even when Qin Yu and Qin Wang beside him were blasted far away, he did not show any signs of fear or panic. Dang! When the old woman saw the brilliant smile on Duanling Tian's face, her old face became distorted and hideous. She let out an earth-shattering shout as waves of terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of her body. In an instant, the rolling celestial origin energy enveloped Duanling Tian like a dark cloud, making him look like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In the next moment, the rolling dark clouds rapidly shrank. The terrifying power swept towards Duanling Tian with an oppressive aura. You shouldn't be so hesitant. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's calm voice resonated in the air. Judging from his tone, he didn't seem to reveal the slightest bit of panic even until now. When you return to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, tell your sect leader that I'll personally bring the betrothal gifts to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and marry Murong Bing in a grand manner. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air again. HM. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old woman frowned as though she had sensed something. Her expression changed drastically. You have the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. When the old woman cried out in shock, her celestial origin energy that was rolling like dark clouds began to converge. A loud bang rang in the air as the old woman's voice reverberated in the air. Following that, the celestial origin energy that had been gathering rapidly exploded. In the next moment, an exaggerated mushroom cloud appeared and rose into the sky. This is bad. Wah! Puff! The instant the mushroom cloud appeared, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions from the center of the mushroom cloud. The terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings of the arena in the blink of an eye, killing most of the young experts under the age of 100 from the various prefectures under the Duke of Qin's mansion. Only a few of the remaining young experts survived. Even the elders and revered elders from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion could barely protect themselves from the shockwave. All of them coughed out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. Only the county governors of the 16 counties, who were great overarching golden celestials, were capable of protecting the young powerhouses. However, their strength was limited. They could only protect some of the young powerhouses. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that they would choose to protect the young powerhouses who were more important. For example, in the spectator seats where the people from Soaring Wind County were seated, several elders and sinecures from the county governor's mansion of Soaring Wind County were severely injured. The county governor, Chu Tingxian, was only able to protect his two children, Chu Yan and Chu Yu. The rest of the young experts who participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties were all dead. The situation was similar in the other counties. The elders and revered elders could barely protect themselves while the county governors protected the talented and powerful young powerhouses who came to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, the other 9 people who participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties survived. The 9 specters county suffered the most. This was because Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of the 9 specters county, had been killed by the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Therefore, there were no great overarching golden celestials to protect the young powerhouses. Only the inner court elders of the county governor's estate of the 9 specters county, Pang Bing, Xianxia, and a few revered elders survived. The people from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion were in a terrible state. Only the VIP seats were better off. There weren't many people, and only a few were injured. The people in the VIP seats were from the major sects and clans under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction. These sects and clans were more powerful than the powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction. Many great overarching golden celestials had come to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Therefore, these great overarching golden celestials had protected most of the people. Only a small number of people, due to various reasons, were affected by the aftershocks of the mushroom cloud and suffered some injuries. As for the people from King Qin's mansion, almost all of them were unharmed. Qin Wang and the third prince are protecting Qin Yu effortlessly. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties was a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. If he had been among the audience, he would not have felt any pressure. However, because he was close to the mushroom cloud, he still suffered some minor injuries. As for the people from King Qin's mansion behind the VIP seats, they were unharmed. Even the 9 snow-white horses with the cultivation base of violet sun golden celestials were unharmed under the protection of the great overarching golden celestials from King Qin's mansion. Boom, 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 boom. The remaining power of the mushroom cloud in the sky above the battle arena continued to spread in all directions, causing the spectator seats around the battle arena to completely collapse, turning into ruins. This caused the people in the seats to only be able to step into the air and stand in the empty space. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a long while, the mushroom cloud above the combat ring finally disappeared. A gust of wind blew past, and the scene returned to its original state. However, apart from the combat ring, all the buildings in the venue were unharmed. Apart from the curtains behind the VIP spectator seats, the rest of the spectator seats had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as the entire place fell silent, everyone turned to look at the plain-clothed figure in the air above the combat ring. The plain-clothed figure was none other than the old woman dressed in a plain-clothed robe. The old woman stood there. She couldn't be considered tall and had nothing to do with being strong. However, as she stood there, the gazes that landed on her body were filled with the fear of surviving a calamity. The powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect is so terrifying? This destructive power. Isn't it too terrifying? Moreover, she didn't use it on us. It's the aftershock of her attack on Duan Ling Tian. Even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial wouldn't have such terrifying strength, right? Is this old woman a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at the old woman. Based on their words, most of them felt the old woman was stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A celestial duke. There were many celestial dukes in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Is he dead? Among the people from the soaring wind county, Chu Yu looked at the sky above the combat ring anxiously. He wanted to find the purple-clothed figure, but his efforts were in vain. He should be fine. If he's dead, there would be traces left behind. Didn't you notice there's no blood on the combat ring? Chu Yan, who was standing next to Chu Yu, shook his head. Upon hearing Chu Yu's words, Chu Yu lowered his head and looked at the combat ring. Indeed, there was no blood on the combat ring. Logically speaking, if Duan Ling Tian was really killed, then even if his body was directly blasted into powder, there would surely be a mist of blood that fell down and left behind some traces on the combat ring. However, there was none. This meant Duan Ling Tian was still alive. Before the old woman unleashed her power, she seemed to have lost her composure and shouted the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian must have used a Shadow Void Escaping Talisman at the most critical moment to escape from this place. Chu Tingxian, the county governor of the Soaring Wind County, said in a deep voice. At this moment, the gentle and refined middle-aged scholar's expression was unsightly. Earlier, the other 28 young powerhouses who came with him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties were killed by the old woman's power. Duan Ling Tian. In the sky above the combat arena, Qin Yu, who was protected by Qin Yu and the third prince, had just recovered from his shock and seemed to have suddenly recalled something, causing his face to go pale. Subsequently, he looked left and right as if he'd gone mad, wanting to find traces of Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry, he's fine. Chapter 2701. Shadow Void Escaping Talisman? Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian had escaped. However, he could not help but look at King Qin in confusion. This was the first time he had heard of the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. The Shadow Escaping Talisman is an immortal talisman that immortal kings expended great effort to inscribe, and its success rate is extremely low. Possessing a single Shadow Escaping Talisman is equivalent to possessing a single chance of survival from an expert below the immortal king realm. As long as the target isn't a celestial king, they can only watch as the target escapes if they can't kill the target before the target uses the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. King Qin paused for a moment before he looked at the old woman in the distance. Currently, the old woman's face was contorted even more. She looked exceptionally ferocious. His Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. You gave it to him? All of a sudden, the old lady turned around. The moment she turned around, her sharp gaze landed on Qin Wang. It was as though she would not hesitate to kill Qin Wang as long as he responded with a yes. Senior, do you think I have the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman? King Qin smiled bitterly. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his bitter smile. As the master of King Qin's mansion, he was usually high and mighty. He was respected and awe-inspiring. But today, in front of this old woman in front of him, He could not muster up any courage. This was because he could not bring himself to act tough. The old woman was a Duke Celestial. If she wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as lifting her hand. Duan Lingtian isn't dead? It can't be, right? He's still alive even after being swept away by such a terrifying force? How's that possible? At this moment, the people in the surroundings finally realized Duan Lingtian was still alive. Duan Lingtian isn't dead. It seems like he used the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. Shadow Void Escaping Talisman? Is that the talisman that can only be inscribed by a Celestial King? Moreover, even a Celestial King has less than a 1% success rate when inscribing it? Once this Shadow Void Escaping Talisman is used, it's said that one can easily escape from existences below the Immortal King realm. It's an extremely precious and rare immortal talisman. Generally speaking, this kind of celestial talisman is rare even in high-rank celestial kingdoms. How did Duan Lingtian get it? While everyone was discussing animatedly, they were also shocked that Duan Lingtian actually had the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman in his hands. Moreover, he had used it at the critical moment and successfully escaped. It seems like Duan Lingtian's background isn't as simple as it seems. Not only did he attract the attention of the powerhouses from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, but he also possesses a precious celestial talisman like the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. He must be an enemy of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Previously, I wasn't so sure. However now, I'm certain he's from a force that's hostile to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Moreover, that force isn't weak. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's identity in that force is definitely not simple. Of course, even in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, I'm afraid there aren't many disciples below the age of 100 who possess a rare and precious celestial talisman like the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. At this moment, many people were certain that Duan Lingtian's background was not simple. Duan Lingtian's background was not simple. Moreover, he was most likely from an enemy force of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. You said he has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the old woman who stood in the sky above the battle arena looked at Xianxia with a cold gaze and asked with a cold smile. Senior, I'm not lying to you. Xianxia smiled wryly. Although he had a wry smile on his face, he was inwardly happy that Duan Lingtian had successfully escaped. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. A person who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, yet his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he possesses the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Do you really think I'm a fool? The old woman's voice grew increasingly ice-cold. Her increasingly chilly gaze gave Xianxia a feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It caused Xianxia's complexion to instantly become incomparably pale. Senior, I'm not lying to you. The wry smile on Xianxia's face grew wider. From beginning to end, the old woman's chilly gaze was fixed on Xianxia's eyes. She wanted to find clues from Xianxia's eyes and confirm that what Xianxia said was false. However, she discovered that Xianxia was not lying to her. Even though she is pressuring Xianxia now, Xianxia still does not have a guilty conscience and does not show any sign of deceiving her. This made her feel slightly vexed. That brat. Could it be that he has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years? If that's true, I'm afraid even the compassionate celestial traveler sect can't compare to his background, right? It was not that he did not think it was possible for a freak to possess strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial, who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. However, such freaks were extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Such monstrous geniuses usually obtained the inheritance of a powerful force in a Devata realm when they were still in the mundane realms. Moreover, they were also very outstanding. After all, there were many people in the mundane realms who had obtained the legacies from the top forces in the Devata realms. Even so, they might not be able to possess strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial within 5 years of ascending to the Devata realms. It was impossible for a bodiless celestial to ascend before the age of 100 since it was impossible for a bodiless celestial to ascend before the age of 100. A bodiless celestial would become a golden celestial after ascending to the Devata realms. On the other hand, A bodiless celestial could only become a heavenly celestial after ascending to the Devata realms. If I find out in the future that you're lying to me, I won't just kill you, I'll tear you to pieces, and I'll burn your bones to ashes. I'll bury the entire King Qin's mansion with you. After coldly casting a glance at Qin Yu and leaving behind those words with an ice-cold tone, the old woman's figure started to turn illusory before everyone's eyes. In the end, she turned into a void and gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the end, she disappeared into thin air. Swoosh, swoosh. Although the old woman had left, her words caused King Qin and the third prince's expressions to change drastically. Swoosh. Even the expression of the powerhouse from King Qin's mansion, who presided over the martial competition of the 16 counties, changed drastically. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Behind the curtains behind the ruined VIP seats, the expressions of the people from the Duke of Qin's manor changed. All of them, without exception, thought Qin Yu was lying to the old woman. Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years? How was this possible? I bet Qin Yu didn't expect his cleverness would drag King Qin's mansion into this mess, right? Indeed, he thinks he's clever. He's not even 100 years old and has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. How could such a person become so powerful in just 5 years? Before the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect left, she said that once she confirmed that Qin Yu was lying to her, not only would he be in trouble, but King Qin's mansion would be in trouble as well. Qin Yu is the jinx of King Qin's mansion. As soon as he returned to King Qin's mansion and acknowledged his family, he's already a potential threat to King Qin's mansion. Apart from the people from the Flying Dragon sect who remained silent, the people in the VIP seats discussed among themselves. All of them felt that Qin Yu was a burden to King Qin's mansion, and that he was a threat to King Qin's mansion. Even the people from King Qin's mansion felt the same way. You. Qin Wang and the third prince look at Qin Yu. There is nothing but helplessness on their faces. If Qin Yu was their son, they would have slapped him in the face for bringing such a threat to King Qin's mansion. However, Qin Yu was their fourth brother's son. Eldest uncle. Third uncle. Now that the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect has left, there's no reason for me to lie to you, right? Duan Lingtian. He's really an ascender. Moreover, he's only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. Qin Yu smiled wryly. He didn't take the old woman's threat to heart because he had a clear conscience. However, he could understand how King Qin and the others felt. Are you telling the truth? The third prince frowned. He did not expect his nephew would still insist that Duan Lingtian had only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. It was just as his nephew had said. Since the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had left, there was no reason for him to lie to them. King Qin's brows furrowed as well. Eldest uncle. Third uncle. It's better for you to deal with the matters here. As for the matters regarding Duan Lingtian, I'll tell all of you in detail after you've dealt with the matters here. Qin Yu said as he looked at his surroundings. With so many people watching and so many ears, he did not plan to expose Duan Lingtian's background here. Initially, he had told the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect that Duan Lingtian had only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years because he was worried the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had found the wrong person. After all, he did not think there was any connection between Duan Lingtian and the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, when Duan Lingtian mentioned a woman named Murong Bing, Duan Lingtian was certain of one thing even though he did not know what that woman was involved in. The powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had not found the wrong person. The person she was looking for was Duan Lingtian. At that time, he was unaware that there was no misunderstanding between Duan Lingtian and the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He was also unaware that Duan Lingtian possessed a Shadow Void escaping talisman inscribed by a Celestial King that allowed him to easily escape from the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Otherwise, he would not have revealed that Duan Lingtian had only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. What he said was equivalent to betraying Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. It might bring some hidden dangers to Duanling Tian and create some obstacles for Duanling Tian in the future. Chapter 2702. It could be said that Qin Yu was worried. Qin Yu's concern had caused him to panic. Otherwise, he would not have exposed the fact that Duanling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. After all, it would only be detrimental to Duanling Tian if that matter was exposed. There was no benefit at all. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, King Qin and the third prince nodded despite their confusion. Then, they turned to look at the people standing in the air. Apart from the group of people in the VIP seats who were unharmed, there were only a few people from the 16 counties who had come from King Qin's mansion. Everyone! The third prince stepped out of the air and stood in front of the group of people in the VIP seats. He said apologetically, King Qin's mansion didn't expect so many accidents to happen during the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'm sorry. You're exaggerating, third prince. When they saw the second-in-command of King Qin's mansion apologizing to them, the people from the sects and clans under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction immediately waved their hands and said, King Qin's mansion did not intend for this to happen. We know this very well, so there's no need for you to apologize, third prince. That's right. Third prince, today's accident happened because of the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It's normal for King Qin's mansion to be powerless when the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect came. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is a powerful sect that far surpasses the celestial kingdoms. Third prince, do you know the cultivation base of the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Third prince, is the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect a celestial duke? The group of people who came out from the VIP seats did not blame King Qin's mansion. Instead, they were interested in the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. They were curious to know the powerhouse's cultivation base. That senior is a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She's a celestial duke. The third prince sighed helplessly when he saw the eager gazes of the people in front of him. A celestial duke. As soon as the third marquis finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Although many of the people present on the scene guessed the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a celestial duke, they could only speculate before they received any confirmation. Now that the third marquis of the Duke of Qin's mansion had spoken, their hearts were filled with shock. Hiss, 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 hiss. After a short while, the group of people reacted and gasped one after another, only stopping after a long while. I didn't expect the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to be a celestial duke. In our King Qin manor, it has been 100 years since an immortal monarch expert has appeared in public, right? I didn't expect that there would be such a pleasant surprise during our visit to the martial competition of the 16 counties. This trip was worth it. Hee hee. When we return to the sect, we'll be able to boast about the fact that we've seen a high celestial duke make a move with our own eyes. At that time, there will definitely be many people who will envy us and regret not coming. The people from the various sects and clans under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction were whispering among themselves. Every single one of them was excited. It was obvious that they had seen a high celestial duke make a move with their own eyes. Upon seeing this, the third marquis was stunned. Cough cough. The third marquis coughed a few times to attract the attention of the people in front of him. Then he said, Everyone, there are still some matters that we need to attend to in King Qin's mansion. If you want to stay in King Qin's mansion and rest for a few days, I'll ask someone to make the necessary arrangements. If you want to leave, I'll ask someone to escort you out of King Qin's mansion now. The third marquis said, Haha. Third marquis, I'm in a hurry to return to the sect. There's no need for you to ask someone to escort me out. A loud laughter rang in the air as a figure disappeared from his spot. He left King Qin's mansion at an extremely fast speed. Third marquis, I'm in a hurry to return as well. Farewell. Farewell, third marquis. After a few moments, the people in front of the third marquis left. The people from the various sects and clans who were invited by King Qin's mansion were excited to see and witness a high celestial duke with their own eyes. They could not wait to return to their respective clans and sects to brag about it. In just a blink of an eye, only the people from King Qin's mansion and the 16 counties were left in the vast wasteland. I didn't want this to happen, King Qin said in a deep voice as he looked at the 15 county governors and the 2 inner court elders of 9 Spectres County. All the counties have suffered great losses this time. In addition to the rewards I promised for the top 10 and the rewards for the counties behind them, I'll give each of the 16 counties a low-grade celestial pill, the great overarching pill, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. King Qin said in a clear voice. After Qin Wang said this, the eyes of the people from the various counties, who were originally dispirited, lit up, and their breathing quickened in an instant. The rest of the people from the 16 counties were directly under King Qin's mansion. Therefore, King Qin only needed to show them some mercy and authority to send them away. After sending the people from the 16 counties to stay in the guest rooms of King Qin's mansion, King Qin and the 3rd Marquis brought Qin Yu to the central Great Hall of King Qin's mansion. The central Great Hall of King Qin's mansion was very spacious, and the decorations and furnishings inside were dazzling and magnificent. Qin Yu, who was here for the first time, could not help but be stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. When had he ever seen such a magnificent and majestic hall? You are. Now that there are only 3 of us here, you don't have to worry about anything, the 3rd Marquis said to Qin Yu. Although King Qin did not say anything, he nodded encouragingly at Qin Yu after hearing the 3rd Marquis words. Qin Yu nodded. Following that, he told him everything he knew about the Duan Ling Tian and everything he knew about the Duan Ling Tian after he came into contact with the Duan Ling Tian. He did not hide anything. At this moment, he knew that if he were to hide anything, it would only make the 2 people in front of him doubt his words. After listening to Qin Yu, King Qin and the 3rd Marquis looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Had it not been for Qin Yu saying it himself, they would find it hard to believe that an ascender who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, an ascender who was less than 100 years old, in merely 5 years, had actually done so many shocking things. Of course, those things did not sound like much at first. However, if they were to add another sentence, those things were done by someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years and was not even 100 years old. It was enough to shock anyone. If that's the case, this Duan Ling Tian must have obtained a shocking inheritance when he was in the mundane realm. If that's the case, it's not surprising that he has the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman inscribed by a celestial king. The 3rd Marquis sighed. This Duan Ling Tian has a bright future. It's your fortune to know him, King Qin said as he looked at Qin Yu. At this moment, King Qin and the 3rd Marquis still felt that Qin Yu's words were true. Although King Qin and the 3rd Marquis still felt that Qin Yu's words were unbelievable. Nevertheless, they still believed Qin Yu's words. Because some of the things that Qin Yu said, as long as they went to investigate a bit, they would be able to find out the truth. They were simply not worried that Qin Yu would lie. Furthermore, Qin Yu also took the initiative to suggest that they go investigate to verify the truth of what he said. I'm worried. Is he being chased by the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? He might not have a second void escaping talisman in his hands, Qin Yu said with a wry smile. Although Duan Ling Tian had escaped under the nose of the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, he could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian's safety. Don't worry. The 3rd Marquis patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman is an immortal talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Moreover, the success rate of inscribing it is less than 1%. This immortal talisman is not to be trifled with. Once the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman is used, it can send the user 1,000,000 miles away. Moreover, when the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman is used, it will leave traces in other directions to mislead others. The 3rd Marquis continued to say, therefore, you don't have to worry about Duan Ling Tian being in danger. Then I'm relieved. Qin Yu nodded. Eldest uncle, 3rd uncle. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. He looked at King Qin and the 3rd Marquis and asked, what's the purpose of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties? We can't just let the young powerhouses from the 16 counties compete to determine the ranking and send them back, right? Of course not. The third Marquis shook his head and said with a smile. Do you think King Qin's mansion has nothing to do with the generous rewards we've prepared for the martial competition of the 16 counties? Then, what's the reason? Qin Yu asked curiously. In a barren mountain 1,000,000 miles away from King Qin's mansion. Where's this place? A purple figure in a slightly sorry state rose into the air from the barren mountain, looking left and right. The purple figure was a young man. He was dressed in purple, but his purple clothes were tattered. It was as if he had just gone through a tough battle. The young man was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He was none other than Duanling Tian, who had used the Shadow Void escaping talisman in King Qin's mansion, and escaped from the compassionate celestial traveler sect's celestial dukes. I've lost my life-saving technique just like that. I can't risk my life like this again before I obtain another Shadow Void escaping talisman. Chapter 2703. About a year ago, before Duanling Tian left the 9 Spectres County, he went to Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities under the 9 Spectres County. Bloody Spectre City was the first place he went to after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Before he left the 9 Spectres County, he went to Bloody Spectre City to meet Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. From there, he learned that an old woman had gone to the city governor's estate to ask Lu Fenggu about his whereabouts. When he left Bloody Spectre City and the 9 Spectres County, he did not plan to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, by chance, he managed to buy a celestial talisman, the Shadow Void escaping talisman, for only 10 prominent celestial stones at a roadside stall in a small town under the Horsetooth County of King Qin's mansion. Fortunately, the people who passed by the roadside stall did not know what was good for them. Otherwise, they would not have let him off so easily. Ever since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, Duanling Tian had studied the memory celestial talisman in both Bloody Spectre City and the 9 Spectres County. That was how he learned about the Shadow Void escaping talisman. Since he had read about the Shadow Void escaping talisman in a memory celestial talisman, he was able to identify the Shadow Void escaping talisman by looking at the patterns on the Shadow Void escaping talisman at the roadside stall in the small town. One needs to be at least a celestial king to inscribe the Shadow Void escaping talisman. Moreover, even a celestial king only has a 1% success rate and requires rare and precious materials to inscribe the Shadow Void escaping talisman. Once the Shadow Void escaping talisman is used, it can send the user up to a distance of 1,000,000 miles away. The Shadow Void escaping talisman allows the user to escape from a celestial king and below. It was precisely because of the Shadow Void escaping talisman that Duanling Tian decided to go to King Qin's mansion to join the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, he did not go to the martial competition of the 16 counties with his real identity. First, he joined the Flying Dragon sect, and then he became a consecrator of the Flying Dragon sect. After that, he and the other members of the Flying Dragon sect were invited to the martial competition of the 16 counties as distinguished guests of King Qin's mansion. Firstly, he was worried that the old woman who wanted to kill him was waiting for him. Secondly, he had not decided whether to participate in the martial arts competition of the 16 counties. Once he did, his identity would be exposed. After his identity was exposed, if that old woman was waiting for him, then he would have to use the Void escaping talisman. Let alone an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom like the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Even high-rank celestial kingdoms might not be able to find a shadow escaping talisman. For this reason, Duanling Tian knew how precious the shadow escaping talisman was. If it was not necessary, he did not intend to use the Shadow Void escaping talisman. Because of this, when he watched the martial competition of the 16 counties as a great elder of the Flying Dragon sect, he did not want to take the risk even though he was hesitant to participate in it. It was not until Tianji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, bought him an hour of time that he decided to take the risk. At that time he knew, if the old woman was not there, he would not have to use the Shadow Void escaping talisman to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If the old woman was there, he would not have to use the Shadow Void escaping talisman to escape. He might not even have enough time to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. Unless the old woman was no match for King Qin from King Qin's mansion, and King Qin had interfered to restrain her. I've suffered a loss this time. However, I fulfilled my promise to County Governor Tian and Elder Xianxia. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian knew it was useless even if he regretted his decision. There was no cure for regret in this world. Since things had progressed to this stage, there was no point in feeling conflicted. Therefore, he might as well relax and accept all of this. It's a pity that County Governor Tian did not manage to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, until his death. When Duan Ling Tian recalled how Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, had died at the hands of the old woman, he could not help but sigh inwardly. However, his heart was as calm as still water. He did not feel sad or angry about it. He even regarded the old woman as his mortal enemy. There was no friendship between him and Tian Jiyu. They were just using each other. He believed that if Tian Jiyu could obtain more mediocre celestial pills by killing him, Tian Jiyu would not hesitate to make a move on him. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not feel anything about Tian Jiyu's death. If he had to say what he felt, it would be pity for Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, who was so close to obtaining the great overarching pills. However, since I know Murong Bing's background, it's not too bad. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In his opinion, his biggest gain this time was not winning first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, even if he won first place, he would only be fulfilling his promise to Tian Jiyu and Xianxia, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. To him, the biggest gain was learning about Murong Bing's background. So, you're a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. I believe we'll meet again very soon. The beautiful figure from a few years ago flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind. His eyes became misty again. To be honest, he did not have any feelings for Murong Bing. However, he and Murong Bing had slept together after all, and it was Murong Bing's first time. As a man, he had to take responsibility for it. Murong Bing could only be his woman. He would not allow any other man to lay a finger on Murong Bing. After learning about Murong Bing's background, Duan Ling Tian knew even if he did not know about it this time, he would eventually learn about it as he walked on a bigger stage in the future. Therefore, he felt it was not a loss to use the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman to learn about Murong Bing's background. If he did not learn about Murong Bing's background through other means, he would feel it was worth it even if he used the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. In his opinion, this was not the case. The value of a Shadow Void Escaping Talisman could not be compared to Murong Bing, who he had already regarded as his woman. Where is this place? Why do I feel like I haven't reached the end even after traveling for so long? Duan Ling Tian was flying above the barren mountains at an extremely fast speed. However, even after a few days and nights, he still could not see the end of the barren mountains. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward. Something flashed in front of his eyes. The next moment, what appeared in front of him was a vast expanse of white snow. He appeared in a world of ice and snow. What entered his eyes were numerous snowy peaks, as well as the seemingly endless ice fields and glaciers. It was exceptionally beautiful. Illusion? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that he had fallen into an illusion. Moreover, it was not an ordinary illusion. If it had been an ordinary environment, it would have been impossible for him to not notice it. Moreover, he would not have been able to wander around the barren mountains in the illusion for so long. Since I know this is an illusion, I should observe carefully and see how I can break this illusion. Illusions were man-made. Therefore, to break the illusion, one had to find the core of the illusion. The core of the illusion was like the formation eye of the formation. Once it was broken, the formation would disappear after the formation eye was broken. The illusion would also disappear completely when the core was broken. This illusion is not simple. Another few days and nights passed, and the scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes changed again. The world of ice and snow disappeared. Now, Duan Ling Tian appeared on a vast and boundless grassland. All he could see was lush greenery. He could not see the end of it at all. In such a place, it was more difficult than climbing the sky to find the core of the illusion. I can only wait for the next scene. Duan Ling Tian knew in his heart that it was impossible for such a sophisticated illusion to only have 3 scenes. Even if there were only 3 scenes, after the grassland scene, he would definitely return to the barren mountains or glaciers from before. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian thought. After Duan Lingtian walked casually for a few days and nights, another new scene appeared. This time, it was a lush forest. There were many illusory beasts in the forest that would disappear with a touch. Duan Lingtian entered the forest and searched. Whether it was flowers, grass, trees, birds or beasts, he did not miss a single thing. He intended to find the core of the illusion and make it disappear. Only then would he be able to leave this place. However, after a few days and nights, Duan Lingtian still could not find the core of the illusory realm when the scene changed again. Why am I so unlucky? It's my first time using the Shadow Void escaping talisman, and I've come to such a lousy place. Moreover, I've entered an illusion. Moreover, it's obvious this illusion is not an ordinary one. Duan Lingtian felt helpless. Although he had managed to escape from the eyes of the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect with the help of the Shadow Void escaping talisman, he had accidentally entered the mysterious illusory realm. As time passed, the scenes continued to change, but he still could not find the core of the illusion. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized something. With his current strength, he still could not find the core of the illusion. It seems like I won't be able to leave this place anytime soon. Duan Lingtian sighed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had resigned himself to his fate and no longer struggled. This was because he knew that with his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to find the core of the illusory realm and leave it. Chapter 2704. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is not bad. Although it's not as good as the stone room in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, it's still better than most places. I'll cultivate here and read some books. I'll see if I can leave the illusory realm after I break through. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer cared about where he was in the illusory realm. He immediately sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to cultivate. An immortal stone appeared in his hand. At the same time, he swallowed a medicinal pill. The secret of crystal clearance. The heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Lingtian's body circulated rapidly through his 99 heavenly veins before it finally transformed into celestial origin energy and became part of his body. At the same time, his cultivation base was also increasing with every passing moment. With my current cultivation base, it won't take long for me to break through and become an indigo sun golden celestial. After he had consumed the primitive celestial pill, the gilded gold pill, to become a green sun golden celestial, before he left Nine Spectres County, he had also made a breakthrough to become a blue sun golden celestial. Of course, the reason why he was able to break through so quickly was not only because of his hard work and cultivation, but also because of the gilded gold pill. Not only did the gilded golden pill help him break through and become a green sun golden celestial, but it also helped him improve his cultivation base, bringing him closer to becoming a blue sun golden celestial. However, this was an unfamiliar place after all. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was still cautious even though he was immersed in his cultivation. He would wake up immediately if there was any movement in his surroundings. The scenery in the illusory realm changed every few days as Duan Lingtian entered the illusory realm. Half a month later, the scenery stopped at a ruin that was illuminated by the moonlight. In the ruins, the wreckage of houses could be seen everywhere. Behind the wreckage of these houses, there were tombstones. Some tombstones were straight, while others were crooked. However, they all had one thing in common. None of the tombstones had any inscriptions on them. After a few days, the ruins illuminated by the moonlight did not change to another scene. In fact, the scenery did not change for the next month. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew through the illusory realm, stirring up dust. Reading a book? As the breeze blew past, a snow-white figure appeared like a ghost. It appeared in front of the purple figure who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the ruins. It opened a pair of eyes that were like autumn water and carefully sized it up. The figure sitting cross-legged above the illusory realm was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation. Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian who was in the illusory realm in the illusory realm. However, he did not seem to be aware of the ghostly figure that had appeared in front of him. It was as if he had not noticed the other party's appearance from the beginning to the end. That was the truth. If Duanling Tian discovered the other party, he would definitely wake up from his cultivation and be vigilant against the other party as though he was facing a great enemy. Time passed quietly. Duanling Tian continued to cultivate. The ghost-like white figure that appeared in front of Duanling Tian remained motionless like a white statue as he sized up Duanling Tian. After an unknown period of time, Duanling Tian discovered that he was only one step away from becoming an Indigo Sun Golden Immortal. However, it was this step that he found difficult to take. I've reached a bottleneck. While sighing, Duanling Tian gradually regained consciousness. He stretched his arms and waist, then slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh! The moment Duanling Tian opened his eyes, Duanling Tian's expression changed completely. This was because he saw a white figure standing in front of him. Moreover, this white figure gave him an extremely unreal feeling. He was like a wandering ghost in the wilderness. Who are you? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he took a deep breath and studied the white figure in front of him. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally saw the white figure clearly through the bright moonlight above the ruins. Duanling Tian's eyes widened when he saw the white figure. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as though he had just seen a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. The white figure standing in front of Duanling Tian was a graceful figure. The bright moonlight shone on her body and her face, allowing Duanling Tian to see her clearly. She had a graceful figure and a peerless appearance. Duanling Tian had never seen her in his life. Before today, it was difficult for Duanling Tian to imagine that such a peerless beauty could actually appear in this world. The woman was dressed in a thin white robe. Her beautiful cheeks looked as though they were sculpted by the most outstanding craftsmen. At the very least, Duanling Tian could not take his eyes off her face the moment his eyes landed on her face. Duanling Tian had seen many women in the past, and many of them were extremely beautiful. Moreover, each of them had a different temperament and gave off a different feeling. However, in the past, Duanling Tian had never seen a woman like the white-clad woman in front of him. Although the woman in white in front of him had a peerless appearance, other than a faint allure, there was also a purity that contradicted the allure. She gave off a feeling that she had not experienced much in the world. It was as though she was a young girl who had just come out of her boudoir. Too perfect. I can't believe there is such a perfect woman in this world. Although Duanling Tian's heart was as calm as still water and did not plan to have any entanglements with other women, when he looked at the white-clad woman in front of him, his heart that was as calm as an old monk's could not help but stir a few times. It took a while before it calmed down due to the interference of his strong will. This was an instinctive impulse that originated from a man's instinct. It was not Duanling Tian's intention. If she goes out, I don't know how many men will be mesmerized by her and go crazy for her. Duanling Tian could imagine. Once this white-clothed woman left this place, she would definitely set off a storm of blood. As long as it was a normal man, it would be hard for him to resist her charm. As for those men who were slightly unable to control themselves, they would definitely want to take her for themselves. Stunner, a peerless stunner. The words "a peerless stunner" gradually appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Who are you? Under Duanling Tian's gaze, the woman in white's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Then she slowly spoke. As soon as her voice rang in the air, Duanling Tian's body involuntarily went limp. She was beautiful, and her voice was beautiful as well. Duanling Tian. After a few moments, Duanling Tian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down before he said his name. What about you? Duanling Tian asked. Me. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's question, the woman in white fell silent for a moment before a faint smile appeared on her face. Ever since I was born, my mother has called me Huan-er. You can call me Huan-er like my mother. Huan-er. Duanling Tian nodded before he asked, Where's your mother? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Huan-er lowered her head and sighed. Mother left a long time ago. She told me to stay here and wait for someone to take me out. She said that as long as the first person who came in after she left and didn't annoy me would be the one who could take me out. I've been waiting and waiting. I've been waiting and waiting. You've finally come. A hint of joy could be seen in her bright eyes as she looked at Duanling Tian. I heard my mother say that the outside world is very fun. But she never brought me out. After that she left. Because of what she said to me before she left, I didn't dare to leave this place alone. If I leave here alone, Mother will definitely be very angry when she finds out. Mother is very scary when she's angry. She seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of lingering fear appeared on her beautiful cheeks. According to your mother's words, no matter who it is, as long as they don't annoy you, they can bring you out of here? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that no one has been here before me? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Huan nodded. Then she looked at the nameless tombstones in the ruins and said, each tombstone represents a person who entered this place. Among them there are women like me, and there are also men like you whom my mother told me about. 1 woman and 8 men. That woman looked at me with jealousy as Mother told me. I hated that kind of gaze, so I killed her. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly when he heard Huan Er's words. Only a few women who were confident in themselves would not be jealous of a woman as perfect as Huan Er, right? As for the 8 men, I hated the way they looked at me, so I killed them as soon as they saw me. Huan Er continued to say. From the beginning until the end, Huan Er talked about her killing spree as though she was talking about something insignificant. I didn't hate the way you looked at me. So, you're the person my mother said can take me out of here. I want to go out and see the outside world. Mother said that the outside world is very interesting and fun. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.